So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CBLOL English. My name is Trajan, joined by TDS today on this fine Sunday. We are deep into the thick of this split one, everybody, and this weekend has already been pretty darn strange. Fluxu just 2-0'd Furia, and then Loss had to kind of battle their way past Pain Gaming. So we're full CBLOL mode right now, but TDS, we've got Loud and Leviathan today, followed by Red and VKS. So, to be honest, there's definitely room for some more upsets this week.
Yeah, there's a chance for everything, realistically. I love the fact that we started off with something that, when you think about it, shouldn't have happened at all in the way that Fury lost. But, like,
Yeah.
I love the fact that this sort of surprising results can always come through. And also, it kind of brings up a little bit of the conversation of where some of the teams stand, right? Because it feels like when you look at the top two, or particularly the top one team, and then the rest, the standings can kind of go really every way. Well, actually, I'll take out the bottom two, because realistically, Pain is looking bad. Pain is looking really bad. But apart from that and Leviathan, I can see a lot of the other teams kind of slotting between each other. And then Red kind of standing out above all. Especially today is going to be a good matchup to see where they stack up. But it's really good that we're beginning to see a little bit more of the fluctuation between positions.
Yeah, for sure. I think Red is the last team that hasn't had one shocker series, at least. VKS, they're 3-1, but they have looked, they've been up and down. They did have to work pretty hard to get their last win over Low. So that was a 2-1 that took a lot of effort and a bit of comeback potential there. So, yeah, Red are the last kind of untainted team at the top. They haven't lost the game. They're 8-0 right now. And we'll see if they can keep that going against VKS in the second series. And then for Loud versus Lev has felt for a while like there's something there, but the team has kind of capped to a certain degree. Their individual players have a lot to offer, but especially with the offseason change with Seo departing for VKS, it really felt like it's hampered them a lot. And then with Loud, they're like the most kind of could be anywhere team, as you'd mentioned. A lot of these teams, they could slide up and down the standings somewhat at random, and Loud really does feel like that. They 2-0'd Los, they lost 2-1 to Fluxu, they're currently 2-2, 5-4 game score. It could go anyway, right? And this is another game where, it definitely feels losable for them, because every game feels losable for Loud right now somehow.
Yeah, it's funny because I feel like they are more inside where you can lose any game more so than they can win any game. But at the same time, they have a good chance to be able to win a lot of the games as well. I feel like their position right now may be something related to just trying to set themselves up so that they can come back when playoffs time arrives. Because that's something that a lot of teams do end up doing as well, right? They kind of put themselves back in their groove, they get back into the spot that they want to be for playoffs, and that's where they ramp up realistically. And that's something that may happen for Loud as well.
Yeah, for sure. Known from an org level as quite slow starters, they do tend to perform very well in playoffs. We did see the same in the CBLOL Cup. They were relatively uninspiring until that latter stage where they really turned it on. So, first pick, Bard coming in for Redbird here with the Ezreal already banned. Now, we often see the Ezreal paired with that Bard, but things like the Jhin still open for it. You can drop a Corki with it. Caitlyn's actually been removed as well. So, it's a first pick Bard, but a lot of the usual pairings have been removed. And we'll see if Leviathan want to try and thin that further out, if they want to try and react to that bot laner, or if they want to just go and get some priority elsewhere.
I'm surprised the ones that banned away the Ezreal are Loud, because if you're gonna go for the rotation of the Bard like you're mentioning, it typically is the one that goes with it. Now, there's still a couple of pairings that you can go with. The Xin Zhao, though, makes a lot of sense, quite an aggressive jungler, takes a lot of priority that you want to have. And if the Jhin ends up being one of the options, Xin Zhao is one of the better junglers or aggressive junglers to actually take into the Jhin. Because of the ultimate, you can just deny so much value out of the champion. The Nico here getting picked could end up being something where they opt into either the Jhin or the Varus down there on the bot side for Leviathan, and then if they take away one of the two, like Loud seems to be doing right now with the Varus, then the Jhin could be going towards Leviathan's side, since it's one of the better pairings for this Nico as well, with the root and all the damage that can come out of the burst. The Orianna gets picked here, so I'm more than likely looking for some sort of pairing that can come through with this Orianna, although Jarvan and Nocturne both banned away, so it could be a Vi angle here where it's easier to transport the ball with Vi and reach the backline quicker.
Yeah, for sure. Especially since we don't have a tank option in support right now with the Bard locked in, I'm kind of assuming we're going to need to get some sort of front line from Young Jay here instead of necessarily a Kiana or something like this. I'm expecting something that can be a bit beefier. Now, the Jhin is locked in, so we do have that Bard pairing secured by Bull, so we're not going to necessarily see late game hyper carrying from this bot lane, or at least not expected. We'll see what the answer is going to be from Lev. Snaker not traditionally our most successful late game carry win condition for Leviathan either, and he is going to be left to that second rotation. The Akali comes out for Enga. Not the usual speed BC from Enga either. The melee champions, I think, are quite a rarity for him.
Yeah, interesting option opting into the Akali here. Certainly trying to be the playmaker, or at the very least have a lot of playmaking potential coming in with this Akali. Now, one of the problems here may be that they may lack a lot of late game damage if they opt into the Akali. Not because Akali cannot burst certain champions, but because trying to play around the Akali is not necessarily the most difficult thing, especially in late game scenarios. But now with what is remaining, Benar, the Nafiri as well banned away, and junglers should be a bit of a focus as well here to try and take away. And it looks like, yeah, both the Lee Sin and the Nafiri taken out. Bai and Pantheon still open. Actually, Pantheon no. Bai is still open, so that could be another option that they can look for in Loud side. And then remaining here, I'm surprised that they haven't banned another AD carry here to try and take away from Leviathan, since it's probably one of the places where you can try and look for, and that can take away from these Nico. And it is the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, they're going to go back to that bot lane just at the very end right there. Let's see what Snaker has in store for us right now. Still looking for either top laner to be locked in, and assuming that Devis isn't going to take the Akali in some sort of flex, it's not impossible depending on what Shino locks in. And Sivir is going to be the choice for the Snaker. So that's a pretty strong lane. The poke potential from a Sivir and Nico combination is pretty strong. They've got surprisingly good burst potentially between them as well, and scaling, of course, in the side of the Sivir. So Leviathan with a little bit of a win condition locked in there if they need to go for it. And for Loud, I'm looking for maybe a bit more DPS. I'm expecting Bashino to take something that he's usually just weak-sided, right? The Cassante being hovered, fairly standard speed for the Loud top side. It's tank, it's frontline. I maybe could have expected something like the Ambessa just to give him a bit more damage profile, but it is going to be the Cassante instead.
And the problem now with this is that they either need something in the jungle that is very damage heavy, so something like the Viego could end up coming through if they go through, because but the Viego is not something that we have seen for quite a while now. Maybe something that they opt into, but it's not the typical jungler that you go for. And if they opt for a more traditional jungler in that sense, then their damage will be really from, well, that's not as traditional. Yeah, that's a little bit more mixed to what I was expecting to see. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be a K'Sante in the jungle, so this should be the Jax going in there. And the thing here is that their damage is still quite a bit front-loaded for the Orianna and the Jhin, but having the Jax at the very least gives you a little bit of leeway where you can try and play a bit longer with the team fights and try and be more disruptive on the backline in that sense. The Ambessa to finish up the pick here for Leviathan. I think it's fine to have the Ambessa just to try and go tit for tat with the K'Sante as much as possible, but then trying to reach that backline that is very immobile is going to be a really nice opportunity for both the Ambessa and the Akali, and as long as they find really good flank angles, they can just completely destroy the team fight from Loud.
Yeah, Bull and Envy don't really have great tools to deal with. One of Ambessa Akali, let alone both of them, and we maybe need to see what the Bard can do to try and deal with that, right? There's potential for Redbird might be incentivized to go aggressive, to use the Bard ultimate to try and catch someone out of position to set up a play, but they might need to use it to just try and buy a bit of time for the backline as well, to do a bit of peeling action. So Redbird maybe with some tough decisions to make as these team fights unfold later on. But Loud, of course, they are our current defending champions from the CBLOL Cup. They are some of our strongest team fighters in the league, despite the fact that other parts of their game do have their flaws. And Leviathan, their laning is strong, but we're yet to see them really translate that further into the latter stages of the game, especially in Split 1.
Yeah, it's, I think, a story of different, or a coin with two faces, different faces, when you have one side that is much better towards the later stages, and you have one side that has shown that they can be really good in the early, but the late is still lacking. And I want to see them how they improve on this, because if Loud falls really far behind in these sort of games, where you have clear champions that can reach spots where they can kill your backline very easily, how can they respond to it later on? And the same for Leviathan. If you get a really big lead with this sort of composition where it's really front-loaded in terms of the damage that they want to go for, even though the Sivir is there. If you have the Kali and the Mbessa be really, really strong and just explode on everyone, then how do you respond? How do you manage the late game? And how can you close out the game? Because that's something that Leviathan needs to be able to accomplish finally, to be able to just get over that first step towards being a much better team.
Absolutely. We know some of the pieces are there. Devis, Bookie, and Enga certainly showed us something last split. Toplop and Snaker, I guess maybe just need some time to bed in. We'll see if they can start to get a bit more influence over the map, especially with, I think this lane is pretty good for them. I think it gives them an opportunity for Snaker to not necessarily have to rely on the 2v2 too much. And that's, gives him a bit more of a safe path through to that later stage. And Loud, we'll see what they can do disrupt it. Going to be keeping a close eye on this Young J Jax jungle. Of course, that's kind of the strange element there. And Envy's Orianna, we see Orianna banned almost every single game, to be honest. I'd be surprised if it wasn't the most banned champion in Split 1 so far. There's a ball delivery system with Jax. We'll see if they can do something with that. And we'll see if Young J can make use of this slightly more off-the-wall jungler. As we see some trading from top side, top laners, both junglers on that top side as well. So going to be pathing down towards that bot side.
It's going to be an attempt at having as much control as possible. Already a lot of damage, having to blow the heal down here on top love. But I like the fact that they are not being scared about having to go against an eco or trying to get a little bit more control. You want to have this sort of early control in the lane, because what it creates is it facilitates a lot of the time for the Jax to be able to farm comfortably. Youngjae doesn't have to go against the Xin Zhao early on, because one of the weaknesses from the Jax is having to fight really early on, where he is not really finding his power spikes, and then he just gets completely committed on before he really can start having an impact in the game. So it's important that the side of Loud can control the early stages of the game. They can push the wave so that they can control the entrances on the jungle, and that way the Xin Zhao doesn't really have an easy entrance into the jungle of the Jax.
Yeah, Loud's early game is a bit of a strange beast. Sometimes, mostly I would say, it's pretty lackluster. It does kind of give them away at times, and that kind of puts them in a position where they need to team fight their way out of a hole. But every now and again, they absolutely nail it, and their early game is completely flawless, and they snowball the game really easily. It's a strange one for Loud. Maybe I think it just depends on how well Youngjae performs early on, how well his plans come to fruition. And we'll see, especially with this Jax, as you say, needs a bit of time to get going, not necessarily going to be taking over straight away. We'll see what he can do with this pick, as we see the Loud lanes generally pushing up across the board, making a lot of space for Youngjae to move as he wishes.
And you can see every lane pushing in, every lane having a little bit of control. And importantly, right now, the junglers are about to be meeting in the bottom side Reaver. They should be knowing where the Xin Zhao is as well, just based off the initial vision that they had. And that means that as long as they can control that initial part, there shouldn't be much of an issue to try and just keep up with a lot of this fight or early fighting that they are trying to pull off. As the Jax is even trying to invade here onto the Xin Zhao, trying to put pressure onto the blue buff, knowing that he has early advantage with the Bard capable of roaming around, and he's not taking the blue buff. They are trying to maybe fight for the Scorer Crab, but it's already done.
Yeah, and Enga without really the HP to commit to a river fight. Envy without too much mana, it must be said, but the Orianna autos are pretty strong comparatively in that early stage. We can see just heaping the pressure on Enga, opening up a pretty sizable CS lead from these first few waves of trading as well. We can see why the Orianna has been denied so many times. And a mid laner as experienced as Envy, one of our most veteran players still playing in the CBLOL right now, is making great use of it.
Yeah, it's one of those champions where you really can show up in terms of the lead that you can get and just bully out one of the enemy players as much as possible, especially in the mid lane where you know that there's champions that just cannot get into the lane situation, or a Kali that is very difficult to really find the early stages. You know that you can find a lot of value out of this Orianna. And looking at the standings really quickly, or looking even at the scoreboard, right? Loud is 2-2, Leviathan is 0-4. Technically speaking, there's a world where if Loud loses this game and Leviathan gets the next one as well, we could actually get into a tiebreaker situation for that last spot of playoff. So this is a matchup that actually needs to be taken care of for Loud, because if they give up even just a little bit of an advantage, they may be putting themselves in a really tough spot.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And given that Fluxu has started putting these strings of wins on the boards, they're kind of distancing themselves from the Pain and Leviathan, from that bottom two that would be outside of playoffs. Loud are kind of the last exposed team right now. that only have 2 series between them, as you say, and the head-to-head for Leviathan would be a great boon for them. They would like to try and leapfrog Loud. That would be a turn up for the books if Loud were not to even make it to playoffs in Split 1. Of course, stranger things have happened in this region, but let's see what Leviathan can put together for us. Of course, they are going to have to dig themselves out of a small disadvantage building through the lane. They are still generally pressured across the board, but they have Bucky, they have him on a Zinch out, something very, very strong in the skirmishes. If they can pull Loud into a fight, into a scrap, they do have tools to make success of it.
Yeah, they do have the tools to try and play around it, and gotta give credit to Youngjae. He has been really good at trying to amplify the value from these Jacks as much as possible early on, even having a lead over Buki in terms of what he can accomplish. But right now, it seems like they are moving more with a unit on the side of Leviathan, so they have more members here to try and fight it out. But the fact that the Jax has had such an easy time in the jungle early on, being able to not only farm his jungle, but even try and go invade the enemy jungle and get more vision control and more control over what the Xin Zhao can do, it's really, really good for Loud. They are not really allowing the Xin Zhao to find any angles to even try and go to the lanes and lose early priority, where the Jax doesn't really care about having that early priority. He values much more having control where he doesn't really need to do anything, but he's still finding leads in important points. They did blow the flash a while ago. We did saw the Jhin having to blow the flash, and that may be one of those points where maybe they can find some value.
Oh, Toplop comes in with the minion disguise into the lane, gets a bit of a trade, and Enga certainly happy, I think, to put Envy closer to that potential execution threshold, as level 6 has been achieved for both sides. And now Leviathan with control of this top river, but Loud searching for a way in, but doesn't seem like they can see one. Redbert's not really making a move. Youngjae just working on his blue buff, and that top scuttle's gone.
Yeah, they weren't able to really find an angle there to actually try and commit for a fight for this Scatter Crab. It's not completely necessary. They already are in the lead, but it's still something to look out into, and what else can they try and find control with. As far as the other lanes, like realistically, we have been looking a lot into bot lane and mid lane, a little bit more into the jungle as well, but not really into what is happening top lane. And so far, actually doing a really good job just trying to hold on. 66 CS in a really good spot, playing as the K'Sante, so not really having to overly go into any point. And it's on Davos really trying to find some sort of lead out of this Mbessa, or trying to find an angle to maybe create something for the team. If the Mbessa gets ahead, that would be great news for Leviathan, but it's also some champion that, as long as you are coming out of lane comfortably enough, you can also create enough chaos later on in fights.
Yeah, for sure. Devast has been one of, if not the most shining light for Leviathan since this roster's iteration at the start of the year. His 1v1ing in lane has been earning a lot of praise from kind of all corners of the community. And now, if he has a chance to try and take an advantage over Shino, certainly easier said than done. Loud's topside, a rookie as well in this topside for the year, has been rocketing to the top of everyone's tier list right now, as Bull gets caught up by the Nico. Snaker ults to get into range. The damage is massive, comes through the bar portal. Bull's dropping ever lower, as no summoners left. It's first blood for Snaker and Toplop with the Boomerang Blade.
Yeah, taking full advantage out of not having the flash on the Jhin. Great play they are able to find there. Also, really great timing on the spell shoot by Snaker, stopping the potential stun from the Bard. And then when you follow up on the portal, when there's no stun from the Bard, it's really easy to actually just pull off the kill there. Still, really nice play, really good start for the bot lane from Leviathan. And it's a place where you really don't expect the first blood to come through, especially in a 2v2 situation that usually you expect to see the Xin Zhao as,
ult to this topside. Shino all out with the K'Sante, flashes traded, dashes in, the last auto gets the job done. And Shino with a 1v1 solo kill onto Devast.
And you see one kill on one side, a death on the other side for Leviathan. When something good happens, you cannot get excited for them, because then something bad will happen immediately after. Really good play by Zeno though. Also, quickly to point out, it looks like Mbessa did use ultimate beforehand, so that is one big difference when you look into a fight between the K'Sante and Mbessa. Having that ultimate really makes a big difference for what you can accomplish as the Mbessa, and at the end, they do pay the price with their lives. It also opens up the space for them to get the crops up here in the top side, but the Dragons should be the contest here. Now, for who gets the better victory, gold-wise, Loud is ahead still, but I do think that getting an early kill on the Sivir will always be more valuable, because that means that the ramp-up time for the Sivir goes down considerably.
Yeah, and we have seen how strong Sivir can be in the early stages with a bit of gold. We'll see the replay, and it is just a snap decision by Toplop.
Yeah, great flash in getting the snare there. Like you see, Snaker also doesn't get stunned by the Bard there. And when you lose out on your Bard stun, essentially at that point, and there's no way to actually escape, it's very easy to follow up on the kill. Here onto Devas, getting engaged on really comfortably, but also the amount of damage that he gets hit on, the Tonfa strike consistently, and then not having ultimate for this point particularly. If you have ulti as the Ambessa when you flash here and then Tonfa doesn't connect, you actually have a small margin to outplay the K'Sante. Because there's no ultimate, very easy to just finish the follow-up, actually get the kill, and then don't die in the process. So,
yeah, we can see this is just getting harder and harder now. We can see the item disparity. That Iceborne Gauntlet's completed for Shino. Devas still trying to work on, presumably, an Eclipse start. And that is, it's probably going to be a while before we see Devas with some more room to play. He's still going to be a threat, but he's going to need that first and second item spike because these trades are just brutal.
You would think that one champion is the one building damage and the other one is a tank, just based on the amount of damage that Shino is actually dealing. But it just works out much better for the K'Sante in that sense. And also because of the kill advantage and the way that Shino has been playing, the CS lead as well has been really, really high. It's 102 to 85 on the Ambessa. Very difficult for them to actually fight it out, where in the bot lane you have a much smaller CS lead for Snaker.
Yeah, it is pretty marginal down there. So we see right now Leviathan moving into that bot side river, but Youngjae's on the way to. Redbird actually throws the ultimate, doesn't connect onto Top Plop, trading with normal spells right now. Bookie though is getting a lot of damage down. Top Plop's Pop Blossom cannot connect as in goes Enga, commits the first half of the ultimate, gets the Shuriken onto Envy, threatening, looks for the execution but can't find it, pushes the Orianna to a low HP state at least. As now Bulls rotated up, no movement from Staker, but ultimately both sides will break apart. Nobody goes too low to die.
A little bit of a questionable ultimate there by Toplop. Even though the Diablo was fine, he actually doesn't find the right angle and the ultimate goes really wide. Same for Bookie's ultimate there. They do force the play out where at the very least they push away Youngjae, they blow Redbird's flash, which is not necessarily bad. And then also Envy losing out quite a bit of health there. Still doesn't turn into a kill and they did commit quite a few cooldowns. So for the time being, I'm not expecting to see anything out of Leviathan in terms of fighting, but they did turn around a lot of the gold lead in their favor now. They are actually ahead in terms of the gold. And even though the margin of the lead that they had is very small, still something really positive to look into potential fights in a few minutes. Because at 1.5 items, that's really where I'm expecting to see one of the bigger spikes for the side of Leviathan and where they really can start finding more victories.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely a good platform for them to play forward here. We know their early games are generally their most successful part, and Loud, no stranger to a small deficit at this point in the game. It's how they respond to that, how they maneuver through that mid game and into the late game team fighting. That's been what separates Loud so far in this split. A couple more minutes until the next dragon comes up. At Leviathan, we can see them now becoming a bit more bold, moving into the enemy jungle to try and steal camps away from Leviathan, or from Loud, I should say, where they can. As we see on top side, Shino, as the wave pushed in, a freeze from Devas potentially threatens a movement from Bookie, and we see the respect from it being played by the K'Sante.
Yeah, it's an angle where you have to be a little bit careful about how the wave will end up being, but it looks like he's just waiting a little bit on the side, trying to mess up with Devas as much as possible. And now taking much better trades on Devas, although that can completely change as soon as one Q hits on the side. They are looking for Envy here, but the Orianna still does have flash, has good positioning here moving away, and Redbird reading the play accordingly. I'm really liking the way that Redbird at the very least has been responding to these roams from the Nico, although Enga.
Shockwave committed. The Bard ultimate forces a flash out of the Akali as well. Top up and Bookie. No need to get stuck in right there, but yeah, good rotations through. The top laners are trading heavily. Devas and Shino going down to the wire. About 400 health between them. Both ults committed. They'll both walk away. No one feels confident to try and go for the kill at the end. It's now in the bot side jungle. We've got more fights going on. Bookie and Redbird threatening knockup. Doesn't prevent him going through the tunnel for now. Poplop barely catches onto Youngjae. Enga's looking for a target. Redbird has been caught.
Nice.
Second charge of the ultimate. Grabs Enga the credit as Poplop flashes back to the turret. Youngjae cannot get any more done. And Leviathan walk away with the kill.
And the commitment works this time. They find the kill on Redbird. This time around, no flash escape for the Bard. And really nice moves to be able to get that kill. Also important to remember, MB used the Shockwave on the previous play onto the Akali, where they really took down a lot of the health bar from Enga, but because that was down at that point, they didn't have anything to follow up for this fight. It could have been a 1-for-1 if the shockwave was available, but since there was no shockwave, very easy kill at the end. Now, Youngjae finding Devast here, there's no ultimate on the Mbessa. They are getting a lot of value out of this turret plate and getting this K'Sante really strong. Snaker also is finding value in the bot lane, but it's not comparable to the first turret blood that they will get. And Devast is having a really tough time up here in the top side. He's really not finding the right angles to actually commit to a counter play from the K'Sante. And the lead in terms of CS is becoming higher and higher by the minute.
It is the gold staying marginally in Loud's favor despite the kill advantage to Leviathan. Looks like Lev will at least pick up their second Drake, and Bull is under threat of dive right now. The wave's gone, Snaker's very low. This is dangerous territory. With the curtain call threatening them as well. The clone for Nico will take up that 4th shot as well, and Snaker and Top will escape, but the Dragon is secured by Bookie in the meantime.
Yeah, perfect play over there for the bot side, where they blow the flash from Bull once again, and then they don't lose anything meaningful. Now, they did get the Dragon as well in the process, second Dragon for themselves. That means that they will have an advantage in terms of trying to hit... Oh, was it? Yeah, that was a barrier use.
Yeah,
they actually used the barrier just to cancel out on the back, getting cancelled. Actually, kind of enjoyable to see from Snaker there, but hopefully that doesn't bite him back later on, because that is a summoner used. Ooh,
yeah, and he's going to be under threat from the threats later in the fight. Needs to stay healthy as Envy flashes away to avoid the wind becomes lightning. Bull's W tries to slow Enga down, but Envy will speed his way to safety. So threats on both sides here. Leviathan, though, with the position to open up on the Rift Herald. Enga's gone back to that top wave, mind you, and Snaker's currently in mid lane. Bookie not feeling confident. He's going to step away and let it reset.
Yeah, they did use flash in terms of taking down the flash from the Orianna, but because of what they committed, it was the ultimate from the Akali. That means that the kill threat does go down quite a bit in terms of trying to go for a fight here, and looking for the advantageous position, it's a little bit more difficult now, especially now that the Orianna is back. She doesn't have shockwave, so there's no way for the Orianna to actually respond here. Young is taking a lot of damage.
Positioning over this Herald once again. Bookie calls the shot, goes in. The Crescent Guard comes out. Bard ultimate slows him down. Youngjae's already jumped to safety. Bull over the wall looking for more. Enga trying to find a route in. Shino has arrived. That massive K'Sante.
Oh, wait, Bookie.
Onto Bookie goes all out. The jungler's going to go down first, but Devast is deep
Bull
into
is
the
dead.
top line. Bull's been caught out. Leviathan diving
Wait,
forward.
Sino?
K'Sante's back in the thick of it. Snaker flashes, but he can't survive. Double for K'Sante.
Sino's too big.
For Shino. He's going absolutely crazy on them, everybody. The Loud top laner saves the play, and the Herald goes untaken, but Loud rack up 3 kills.
Yeah, they find important 3 kills there. Zeno is really being the raid boss that you want him to be up there in the top side. He has a lead for a reason, and he's making good use out of that. Now, important for this fight, cooldowns that are up or down in this play, particularly Bookie having to use his ultimate very early on, getting stunned by the Tempered Fate, and then getting stunned once again. That takes away so much value of the Xin Zhao. Even though he healed for a little bit, he still was taken down very quickly. Great ultimate by the Nico, though, to reposition and find a play onto both Pool and Redbird. But because Shino finds the angle onto the backline, the Sivir just dies immediately, barely able to do anything. The Akali doesn't have the follow-up with her ultimate to really get onto the important targets and kill them. And then also, if I'm not wrong, the Gunblade was down. So everything from the Akali was essentially out of play at that point. And because you don't have those summoners or those abilities to really make an impact in the play, Akali feels completely useless after that point.
Trajan once again looking to scrap again right now. Redbird trying to bait them in a little bit, but will not draw them in too hard. We've gone back into a sort of laning setup here. The bot lanes have both rotated to mid lane. Top laners in bot, mid laners in top, and we have not seen more than that first turret go down on top side just now. It's still a fairly kind of even game, fairly slow pace. Loud with a small advantage off that last fight, but Leviathan are the ones with 2 dragons on a Hextech Rift as well. 90 seconds till that next dragon spawns, where Leviathan try and move to Soul Point. Another tentative start of the Rift Herald cancelled straight away, and Loud are definitely operating with a bit of hesitancy right now, as Youngjae might try and stick it this time.
Yeah, they want to see if they can commit for a fighting for the Herald on the side of Leviathan, but it looks like they are not really wanting to overcommit just in case. And I think that there's no problem with that realistically. They don't need to actually fight for this Rift Herald. It's going to be bothersome to try and deal with, but it's not like that will be a game-winning objective just yet. And especially trying to get control over this next dragon, it's going to be much more meaningful because they already have the first two dragons. If they get this next dragon, that becomes a point where they can thread almost at any point with the soul. And I think that would be more meaningful in general. That being said, a lot of the lead that right now we're seeing from Loud, it's completely focused on Xeno. And if Xeno gets taken down or if he's not part of the fight, that's still a point where Leviathan can actually force a fight for themselves.
Absolutely. Snaker is still way ahead on the Sivir. 2 items done right now.
Yeah.
Pushing for that third if possible. That will be a nice big spike for them. And Bull with this build start, the Hex Optics into the RFC. He has bundles of range, but not as much raw power as potentially other starts like Storm Razor or going into an early Infinity Edge can afford a Jhin. So Snaker definitely, I think, with the firepower bonus right now, they just need to keep him safe from Young Jay, from Shino, from an Errant Envy ultimate. As we've got to play developing. Pop Blossom catches onto Redbird. There's going to be a follow-up CC there, but Bookie can't get jumped up. Stunned against the wall. Out comes the Jhin ultimate. Bookie has to flash and Crescent Guard to escape as Top Block flees into the river. Loud cannot get their hands on anybody. Snaker's clearing out that mid lane.
But that was a flash used and ultimate used by the Xin Zhao before the dragon fight even happened. Shino has complete control of the river now. This should be a pretty free dragon for the side of Loud, unless something weird happens. But the control should be completely in their favor. Akali is also still on the top side, trying to push the wave. So it feels like there shouldn't be a lot of opportunities. So Shino getting a good angle.
The backline, all out on
Shino's dead.
And there's no Crescent Guard anymore. Shino with a beautiful pick onto the Leviathan jungler, secures a Drake pick for Loud. The stacking is stalled out for Leviathan. It will not have Hextech Soul Point just yet.
Yeah, and what looked to be potentially a pick onto Redbird turns into a pick onto the Xin Zhao instead. I understand the idea of wanting to try and get the bar down, but I feel like Leviathan need to commit more to the idea that if they get a 2-man or 3-man knockup with the Nico ultimate and set up for the Mbessa and the Kali to reach the backline, that's way more valuable than just getting a pick. Especially at this point of the game where teamfights are gonna be chaotic and the damage or the gold lead is so front focused on Xeno. You reaching or killing the backline is going to be more worth, because in that point, if it's only Xeno, it's easier to deal with than if you leave him by himself with the rest of the team, and that way he can find team fights in their favor. They lose the dragon now at this point. That means that the soul point not going to be able to be obtained, and the game will take a little bit longer now if you want to look for that win condition.
Loud finally opened up the first real gold lead of the game, 1.5k in their favor.
Yeah.
Their first dragon, 3 grubs and 2 turrets on their side. They're starting to get into that preferable point of the game where Loud really comes into their own. We haven't seen too much playmaking from them, it must be said. It's mostly, as you say, it's mostly Leviathan attempting things that are being rebuffed by Loud and kind of turned on their heads. But at some stage, we will need to see Loud shoot for these Jax Orianna combos, potentially an aggressive Bard ult. We'll see what they can put together. As Leviathan does end up taking that top turret through the extensive damage they've put through it, and are currently moving to take top river control. Top Block still searching for those catches, as he has been all game.
Yeah, and that's one of those things where I'm thinking about how the game has been going for both sides. And Leviathan has been the one trying to be the driving force, as we see a little bit of engage. Wookie. Oh, Shockwave was wide.
Backstapes on the shockwave. Not great timing there from Loud as Top Block goes in. Flashes,
they find
just
him.
catches onto Young Jay. Forces the Loud jungler to flash away himself. So a bit of a flub from Loud. Does trade a summoner with the Leviathan support. Looking for a potential re-engage now. Bull's ultimate comes out, but it's not the best positioned. Bookie with the Crescent Guard in the front line. Pushed back into the curtain call. Shino, though, is in the mix and is doing work as always. Enga has to flash out. He's too low to continue. Devast into the Loud backline, but he can't do too much.
Oh, great timing there.
Snaker getting those autos down as Shino goes all out. The Sivir is starting to fire onto
Sivir.
Well, he's actually going straight deep into the backside, but Young Jay's arrived with another stun. Snaker tried to be the hero in that play, puts himself in danger, and Loud will pick him off.
Yeah, this is a 2.5 item Sivir, not a 3 or 4 item Sivir. I can see that hero play maybe a little bit later, but this fight going all around, a lot of abilities missing around, a lot of things not hitting or connecting on the right targets, and the way way that it started, it was looking positive for Leviathan. Shockwave going wide, Jungjae having to run away and flash away. Yes, the Nico ultimate does go wide, but at that point you did blow a couple of summoners that were important at that point. And then the follow-up is where it really comes through for Loud. The thing is that for Loud particularly, the way that their game plan goes right now is that if Sino arrives and he gets onto the backline, it's really difficult to actually put a stop to them. But you can see Buki fighting here, getting the blue buff, or actually I'm not sure if he got the blue buff, but they got the Shockwave goes wide. The fight can go through if you're able to reach Jungjae quick enough that you can get the kill, and if not, you disengage and reaccommodate as a team, because the teleport, or actually Sino was coming in with the portals to try and go back with the team. When the Mbessa also arrives to this play, you have a bit of an angle where you can actually force a fight, but at this point where Buki was forced into a bad spot by Sino and Enga has to run away, I think you even either Davis commits to the play onto the backline. You cannot ulti Sino because he's gonna become unstoppable at one point with his ultimate or with his abilities and run away, or follow up with a Snaker so that he can go into the backline as well, or just run away. Like, you cannot go in between the two things. You cannot flip-flop between going back onto the backline or going into Sino. You have to commit to one play, and that's what at the end affects Leviathan, because they flip-flop between both.
Yeah, and it does leave Snaker trying to make that decision, sends himself into harm's way. Shino clears it up 7-0 and 0. 3.5k over Devast right now. This Cassante is absolutely gigantic. Snaker's the guy that's going to have to deal with him later on. And as you say, he's not 4 items deep yet. He's still working on the third. It is going to be a Lord Dominic's regards. He's going to, you know, have a piece of the puzzle to try and take down this Cassante, but we're a long way out from the, you know, the following Infinity Edge, the later pieces that really make Snaker able to deal with that. For now, Shino is nigh on uncontestable in this game. All they can do is push waves into him and try and stay out of his way.
Yeah, and because a lot of damage, or the consistent damage from the side of Leviathan, is going to be physical damage, he doesn't really need to itemize even against Enga at all. So a lot of the focus for Shino can just be on itemizing against the Sivir and the Mbessa, even the Xinjiao to a certain degree, and that way play the game out much more comfortably. They are now dominating much more of the map with the control that they have. They take down multiple turrets. They also take down the tier 2 down here. They are even getting the dragon for free. There's not a lot of angles here for Leviathan to actually fight for them, and that means that they realistically cannot look into trying to take it away. I feel like at this point, Leviathan should really just try and focus on getting that third item on the Sivir, third item on the Akali, and try and play for a Baron bait or a Baron play to force something out of the side of Loud, and that way maybe get a better fight.
It's going to be tough for them. As we see Leviathan now, much less control over those rivers. The vision especially see through that bot side, around top side of mid as well. Heavily Loud favored. They managed to take full control of this game after a fairly close start, with Leviathan able to put some plays on the board. Now Loud have stepped into the driver's seat. 3,000 gold ahead, 2 Hextech Drakes stacked up as well. The Baron could be their prize if they can find another team fight win. They're kind of hovering, using this empowered scuttle coming out of the river just now to clear out even more vision. They might end up just starting it and daring Leviathan to come in and stop them.
Yeah, they could be daring and trying to start it. They don't have the quickest Baron buff take, though, because they do have a Jhin. And the Orianna and the Jax are not necessarily like the quickest Baron takers. But it's still an angle where they can try and force a bait with it, especially with having Sino's teleport now onto the backline. That can be another way of just trying to thread it, because right now Sino's even pushing into the bot lane. He has complete control of where he wants to go, and he has enough damage to be able to try and take down the turret.
Pushing on that bot turret right now. Devast is once again going to get the thankless task of trying to answer him. They'll hold on to that bot turret for the time being, but Shino has once again full control over his entire quadrant. It's going to start clearing out jungle camps as well as Loud, doing a bit of housekeeping, and they'll head back towards that Baron to see if they can threaten, maybe try and pull the TP off of Devast. A Snaker absorbing farm in the mid lane. He is now 3 items deep as well. LDR has been completed, so he's going to be a little bit more effective, as Bull as well has done an Infinity Edge completion too, so his curtain calls are going to be hitting even harder. Leviathan only playing on a pink quarter right now. Look for a catch onto Redbird, but they won't quite find him.
Okay, trying to find Embi here. Embi is not knowing about this great angle there.
Just trade it. Knockup is there. Enga flashes in. The Bard ultimate comes down, but it catches Envy as well. He's not going to be able to put any distance in there. Oriana has been caught. Leviathan with the second trap in the top brush.
That was teleport in.
Target Snaker isolated right now. If he stands on a Jin trap, he's going to get caught. Youngjae jumps over, and the Sivir has to flash, followed easily by Jax. And it's carry for carry, but Leviathan needed that Sivir.
Yeah, big mistake there by Snaker, not respecting the potential of anyone being in that position, especially knowing that your team is pretty much focused on top side. You cannot walk through that point. Oh, wait, Bull. They are finding here the Jin as well. Oh, great angle.
It's in Anger looking for a target. Youngjae's dropping kind of low. The shield comes out. Can they actually get him down?
Youngjae.
He jumps back in. Youngjae jumps back to
Youngjae's
safety.
alive?
Top flop. Cannot quite catch him with a pop blossom in the backline. And now Shino goes to work on the Leviathan members.
Oh, they don't care at all.
Flop flashing from the Kasane. He's dropping awfully low, but that is no reason to worry. Kill onto Enga, 9th kill of the game, and Loud win the team fight again.
And it was looking like maybe Leviathan was gonna find the fight that they needed, or the pick that they needed to finally push a little bit more, but they lose Snaker immediately and then immediately lose a fight after that. Really, really good fight by Loud. They find the right angle that they were looking for, and now this should be a free Baron buff. It is going to take a little bit, but it's a free Baron because there's no jungler to actually put a stop to this. And now the question is what Leviathan can do at this point. Shino is still a raid boss. The Sivir just now completed her 3rd item, which can try and be useful to take down Sino, but the problem is that with how some of these fights are going, there never seems to be an angle for the Sivir to get more than 2 or 3 out attacks out of him fights. And if that's the case, she becomes pretty useless. She barely can do anything compared to that Jane, obviously. And now to look at the fight, right? The angle here onto Embi was really, really good. The idea is great to try and pick up this Oriana. You trade flashes. The Bard ultimate doesn't really accomplish much. But here, Enga doesn't fight the right angle. He has to commit a flash to even get onto the Oriana as well. And they knew Snaker was in this position, but there's no reason for Snaker to be here. Snaker has no reason to be trying to go for this wave because all his team is on the top side. You know that if all your team is top side there should be an angle for them to try and commit on that position. And the idea here, they don't find the right angle onto Bull. Youngjae gets committed on, but there's no way to actually finish the kill at this point. Great stun as well to just block Buki to even get the kill onto Youngjae. And when Shino arrives, it's just a complete mess, and there's no way to actually put a stop to this Kaysanti at that point.
No, he's just going where he pleases right now. Bit of a Mundo cosplay from Shino. A lot more deadly, a lot more dashes. He's 5,000 gold up on Devast individually right now. Yep. Loud are about 8.5k up as a team. The Baron power play still ongoing. Hextech Dragon will spawn in the bot side in just a few seconds, giving Loud another objective to peel off for if they wish. But currently, the mid and top lane pushes. They're more than happy with Engus TPing into the backline. They know Shino isn't there. This is the only chance they have. They can find it. Top left gets the knockup, but he cannot get any more done. Youngjae knocks him over.
Suffering.
Devast hunting. Snaker's already fallen. And that's given Shino time to rotate over. Yep. Leviathan's last-ditch attempt, TPing in, results in the clean ace 4-1. And Loud with the Baron wave in top lane. They're going to push forward for the game win.
Yeah, they're gonna finish it out now. One last-ditch effort, like you were mentioning, for the side of Leviathan to see if they can turn it around, but sadly not enough at that point, and it's gonna be game 1 victory for Loud. They played out the game according to what they needed to do, but pretty much everything on the back of Sino. If this Kaysanti wasn't as big as he was, I think this game can go either way in a lot of situations, because it looked like Leviathan was having the better first move in a lot of those places. They were the ones starting the fights, looking for the right place, and trying to find some sort of lead at every point, but Sino was so big that he kind of negated all of that at every point.
Yeah, he was just the quintessential Kaysanti copy pasta, you know, coming through there, ended the game, double-digit kills, no deaths on the board, a couple of assists. Truly phenomenal stuff by this Loud top laner who is just going from strength to strength in 2026. He is setting the bar for tops right now, and I believe, reviewing the standings and game scores, I think that might actually lock Leviathan and Pain out of playoffs from that game, because they only have 2 more series to play after today. I guess if Leviathan wins 2-1 and then wins again, they will have the head-to-head and could beat Loud. But I think Pain can't do it anymore.
So, yeah, because Leviathan still does have 3 games. Like, counting this one, they do have 3 games. I do think they still have a chance based off of, like, series record. No, not games, but series record. They still have a chance.
Yeah.
But, like, It's gonna be a difficult one. Don't get me wrong. I think there's still a chance, obviously.
Yeah.
But because looking at the calendar, right? If Leviathan does turn it around here, Leviathan has BKS, which is their hardest matchup after Loud. But then they have Pain last. Like they have the last game against Spain, which can be the like technically thinking about like in general that should be a 2-0 or at the very least a win for Leviathan. And then Loud has Furia and BKS. So if by some mean Leviathan does win out the series, there's still an argument to make that Leviathan can make playoffs.
Yes, I believe they can to swap over in front of Loud. For Pain, they would need to, assuming Leviathan gets to that point, they're already going to be above Pain because they'll have more like success, I think, to make that possible to leapfrog over Loud. And Pain needed Loud to win no games so they could have more won games. They'd have 6 over 5. And then they wouldn't need to head-to-head, because Loud has the head-to-head over Pain. So if they ended up both with 6 wins total in games, then they would lose the head-to-head. So Pain needed Loud to lose all of their games going. Yeah, need to lose every single game. Because Loud's won at least one, I believe Pain are now locked in at least 7th or 8th. Now, we'll see if that gets confirmed. And Leviathan, of course, can still go for the last-ditch run, hard as it is. And given from what we saw this game, it kind of, I think, more or less went as expected. Leviathan with some plays in the early game with some success to use. The Snaker top flop kill in the bot lane, that was nice to see. That's not something we normally see at the Leviathan bot side. However, when the skirmishes in the mid game and late game came around, Loud just looked so much more collected, like they had a better plan. And even with the lead that Snaker had, it felt like he was not ever in a position to leverage it in a team fight. The one time he went way too hard with it before you can as a Sivir. And it just fell apart.
Yeah, and that's a big thing that Leviathan has been suffering from all season, right? It's the fact that you see some positive play at one point, and then right after, immediately something bad happens to them. It's that play in the bot side. They get the first kill onto Pool, they get the first blood onto the Sivir, and then right after, immediately, Devils dies. And it's like, you get a victory, but then immediately that victory gets covered by a big failure. And that sort of thing happens very consistently for Leviathan. And it feels like if they can find the right balance between victories and failures in some of the plays, that could be fine for them. But it feels like every time they go for a good play, an even bigger failure happens in the process. They need to get a little bit better at controlling those sort of things, because if not, their leads are always going to be just very minimal compared to what they could have been after that point.
Yeah, it's not necessarily giving themselves the tools to succeed and still leaving the gaps on the map, right, for exploitation, so they can never really truly get ahead. And for Loud, you know, it's still a little messy. They're still not the cleanest, but ultimately I think this matchup, they do look like they're just better. And it does help when your Cassante is 5k up. You know, it certainly is hard to defeat Cassante.
That works.
When he's 5k up. So with that, let's go to a break, and we'll come back and see if Loud can complete a swift 2-0 or if Leviathan can keep their hopes of playoffs alive. We'll see you back here in a moment. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 2 of Loud versus Leviathan, and we are already underway in the pick and ban phase. So let's not waste any time. Let's get into it. And so far, Loud focusing the support role and Leviathan on the jungle role. Now, we saw YoungJay pushed onto the Jax last game TDS. It was fine. You know, it didn't really seem like it was the catalyst of necessarily anything in that game, but it is rare that we see YoungJay stray out of his usual wheelhouse of the Jarvans and the Pantheons and the Zins. So it was nice to see something a little different at the very least, but not super remarkable either way, I suppose.
Yeah, essentially forcing himself into a champion that it's not like you're mentioning the usual, but it still worked out quite nicely. I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that they controlled so well the early game, where there was not enough pressure onto YoungJay, and he was able to just run around, farm accordingly, and then not have to bother with a lot of how the game usually goes. Now, this time around, with a lot of the junglers already banned away, only thing that is still left, like Varus taken away, so you still have things like the Vi available, but now you do have to go a little bit deeper into the pool. The Ahri looks to be the first pick here for Loud potentially, which for MB not necessarily a bad option. That may mean as well that they go for something like the Vi a little bit more aggressive in the jungle, but with the Annie now, maybe they opt into something different as far as jungle picks go. The Wukong also could start being a little bit more prioritized in this game, particularly since a lot of the other junglers are already out, and that way try and have something to play around for level 6 power spikes.
And he locked in for Loud. Rumble for Leviathan. So Deva's going to take this one blind, obviously, without the Cassante, the standard answer. That is going to give him a little bit more of a clear path there. Jarvan locked down for Bookie as well. So he is still very much playing to type, something that can be aggressive early, that can potentially scrap in a 1v1, can gank a lot, maybe look to invade. So Bookie likely to be up to his usual tricks. And for YoungJay, given there's no J4, no Nocturne, no Pantheon, and now, I suppose, no Jax or Xin Zhao, maybe it is going to be the early Neferi. We saw it banned away second rotation last time, but maybe we're going to see the pivot instead. It is the Aatrox. This is one of the other kind of carry junglers we are still seeing quite a lot of. It does fit into YoungJay's style. And with an Aurora locked in as well, we do have our top side already set for Loud.
Yeah, I was waiting to see if they went for something else as well in the process, because there was a chance for a flex potential there, and now the Aurora to close it out. I was thinking maybe a Galio angle could have come through with the Annie already picked, and now that Aurora is also there, I think Galio doesn't necessarily follow up that hard this game. You have a great combo as well with the Rumble and the Jax, and the Jarvan, sorry, but it looks like maybe potentially the Anivia looking to be picked. Well, yeah, the Galio would make a lot of sense, just waiting for it to actually be picked. The combo is there. The way that this game plays, and going against the Annie is not necessarily a bad matchup, because Annie is really based on that Q farming and Q stun. So as long as you play the Galio accordingly, there shouldn't be much of an issue to try and play around it. What this does mean, though, is that bot lane was not picked at all, and a lot of bans may now go towards that bot side. Things like the Ezreal may get taken out, Caitlyn as well, maybe a little bit more of a focus. But with the other like supports that were already banned away, that could also be an option. Darrell taken out, things like the Leona maybe going to be one of those focuses. Lulu as well could be taken out.
Yeah, and given what we've seen from Leviathan, this top side, it's a very classical kind of three-piece combo up there. For Snaker, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, the Ezreal being banned away, just something that can kind of be self-sufficient and just kind of make its own way through the game, through the team fight. Leviathan, they focus the Rel away from Redbird. Interesting, as we don't see much Rel play right now still. Redbird's one of our last few kind of common Rel players. And we'll see if Loud... I mean, there's still plenty of enchanters open right now for potentially when you have... you know, an Aatrox jungle, pairing an enchanter with it certainly is a good way to win out team fights later on. So Redbird still with some options to play with. It's actually Leviathan banning the Caitlyn themselves too. So these bot lane we're already focusing so heavily on this role that even in just game 2, feels like we are kind of reaching to the bottom of the barrel. Maybe this is going to be some sort of a Xayah angle from somebody. I mean, perhaps Bull, I think, given he's the one with a Jarvan Rumble combo to try and deal with.
This could be a Misfortune angle for Leviathan, since they have already like the combo with the Jarvan and the Galio. Misfortune to add on top of that, not necessarily a bad option. That being said, it is one of those lower tier AD carries that you can opt into. The Yunara and Lulu is still available if you want to go for it. The thing is that if you do pick one of them, then the other one gets left open. The Corki, I actually forgot, the Corki is still available. Nami is also available there, so Corki Nami could be the option. But it looks like the Yunara taken here. Well, the Nami is still available and the Lulu as well, so you can opt into Yunara and any pairing that is left from the two if the side of Loud takes the other. So there's still that angle to go for.
Yeah. They're going to be happy to see that one go over, and we'll imagine that we'll probably see top lock in the Lulu. We could, of course, see him pick another engage option, right? The Nautilus has been taken away in the Rel, but there is still a Leona, there's still an Alistair that we might see pick up to try and just CC it out. But yeah, normally giving Snaker a bit of support in the team fight probably wouldn't go amiss, given there is an Aatrox breathing down his neck in these plays. So yeah, it's going to be pretty much coming out as you expected. TDS, we got Yunara, Lulu on one side, Nami, Corki on the other. So the focus is really, you know, the jungle for Loud Young Jay is obviously always a focal point, and with the Aatrox, he is one of the primary carries in this game. But I want to see if Bookie on the Jarvan can actually do a bit more to disrupt his early game, to get the lanes a little bit further behind. We saw Loud pushing across the board last time. They weren't really under pressure anywhere, and Bookie wasn't able to have his usual sort of agency in that early stage.
Yeah, this is pretty similar when you think about it to the previous game where, in terms of jungle matchups, where realistically the Aatrox shouldn't be a factor when you consider early ganking or early game. It should be more so something that you start trying to farm as much as possible, stack up for the later stages, and then really you see the value from the Aatrox on the 1.5 item, and the spiking goes on with each item. The Jarvan, though, you want to see him ganking as much as possible, and I think particularly for this game, focus topside and mid lane. Those two lanes need to be the ones that you focus on, because that's pretty much what you base your combo on. If those two champions get ahead or the counterparts get behind, your combo becomes way, way stronger. But if they are even or if they are behind, that becomes a bit more of an impacting issue for how you want to play around them, and that makes your combo, the idea that you were planning on for the game, become much more difficult to pull off. So I want to see Bookie focus those lanes as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if we can get that top side going. That has been the Leviathan best option so far in 2026, has been that top side. Maybe they can find a little bit more purchase in this game. Loud, of course, would love to sweep them aside and move forward to that swift 2-0 to put their own hopes of climbing a bit further back up the standings in time for playoffs, back in a safer position. Their first game certainly was pretty comfortable for them, right? No one was really struggling. Shino was obviously going insane, but the rest of the team was kind of functioning as a well-oiled machine, something that we do sometimes lack from Loud. So it was nice to see them kind of functioning in a relatively normal way. They've had their match versus Pain. They clean 2-0'd that. They managed to beat Los, but that loss to Fluxu, given what Fluxu did to Furia, is looking a bit less like a massive Loud stumble, to be honest, and perhaps just a step on the Fluxu road to redemption. So this Loud roster definitely still has a lot of threat to offer, and we know that they can, as we said they could lose to anyone, but you also made a point to mention they can also be anyone.
Yeah, exactly. I do want to say I'm on the Fluxo train, so hopefully that wasn't one off, and Fluxo can get better. Yeah, but like it is one of those things that you have to wait and see where we actually stack up on those things. Same for Loud. Like I think Loud needs to be one of those things where they begin stacking up on what you want to see out of them, especially after what we saw in the first CBLOL Cup, and what they can begin stacking up to later on as well. And especially against Leviathan, I don't necessarily need them to be like dominating and destroy them completely, but at the very least I want to see like those small things that we saw from Loud early on in the year to begin coming back to play.
Absolutely, the lanes crashing into this bot side, the trades already beginning. Nami, Corki, and Yunara Lulu, both very strong 2v2s in that early stage. Obviously, Yunara, one of our classic kind of attack speed scaling 1v9 champions later on, and the Corki burst with just a couple items under his belt is absolutely massive. Both of these bot laners with a chance to have heavy influence over this match. And to be honest, for Leviathan especially, when they have this Galio in the mid lane, Enga's not going to be able to step up on a usual carry, something like a Cassio or a Zoe that he's played in the past, and Gebest is going to have a very strong mid game on the Rumble, but the late game is going to be back onto Snaker's shoulders, kind of as it was last game. We didn't really get a chance to see it come through to fruition for Leviathan, but this is another game where we can try and change that.
Well, the difference between this game and last game for Snaker, I think, or I would argue, has to do with the fact that there is better protection for Snaker this time around. Having a Lulu is gonna work out much better for yourself when you actually want to go for team fights compared to the Nico that wants to go in consistently. And then also not having to deal with a big tank is gonna be also a good thing for Snaker. That being said, Snaker probably gets exploded pretty quickly if a team fight goes on and you're behind by like 1.5 items against the Aurora. You probably get killed immediately. So there's that kind of like takeaway that you can go into as well in the process. But for Snaker, there needs to be a really good performance this game. I think last game there was tools for the Sivir to actually carry it out, but then a couple of mistakes here and there really messed up a lot of what Leviathan could have actually accomplished with how they were playing, and then also just having to deal with the K'Sante.
Raid's going comfortably in the favor of Envy in the mid lane, but it's a much less heavy pushing affair from Loud so far. Obviously, a Galio pre-level 6 as well. Melee into range, likely to get generally shoved about until you can get a bit of that magic resist stacked up to make the trading easier. Some base levels in your skills to clear out the waves quicker. So not really nothing untoward coming through from Leviathan as we check onto top side as well. We don't often see Shino on the range top laners, I must say. Even kind of common choices like the Aurora is much more often on just kind of an absorbing tank. You much more often go to a K'Sante or a Sion into a ranged matchup and just absorb the pressure, even things like Rek'Sai. So it's interesting to see him take the Aurora himself, and given the dominance in last game, getting the morning matchup doesn't seem like a bad idea.
Yeah, having something in your favor like this Aurora, especially trying to show up in different things, is going to be a good thing for Loud as well. I feel like when you're trying to set up for your playstyle, it's fine to start off with things like the tanks for your top lane and then work down over there. But then also having the possibility of having Shino be on a carry champion on the occasion can work out as well, especially for a team like Loud that I feel like their expectation is always going to be trying to reach those international tournaments. Having those varied playstyles can work out much better. And I think that Sino has been coming up or coming out of like his own small bubble. Obviously, being like starting out really recently has to do with that, I think. But he needs to come out of his bubble in that sense. And I feel like he has been doing that in this split, particularly trying to be a much bigger point of value for Loud compared to the previous one.
Yeah, absolutely. Currently looking for, kind of checking in back on, actually we see barrier dropped by Bull. He's got no mana to trade, and Snaker making good use out of the Unara kit to push Redbert and Bull back. Remember, of course, the 2v2 kill was Leviathan's in the last game, as Enga has dashed forward right now with the Justice Punch, drops to the top, but is backstepped by Young Jay, has to flash away from the Infernal Chain. So a quick punish on that spell usage onto Enga.
Yeah, great cancel there by Young Jay to just get the deny onto the W, and that way force the flash out. And first rotation or first gank we see of the game actually coming from Young Jay. Surprised that we have barely seen the Jarvan at all trying to be as impactful as possible. And in the process, he's still behind actually to Young Jay as well. So Buki needs to be a little bit more active in that sense. About to reach level 6, maybe that point we actually begin seeing the Jarvan be more active. But I was expecting to see a level 3 gank, level 4 gank at some point.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of it yet, right? We're looking for a little bit more from Buki. He's going to start up, the bot Scuttle, is on Vision right now, and Young Jay, not quite level 6, but of course this Aatrox does do a lot of damage early on, does not need items to be happily able to go toe-to-toe with basically anybody on the Rift at this early stage coming out of the jungle role. As Shino and Devast still trading heavily in this top side. TP not available for either of them, so if there was a play on the bot side, there would be no top assistance. But Shino probably likes it that way, would probably happily keep Bully and Devast for the time being.
Yeah, pretty much it's just a little bit of trading here and there, a little bit of holding the wave for as much as you can, and trying to see what you can start setting up for. But I feel like compared to the previous game, we haven't seen much of the aggressiveness that we were seeing on both sides. Trying to go into the enemy jungle, trying to push as much as possible, trying to force plays in your favor. We haven't seen much of that. And then we haven't seen force or trying to force as much flashes as possible in some of those plays. It's only really the one in the mid lane, but it's a Galio. So realistically, even if you force the initial flash out of him, as long as he doesn't overcommit for a play, which doesn't typically happen with a Galio, there shouldn't be much that could end up happening here.
Okay, only not too far from the mid lane, but Young Jay is watching and waiting for the ward down to try and expect Buki roaming into that mid side, but he's going to go head down to the bot side instead. So Young Jay does seem to be keeping good track of Buki's movements and has yet to try and pounce right now, but Envy maintaining priority means he is going to be able to move first. We're able to get a fight started. Buki, though, taking the opportunity to start up the Drake on bot side. See the blue control ward will give Loud information this is happening, but Young Jay parts away straight away, doesn't want to get involved in this play for now, whereas Drake will be Leviathan's.
yeah, all the control they were able to get down there means that they can move into the Dragon first and try and get that one as soon as possible. Similar to the previous game, they're gonna get the first Dragon of the game, so trying to get that early objective control. Now we need to see if they can transform that into a much bigger lead as well in the process. It's gonna be Hextech Dragon next, so it's not gonna be a Hextech Soul this time around as well. But at the very least, you're starting to stack up on them. And I feel like compared to the previous game as well, the bot lane particularly having even more value out of not necessarily the kill, but the way that they are playing to control the side and then trying to force into the enemy AD carry. They're not necessarily super far ahead, but they are trying to get a lead where Snaker, even without a first blood, can still be of quick impact as soon as they reach that first blood status. As Buki is coming here, but I don't think they can try and dive just yet.
Yeah, again, Loud with the vision on that the ward that is cleared up by Leviathan, but they won't draw themselves into any untoward plays. Young Jay still strolling back through the mid lane. It has been a very quiet early game in this second game. Potentially Leviathan's last chance at a playoff spot decided on this game of League of Legends right here. Loud with less pressure to play with, but certainly would love to keep their momentum building into that latter part of the season. And traditionally have not seemed too pressured in those early games. But Leviathan, they really needed to put something on the board, I feel. They want to get into that mid game where Buki and Devast are a couple items deep, spiking, and can try and take the fight to Loud in a bit more of an active sense. But right now, it just seems like Loud are scaling up a Corki and an 8-Drops without any real contesting.
Yeah, trying to see what they can try and contest for, but with the state of the game, it's very difficult to look into what exactly can they look at this point right now. Both objectives already taken down, nothing really to look for. Everyone has an ultimate at this point, so maybe they can try and find a fight, but it's very difficult to actually look into what else can they look for, because the aggressiveness on some champions is just non-existent. For example, in the mid lane, you have the Galio. He doesn't really necessarily look into being aggressive by himself. You have to have somebody to follow up on, and if the Jarvan is not the one looking for plays, the Galio will not move either. We need to see Buki or Youngjae now finally start doing something in the map. Ooh.
This one, but not gonna find it right there. As Buki on this top side right now, maybe looking to finally find an angle onto Shino up on that top side to stop this Aurora scaling, but doesn't seem to find any comfort there. Is hovering with intent in that top side. Youngjae is also in the top jungle, but is a little ways away. And right now, Devast, I think, is trying to draw Shino into a play. Isn't going to have any luck right there. They'll see Devast and Buki sneaking out of the brushes, and Shino will not be drawn into a fight, right? So once again, Loud just kind of too canny to get drawn into a bad idea by Lev.
Yeah, and realistically, with the way that the game is going, where nothing is happening really, I'm not even sure who actually this benefits, because technically speaking, late game, you have arguments for both teams. You have a Yunara Lulu, which is one of the better late game duos. You have the Aurora and the Quirky Nami duo that also can spike out really well in the late game. But then you also have the Powerball combo with the Jarvan, the Rumble, and the Galio. And it's like, realistically, it really depends on execution more so than it is on who has the better late game with this sort of compositions. And I'm not sure who this sort of lull state benefits the most, as we see a little bit of a fight finally happening.
Young Jay sliding away from Buki. Top flop's already rotated up to keep that support there. The top lane, as we can see, Devast actually finding some 1v1 success. Much needed boon for Leviathan here to get that top lane going a little better, but Envy still ready with the Tibbers to drop. Redbird drops a heal to try and get them into position faster. Now comes the Scuttle. Buki dives in, cannot find the knockup though. World Ender is there. Bull caught him with the Cataclysm, tries to escape. Lula walks down. In comes Enga. The taunt's going to catch a couple. Envy doesn't land a good Tibbers, but Young Jay certainly can land the Darkened Blades. First and second blood secured. Leviathan running for the hills. Snaker dashes over the wall, but a double kill for Young Jay, followed with the Summoner. Enga will make it to the turret, but the rest of Loud are sitting.
No way. I was looking topside. Zeno didn't die with just a sliver of health. No way. That's really unlucky for Devast, by the way. But then the fight on the bot side, complete another victory for Loud down there, able to get everything they wanted. And huge question marks in the way that bot lane fight play for Leviathan. The idea is not necessarily bad. They are starting or forcing the fight when they see Youngjae out of position. As soon as the World Ender comes through, though, that starts becoming a little bit better to try and manage out for Loud. But the execution with some of those ultimates were really bad. Buki trying to engage here. He takes a lot of damage, by the way. But the engage here fails on the engage of the Youngjae, then goes Cataclysm into the Corki, and then the ultimate by the Lulu those two things, as well as the Galio ultimate coming after that, everything feels very, very, very badly timed. And then Snaker taking too much damage, but realistically, Snaker is meaningless in this fight. There's no real reason for the Yunara to be the important angle in this whole sequence, because the two things that you value the most are Jarvan ultimate and Galio ultimate. And both of them went really disjointed into targets that are gonna be pretty meaningless to use. And then when everything comes through, the Yunara realistically has no actual value because she's just waiting for getting auto attacks down, but she cannot do that at all. So realistically, it's just a badly fought fight for the side of Leviathan.
Bit of a nightmare for Leviathan, who needed that fight to go their way if they can get that lead built up for the mid game. Devas, though, we can still see feeling confident now in this 1v1, has managed to get through the Aurora lane pretty decently, but Buki struggling into Youngjae.
Buki.
My word, the flash ends up being burnt. Redbird and Youngjae are just robbing Buki blind in his bot side jungle.
Yeah, they didn't even auto attack the blue, and they still got the smite still pretty comfortably, and then also taking the flash away. Youngjae now has complete domination over the jungle matchup, and then top lob, not enough. Able to escape at the very least there.
Yeah, he gets away from the Nami wave. Loud, though, with complete control. They're the ones now searching for the plays. Leviathan on the back foot, stumbling potentially back into a 0-2. That would end their playoff dreams in this season. Buki looks for a bit of a counter invade if he can find one. This is more of the Buki we'd expect to see, but Youngjae and Redbird are still incredibly strong. The World Ender's available for Aatrox. Loud, though, being a bit restrained here as Shino still getting shoved around by Devas on the top of your screen, and Buki cannot get the smite steal. I think Youngjae still walked away with it.
I think he got it.
Sure, though. We might get it. Yeah, Youngjae already had it, I suppose, or already stole it from that bot side. The Buki does at least get the steal, but there's no kills to be found up here right now.
Yeah, at the very least, he's able to get it. That's one of the most important parts. I think he even gets the Grump as well. So getting something at the very least in that process, it's good. Now, we did see a lot of the fighting that happened on the top side. Not necessarily a kill happening, but both top laners really not scared to try and force as much as possible. There is a slight lead that Zeno does have thanks to being ranged to the Rumble, but still Devil's doing a good job being able to fight it out as much as possible. And then even with the early kills, Snaker still being ahead of the Corki. It's a really positive news for Leviathan, because now gets the first item, gonna begin stacking up, and maybe we can actually see this Yunara be the game changer later on as well.
Yeah, it is. If there was ever a time for Snaker to find some of that form we saw from him back in 2025 Split 1 playoffs, I believe it was. That was certainly a show up for the books as Envy. Has been caught out by Buki and Enga here. That Jarvan Galio combo, easy to execute and very effective as well. They'll get the clean kill.
Yeah, gets the clean kill and now can move into trying to get the Herald. The only problem is that Buki did take a lot of damage. Wait, Snaker.
Suffering a little bit. The heal is popped. Back
top
lob, but he gets away from the Nami bubble at least, and Snaker firing a bit of damage back into Youngjae. There's a 3v2 in the mid lane, keeps Leviathan alive, gives Buki and Enga a chance to finish off this Herald. It will be secured. Enga's going to drop the taunt, tries to slide away with the Justice Punch, picks up the Herald himself as well as Youngjae. Drops the World Raider. World Ender, I should say, throwing Dark Blaze down as well as Enga is trying to scrabble back to that topside tower. He's pretty tanky, should be able to get there. Uses the Justice Punch to nicely dodge away. Gets the Herald done, sure does not give up his life.
Gali is one of those champions that I'm pretty sure you're going to have a very hard time actually trying to kill, especially if you don't have the rest of your team on your side. They do blow the Flash, so taking down the Flash, not bad, but for a Gali, it's not the end of the world. They do get the Rift Herald as well in the process, and finding the kill in MB really, really important. I think one of the first times we actually see Buki trying to be an impactful factor in attempting to go for a gank, trying to reach those backlines. Oh wait, Redbird?
Snaker is threatening, and Snaker just takes Redbird to bits in the mid lane.
Oh,
but
great
with no
flasher.
mana to follow up, Youngjae doesn't find any purchase on it. And that's a much needed bit of gold for Leviathan. This Yunara now with a sizable gold lead over Bulls Corki.
Able to get a really, really good gold lead at that point. Still, Snaker, the one appearing here, really, really important. And we're actually seeing the signs of life for Leviathan appear really comfortably. Really bad positioning there by Redbird, actually stepping up that far forward. But it's also a sign that we have seen from the previous game as well, where with the Bard, it was a little bit more difficult to actually notice. Same with the Jhin, because they are champions that can play off of a safe distance and off of the fact that they have tools to try and play around it. But the Corki and the Nami are much more straightforward. If you pick the Nami up, she's dead. because she doesn't have a lot of ability apart from the flash. The Corki is a champion that does have Valkyrie, but doesn't have like the same ways to play from a safe distance like the Jhin, and he's a much more straightforward sort of AD carry. So if you get picked up, it's the same story. And I think that that may affect more for Loud, for Bull and Redbird, because in the previous game, they were actually getting picked up in certain places they shouldn't have at all, and they almost paid the price for the team. This time around, maybe more impactful.
Herald dropped in the mid lane by Leviathan. They're going to shepherd in to get that charge down. It's not going to find the turret entirely, but it will leave it close to death. As Leviathan still, both teams in fact, still waiting for that first turret. We're now 18 minutes into the game. The slow pace generally continues as this 3v3 in the mid lane will be a bit of a stalemate for the time being. Enga is working on getting that bot lane shoved in, just trying to get some waves crashing down as the 4v4 now developing in the mid lane. Envy and Young Jay ready to fight it out with Loud. Devast himself as well as there. Bookie can combo with the hot pot. Young Jay dashes away from a potential Bookie engage, and Leviathan return to the wave.
Oh, wait. They are looking for the Bull a little bit there. Snaker getting buffed up. Oh, engaged.
Comes around the corner, grabs onto Snaker, he's very low.
Snaker's alive?
Dead. Young Jay's in, but Snaker has the DPS still. The Cataclysm locks down Envy, and Devast is cooking it with a Flame Spitter. Leviathan pull Loud in, Envy calls the play, but Leviathan walk away the winners.
How the hell did that not turn into a kill? I know Sino wasn't there, but Snaker was looking like he was gonna die immediately, but the counter punch by Leviathan is just that much better. And that was a fight that didn't have the full combo from Leviathan available. They had just a couple of members ready. Oh wait, that needs to be careful. It's fine. They didn't have the full combo available, but they have members ready to respond. The surprising part there is seeing Snaker survive, and this is one of those key differences compared to the previous game, where you have the Lulu and when you have the Nico, right? Nico, great engager, great way to force fights. Lulu, great protector. And in this fight, Snaker surviving by the skin of his teeth, it should have been a complete disaster. That was a perfect angle, finding both Devast and Snaker, but then the immediate counter, and also maybe the fact that nobody was ready to actually react to Envy's engage. Bull was out of position, Youngja was very far down, so nobody really ready to follow up for Snaker to actually get the kill, and that gives us enough of a window for them to flash out, get ulted, get shielded, and run away.
Absolutely, the Guardians of Leviathan keeping Snaker alive to get the damage down and gets them their kind of first honest-to-God skirmish victory of this game, and now they have a over 1k gold lead themselves, 2 dragons to 1 as well for Leviathan, so they're getting into this finally starting to put a bit of pace on the board, and Snaker importantly still getting that gold income, 2.5 items deep on the Yunara, heading towards that 3-item spike where the team fighting is only going to get more deadly. He is going to be without summoners for a little while, so if Envy can get close to him once again, he won't have as much ability to disengage, but that is going to be Toplop's problem. That's going to be Enga's problem, right? We didn't have the Galio ultimate used to protect him even further, right? So there's still more tools that Leviathan have in the kit to try and keep him alive.
Yeah, there's ways, I would argue, for both sides, right? Like you were mentioning the fact that Sino wasn't even part of the fight. If you get enough burst off of the Annie Aurora combo, then maybe we actually see Snaker dying immediately and before he even gets shielded or ulted. And then on the counterpoint like you were mentioning, if the Galio ulti is there for the engage or the counter engage, maybe you can save the Yunara with enough time so that you can actually go for the counter fight, or the engage can happen, and that way Buki, Rumble, and the Galio can set up a counter kill even if a Snaker dies. It's really dependent on what comes after those initial engages and what each side has to respond to the other.
Loud going back to catching those waves for the time being. The one major play they tried to make, sadly, did not go in their favor in Leviathan. Now you've got this small lead. It's actually opened up to 2.5k. They've managed to keep that momentum rolling a little bit as we approach the 22-minute mark. We need to see that momentum maintained. You've got to keep Loud on the back foot, keep stripping summoners, keep finding picks, finding kills. Otherwise, Loud will scale up into that oh-so devastating late game that they will so often display. And there's a fair bit of time before the next straight comes up. Bookie has found that angle, finds a way to keep that momentum building. It's Envy on the bot side. Devas flashes into the
that wasn't
Cataclysm
needed.
just to get the damage down. Yeah, that was a bit much. And Loud are now quickly rotating. 3 members down. There's a TP from Enga coming through. Aurora
Oh,
cannot
wait,
stop him.
ooh.
Young Jay has ulted. He's flashed. He's trying to get away. Devas without flash or ult cannot really keep them slowed. But they'll keep the members alive at least. And Leviathan finds another success.
That was a funny attempt at actually forcing the fight, but at the end, there's not much objective or hope there to actually follow through. They do find a kill onto MB. That's still something to work with. They do blow the flash out of Dabas, but they get the teleport. They get a follow-up there that they can try and play around with. And I like the fact that we're seeing, even after the initial early engage, maybe it wasn't the best, Book is still trying to find plays on the sidelines. He's actually committing to trying to force certain plays, trying to force something to happen. And I do like to see him still, even if it's not the early stages, to actually force something to happen as a Jarvan.
Yeah, absolutely. That is exactly what we need to see. Leviathan with an opportunity here. If they can push it to 3 games, no one knows what's going to happen in game number 3. This is almost kind of the furthest the Leviathan has gotten in almost any of their games in this split. They have been really, really struggling to get those advantages on the board early on with almost such a top-heavy league that we now have. Kind of a lot of teams, 5 teams that can all swap places, and then red on top pretty much. And we'll see if that holds in the next series of the day versus VKS. But Leviathan, the last opportunity, they're fighting very hard to find it. Snaker trading up against Bull, and this Corki damage is massive. Already the heal has to be thrown by top up the shielding as well. And we cannot forget about this Corki. 2 items completed, serrated Dirk on top of it. And that is a lot of damage coming out of Bull.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's one of the things that I love about the Corki Nami combo, which I would argue it's similar or even stronger to when the Nami Lucian was. Oh wait, Buki. That was a lot of damage.
These Corki rockets as well, the big one coming across, splashing over the Leviathan members, and they just have to give up this mid lane turret. Now Devis has a top lane push going as well. It's not too bad for Leviathan. They haven't died at least.
It's a 1-for-1.
You can see that they have to respect it, that's for sure. Enga's made his way back to the team, and Loud still pushing on this mid lane, but a TP behind.
Back, teleport?
He doesn't have flash, but he's got ult back up. The equalizer could give Leviathan room to get back into range. The harpoons come out onto Youngjae. He's half HP. Will he go for the engage? Youngjae's back in, threatening, poking and prodding with the Dark Blade. Shino drops the ult, dives in deep. Snaker dashes past it though. Shino oversteps and puts himself to the sword. Youngjae getting healed up by Redbird. They're trying to get this Aatrox out of bounds. Devis is overheated but has the DPS to go forward. Snaker can't quite tag the Aatrox. And it's just the 1 kill for Leviathan, but they are happy enough with this play. There's a dragon for them to pick up.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Sino's plan was there, because the Annie wasn't really on position to actually follow up on the engage. I think the idea is clear to try and play with both Annie and Zeno's engage so that you can burst out a target. And Buki was below 50% health, so technically that should have been the angle to actually look for. If they play the long fight, I think they probably can get a much better answer here. But look at that, Zeno trying to maybe find Snaker, trying to get the angle onto the Yunara, but she's very protected at that point, and then Bull cannot follow up. MB's way too far away. You can see him way over on the angle, and at this point there was a slight opportunity that maybe Youngjae gets fought out. But yeah, I'm surprised here. I'm very, very surprised about that decision by Shino. There's a moment where you can engage. It's fine to try and force the play, but at the very least have your Annie or your Aatrox by your side, because if you go by yourself, you're gonna get exploded on immediately. Want to give props to Buki as well. Great reaction.
Yeah, for sure. Leviathan responded very, very well to that. They did not let Shino get away with that, right?
Yeah,
so he basically sent himself into the 5 of them and tried to one-shot their Yunara and was not allowed to do so. So correct choice by Leviathan, well executed. We can see the gold grab now starting to accelerate away into Leviathan's favor. They've got Enga on the bot side once again, all 4 of them forging a path into top side. Envy's going to be able to back his way out of this risky position and Loud maintain at least 1 ward on the Baron just in case Leviathan wants to force a push onto it. For now, Leviathan seem pretty comfortable right now to try and deal with whatever Loud are offering them. They've not been able to find the play that they want. Taker again trading with this Corki, and it's just not looking good, man.
Yeah, I wanted to, just quickly before we actually see any other fight, bringing back the point, I think this quirky Nami duo is way stronger than the Lucian Nami duo. Not because it has like any sort of playstyle difference or anything like that. More so because the front-loaded damage from the quirky is way bigger than the Lucian's was. I remember Lucian was like a lethality item into rapid fire, or an attack speed item into rapid fire, or something similar to that, or a crit item into rapid fire, and that way you get like a 1-2 punch. The quirky is just a one punch that knocks you out. And it's way stronger. Like, it's legitimately just one auto into a Q, and you're kind of dead at that point. The difference is smaller, but it's a similar margin where you can actually just get one shot at. And with the Annie shield, by the way, you get an extra movement speed boost as well.
And then that's with the Serpent's Fang 3 for Bull as well, so not necessarily as much raw stats, but it's going to preempt the Lulu shield effectiveness, right? And even the Galio effectiveness like drops an MR shield onto it. I don't know if it actually really affects that, but certainly the Lulu is going to be a little bit less effective with this Serpent's Fang option for Bull. We can see the work it's doing, despite Snaker being 2.5k up in the 1v1 scenario, even the kind of 2v1 of Bull versus Lulu and Yunara. Bull is still kind of winning right now. Snaker does need that front line to give him room to get the DPS down. We can see how much work he can do when he's in that position. He has to position carefully, and I don't want to see him going toe-to-toe with Bull anymore, man. It's just not really working for you.
Bull is just throwing rockets out, and they are hitting quite a bit there. And like you're mentioning, that takeaway from the shield is going to be meaningful in some of these fights, because if you can take away the shield from the Yunara, for example, when the engage happens by the Annie or the Aurora, that way you can actually just burst out the Yunara much quicker. Like, that shielding difference can be life and death in this sort of games. The game is still really close though. Like, their margin for error is very small. You do have the advantage for Dragons for Leviathan, but realistically, one bad fight, one bad engage can just mean, oh, Boki. Oh, he was ambition, but he's able to run away.
Yeah, he's flashless right now, so if he was caught out there, would have been Curtains, could have been Baron, could have been Loud back in the game, but he will slip away. And the pressure is still heavily on Leviathan right now. Backs up against the wall. A lead to play with, a Yunara scaling up, but certainly still plenty of footfalls to miss right now. And Loud just kind of prodding and waiting for that opportunity, just poking at the armor of Leviathan to find one of those holes that are so often holding this team back right now in Split 1.
Yeah, particularly in these stages, right? It's when the game reaches this point of the game, when it's the late stage of the game, where we really see those holes for Leviathan, and this needs to be the point where they can step it up. Because we need to remember the stakes, right? If you fail here as Leviathan, you're out. That's your split done. If you're able to get this big game victory, you still have a chance to survive and play for another week, potentially if you get the series win. So it's really important that they can turn it around right here, and they are setting up for the next Dragon. 30 seconds, everyone on the Reaper except for the Rumble. But there is a slight vision, but they don't know the Galio's here. Now they know.
Yeah, they spotted him coming out the brush right there. Bull still on that front line, offering a lot of poke with the rockets. Shino looking for potential flank. Young Jay jockeying for position with Bucky on the side. Devast arrives. Enga slides back with the Justice Punch, and Leviathan cede the position in the river for now. They have the Chemtech Soul to fight with. They'd love to get Snaker a little bit of that damage reduction at low HP just to prevent that burst from knocking him out in one go, to try and avoid that haymaker that Loud's been offering. And they managed to stay together. Now both teams squared up, staring each other down across the Drake River.
They have complete control over this side. They are trying to maybe find an angle here. Enga looking over on the side. But realistically, we have to look at what Buki and Devils are trying to set up so that Enga can follow up there. Dragon already started. They don't have any vision, though. They don't have any control. Sino gets spotted here on the side. They are waiting to see who can start it better. Youngjae trying to go. Buki.
He's struggling. He has to go in. The Navi wave comes up, but Youngjae going pretty low as well. The cat comes down. Enga with the ult on top of him.
Out.
Youngjae flashes back
dead.
The fight's splitting for Leviathan. Shino's still alive.
Shino's playing this beautifully.
Snaker's alive. He flashes over the wall, but in comes Bull to get the job done. Backsteps the rocket, but it's not quite enough. Bull takes down both of them. And Loud clutch it out in the team fight. They'll deny the soul point, and they'll keep this game rolling.
Leviathan, everything was looking like maybe they could set it up, but they find Buki in a really bad spot. He has to commit over to going for the Aatrox in that spot, and that's the worst thing you want to do. You want to commit onto the backline, onto the squishies, onto the members that the Galio can find a better spot to try and commit there, and then the Yunara gets engaged on. Sino plays that fight so well, jumping around, making it so that the Yunara has to take one extra auto attack to even be able to kill her. You can see the spot here. Buki getting the aggro from the Dragon, getting engaged on by Bull, has to commit to the Aatrox, and that means that the initial engage is already going to be awful. The Galio also takes a little bit longer to commit to the engage because of the Nami ultimate, but you can see there, it's so much time they take to kill the Yunara because of how she's playing, or the Aurora because of how she's playing with the ultimate, that gives enough time for Bull to actually commit to the kill and be able to get more damage onto the Yunara. It's the small things. If Yunara takes just one less auto to kill the Aurora, then the fight probably looks different because she was actually killing the Corki really quick. Corki took longer to die there because of that. And that factor really makes a difference in some of those fights. Buki also engages on the worst possible spot nobody actually gets commit on, and that also makes a difference in how this fight needs to happen.
Yeah, it's a tough start for Leviathan right now. Buki kind of pushed into a bad spot, but we could see Snaker still did oh my good grief, that was one rocket took off of his HP. As Devast is now going up against Shino and Envy in the top side, will avoid the Aurora ultimate and will simply step back. But we saw Snaker doing 6k plus damage in that fight, even though it didn't quite go Lev's way. It's not like Loud or even at Chemtech's soul point right now. They're only 2 Drakes deep, and the gold is basically dead even. So we're back to the drawing board for Leviathan, and Loud at the very least have taken the wind out of this team's sails and can reset and look for another play like that in the future.
Yeah, trying to set themselves up to maybe look for a more positive play here. That being said, now it's the Baron that they are wanting to try to control after losing on the Soul. I will say though quickly, by the way, this game, there is a much better Baron take on both sides. Both teams actually take the Baron much quicker. So there is a good chance that if they try to rush Baron buff on either side, there's a better chance that they actually can take it down before a fight happens.
Enga not going to catch out Young Jay with the brush vision play as Leviathan have started up the Baron. Devas rotating down. Envy is actually still in the bot side. He's going to have to TP quickly if he wants to. Now he's channeling it. Young Jay's going to get into range. Baron's
Young is there.
Right now.
Oh no.
Young Jay takes it. Leviathan starts it. They'll find the kill on the jungler. Shino as well.
One
it's
down,
Baron
2
for 2 kills right now. Loud, if they can keep some of these buffs, that's what they want. Buki looking for more, but he cannot step up to Bull. His Corki is just too strong. Loud, saved by the bell. Young Jay with a clutch smite.
Yeah, just able to get the smite down at the very least. They get the Baron buff. They lose out on 2 important members, but they're not going to lose out on their base, and that's the most important part. And the thing also is that as soon as they come back, there's a slight margin for them to actually push into the base of Leviathan and maybe get something more. This Baron buff, I don't think it's going to be game winning. It's going to last for the duration of what the next Dragon comes through. Maybe another fight for that soul. But we're reaching a point where every mistake can count into finishing the game. And here you can see they open up too much space for Youngjae to actually be able to get into the Baron pit. And then the mix between the damage from the Aurora, the damage from the Smite on one side, and then the damage from the Youngjae Q as well, able to lock down the damage there for the Baron buff. Enough to be able to take it down and enough to be able to secure it for the side of Loud, and we just have to wait and see who is going to be able to have the advantage at this point.
Buki threatening behind that inner tower or Leviathan, but will simply back away. And of course the Baron being on Loud side gives them so much more resilience holding these turrets. Leviathan did open up another small gold lead from that play, and has another chance at the Chemtech Soul in 1 minute. Loud using the Baron buff as much as they can means they're likely to have the wave control going into that objective. So Leviathan with some tough calls to make. Are they going to sack another Drake and let Loud get to Chemtech to try and waste Baron time? Or they go for the fight, try and strip the buffs off and go for the soul?
Yeah, now with the control they have, trying to maybe go for something else. Buki needs to be careful here. It's fine if he die. I wouldn't think that he particularly minds dying. The only thing is that he does have a Guardian Angel, so you don't want to die whilst having that. Oh, Envy.
He's on to Envy right now. Out comes the hotpot combo, and in comes Enga as well. Snake with the first kill. Lovely catch onto the Annie. In comes Young Jay.
They kill Young Jay.
Oh wait, Snaker. But Shino is slowing them down. Watch for Snaker.
Shino's doing such a good job. Wait,
Bull goes melee mode.
That works.
Off the Unara. It's crazy stuff from the Corki. He'll go down to Buki.
No way that
Shino
works.
Cleans it up. Enga still holding down the front line. Top up as well. The tanky Galio can hold this down, but Young Jay, the Aatrox, is still in a carry position. Top up with the Dark Blade. Enga with a split focus. He's not sure where to look. He doesn't want to be in the play. Justice Punch backsteps the Nami bubble, looking for a bit of damage, but this is
Enga's
tank Galio. He can't actually kill anybody as now Shino is empowered. Pops top lock without a second thought. Enga fleeing back to the turret, called for damage reduction. Out comes the shield. Another Justice Punch dodge. Should keep him alive. Goes golden as Shino is tanking the turret to look for it, but he goes down. Enga with the outplay to finish it off.
That actually works by Enga, but at the end they are gonna lose a dragon there. That fight, chaotic as it was, the initial idea to burn down MB as soon as possible before he actually is a factor in the fight. You can argue it's probably not the best idea. You want to commit that sort of thing to someone like the Corki or the Nami, but killing MB is not a bad plan if you want to force a fight immediately. And with the timing on the dragon, if they kill the Annie immediately and Buki doesn't die as quickly as he did, there's a slight angle for them to work out with that. Great stun onto them, MB actually killing the Jarvan really quickly, but then the re-engage by the side of Loud is really good. And the angle here that Yunara is able to be put into by the Aurora is great. Snaker gets killed really quickly by Bull in that position, and Bull almost just carried the fight by himself. He actually gets in between three members, kills the Yunara, kills Jarvan once again, and then almost gets the kill onto the remaining members. It was almost a fight that actually Loud just completely demolished, but it lasted longer just because they were able to kill Bull in that angle.
My word,
and then the outplay.
What a fight. Step it up for Loud and Leviathan. The game continues. Shino, the smile's on his face, but he got cooked in that interaction as Leviathan still with enough control to look for plays on the map right now. The gold back to even. We're now 3 Drakes apiece, everybody, and we haven't even started cracking inhibitors yet. We're 38 minutes in TDS. We're not even close to the base right now.
Yeah, the only thing is that if you win a fight, you don't even need to crack inhibitor before that. You can actually just win the game after. So it's an angle where if you win a really big team fight, you just win the game. But both teams are just trying to get control once again in their favor, trying to wait for that Baron buff to spawn as soon as possible. And if Leviathan this time around do smite it, there's a chance that they can try and use it to win the game. It's just a waiting game now to see, oh wait, Enga.
Oh, we got cancelled out of the Mega Blast Cone. He isn't going to get pulled back by the chains. Just as punch to slow and get Phase Rush to try and escape. He's very tanky. And Young Jay can't get the re-engage. The knockup from Lulu. Young Jay fleeing, running for the hills. As Bucky's hunting, he's going very deep for this, but Snaker dives to follow it up, and Redbird suffers. Devis with a lovely equalizer to slow Loud down, but Leviathan not quite in position. He flashes to go for the harpoons. He's onto Bull. He's going hell for leather for this. And Snaker's there to pick up the pieces. Bull finally goes down. Leviathan find 2 when they're pushing on inhibitor turrets.
They got completely baited there by Enga, and now they are looking to finish out the game. They have the push, they have the members. It's Bull down as well as Redbird, and Yunara doesn't have, Aurora doesn't have ultimate here. So there's a slight margin here that they can actually pull for the game. The MB is trying to look for the stun with the Tibbers or the Annie engage here onto Snaker, but I think that they have to commit something. They're gonna lose the game out. Oh, wait.
Nexus turret's under threat.
Snaker
going
and he's dead.
I
think that's it.
Fallen. Devis has
no
the
way,
kill,
that's how the game ends.
Young Jay can't do it all. Shino push back to the turret, and Snaker's there to get the DPS down. The Aatrox to the last-ditch effort will be knocked over, and Leviathan even the series up at 1-1.
No way, that's how the game actually ends. It was looking like maybe Loud was gonna go for the pick there onto Enga, and then out of nowhere, they turn around, they find a couple of kills, really important. Redbird and Bull both died in the most crucial moment of the game. If it was only Redbird, there was a way for them to actually play this game out. But Bull decided to maybe try and go for a trade. He gets picked on, and they find the kill there. I'm actually kind of curious if Bull had flash in that last fight or not, because that actually makes a huge difference. If Bull had flash in that spot and he doesn't use it, he was way too greedy. If not, then he just didn't have a way to escape.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Loud, honestly. It felt like they were always kind of just one play away from taking that game back, but ultimately Leviathan are able to clutch it up. Enga, I think, had a great Galio performance. He was clutch, he was wasting time, he was doing exactly what he needed to do, peeling away, and they were able to keep Snaker alive that time. You made clear the amount of extra protection he had, and so many times it was just enough to keep him firing, and that extra damage from the Yunara ended up being a difference maker.
Yeah, just quickly, I did check. The Corki did not have flash. So, yeah, losing Redbird after that point, and then Corki being corralled, it was impossible for them to escape, and Bull just had to die at that point. But yeah, it goes to the question, right? Like, some of the decision making for this series has been really questionable on both sides in terms of not necessarily what matters for what they need to accomplish, but more so if some of the traits that they go for are worth it, right? Because in some situations you have Loud, for example, overcommitting in this last play for the Galio, or trying to fight it out in a place where they don't have the right members or the right amount of people, or Sino committing on a mid lane fight where there was nobody ready to follow up. And then the same can be said for Leviathan. It feels like it's a series to see who makes less decisions or less mistakes as far as trying to mid for fights, and whoever has the lesser amount of mistakes ends up winning some of these games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. That can be the difference maker when it comes down to it. Loud still not quite in the clear yet, and Leviathan clinging on to their playoffs hopes with both hands right now. It's time for another quick break. We'll run some ads to get rid of pre-rolls. We don't want anyone to miss a second of this deciding game between Loud and Leviathan. We'll see you back here in a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to the CBLOL English. We are going to Game 3 with Loud and Leviathan. The potential upset still on the cards. Leviathan's tournament playoffs dreams still alive for the time being. And we are continuing to show that anybody can go anywhere. Anything can happen game to game in this league as we head into the pick of that.
Yeah, and just quickly, as I mentioned, it is going to be Loud with the last pick, so that means Leviathan getting the first pick as well in the process. Going to be fun seeing how the adaptation is going to come through. But like you're mentioning, life is still there for Leviathan. They are not going to die just yet in terms of the playoffs. Not a realistic death, I guess. But it's going to be important as well for them if they can secure this victory. Not only for their players' hope, but we were talking about the potential matchups that they have left for themselves. And they have one really tough matchup left against Skid, and then they have Pain. So realistically, if they win this one, there's a very, very, very good chance for them to qualify because Loud has Furia and BKS as well. So the hope is still there, and I want to see if they can pull it off.
Yeah, absolutely. This will be the first step if Leviathan can wrap up this series. Now, we have still kind of jungle focus mainly for Leviathan. Anki and Pan was actually taken up by Loud. The first pick is for Leviathan. I want to let him get his hands on that one in the first pick slot. They've also banned away the Vi. A lot of jungle focus right now, trying to push Youngjae, I think, off his comfort. And Bookie, to be honest, both of them have quite a narrow style that they tend to go back and forward to. But Leviathan with the Rise first pick, really going into Enga's hands. He did have a very good Galio game last time. Still an incredibly high prior in the laner right now.
Yeah, the Rise getting picked here can be flexed still. Technically speaking, there's future laners that can play it, but it usually goes towards the mid lane. If you go for the Ahri here, which is not necessarily a bad choice, it is going to be a weird one just off of the fact that there's no priority jungler to actually go with the Ahri. So the Ashe Seraphine more than likely gonna get picked here. Seraphine has been banned all game long, and it looks like for the first time we're gonna be able to see the pairing from the Ashe Seraphine gonna come through, unless they opt into something weird, but it should be the Ashe Seraphine. Okay, they opted into the Syndra instead. So they're willing to trade the Seraphine for something else.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure if we've seen Seraphine for top flop yet. I mean, you can go for things like Misfortune Seraphine, you can technically go for Lucian Seraphine, but they're not kind of optimal, right? They're not as standard, not as expected. Potentially Ezreal, I suppose, as well. But we'll see if we'll see if they want to actually deny it with the Ezreal coming through for Snaker here. Neither of the bot laners then having a super late game scaler potentially, but they might actually just preempt it, right? We've seen the Ezreal and Nivea come out more than once. They might just go, okay, you can have Ashe Seraphine if you want, but we're going to lock in our counter early and then kind of see if you want to go down that road.
Yeah, and the Anivia support here would be kind of nice to see just because of the range that the wall does provide. The hand getting Hubbard here is a nice flex to try and go through, but there's still a few options in the jungle that you can try and go for, or at the very least, there's still Wukong in the jungle as priority potential. Skarner as well has been one of those champions that have been picked when a lot of the other jungle champions have been going through. So I feel like for the priority that right now currently exists, surprised that the Sahin and the Ezreal went so high up in the pick potential. And then Lee Sin as well, getting picked here for Youngjae, much more comfort and value, I would argue, coming through here. But no Seraphine focus, not Anivia focus, no Wukong focus either, which is surprising to say the least.
Yeah, both of them, I think, kind of laying down the challenge to each other, leaving things intentionally open, but both of them have not taken the bait, as it were, right now. The Anivia now banned from Loud, so they're getting rid of the potential answer, potentially forcing Leviathan to get rid of the Seraphine in answer. As I think, because Leviathan, they have first pick, so Loud are going to have the first pick after this ban phase, so they will be able to just lock the Seraphine if it is open. So we'll see how this back and forth goes through. Then are being taken away. I'm waiting to see what Shino locks down. The Zahen obviously is very comfortable into the tanks, particularly things like Sion and Ornn. Zahen can just kind of sustain through that lane and be a threat later on. But maybe, depending on what Shino wants to go for, if there's an answer to Zahen that he has, or if he wants to take the lane in a different direction, we'll have to see.
Yeah, like there's options that you can try and opt into in terms of what you have in general. And since Loud does have the last pick, there's still adaptations that they can go for, as the Leona does come through there for a last ban, trying to go towards the support pool. And I feel like at this point, Leviathan does have to ban away the Seraphine, because you don't want to play against the Seraphine Ashe lane without really having another good pairing for this Ezreal. There's nothing left as ranged that you can deal with. And it's going to be the Bane instead, so taking away that potential counter pick for Sinnoh. But I just feel like bot lane just gets left in a really weird spot now as far as some of the other champions that are left. Seraphine seems like the clear option, but maybe Loud is not comfortable with that.
I don't know. I don't think Redbird Seraphine is the best, and it seems like they're not willing to prioritize it. They're going to lock down the Renekton instead for Shino, so they are going to have potentially a bruiser matchup up there. We'll see if Leviathan want to switch that Zehen into the jungle position and open up another potential counter for Devast. Of course, the Nara is already gone. The Vayne is gone. And, I mean, there's things like Rek'Sai still, and there's still the tank lines of Sion and Ornn if they want to just try and absorb this, and it is going to be the Sion, so... Well, let's see if they want to give him Seraphine, or if Loud even wants it at all, right? Maybe it's just going to go completely unpicked at this point.
Yeah, it could be just an angle where you just left it open completely and nobody goes for it, which is weird, since we've been seeing that bot lane essentially almost every time, the Ashe Seraphine one. But it just feels like Comfort Malleus, it's more valuable here for both teams, especially considering what it's at stake for both of them. Getting that Comfort probably will work out much better, as the Rakan, fine enough option. You can go between both engaging, disengaging, and protecting your AD carry to a certain degree. The Nautilus, though, I would hate it so much. I gotta be honest, I would hate this Nautilus so much here for Loud. Not because it's necessarily bad to have an engaged champion, but more so because you're essentially saying Ashe and Syndra can survive by themselves. This game is depending on what Bull and what the Renekton and the Lee Sin can do to go forward and kill some of the other champions. And I'm not sure if Loud's comp is better with that idea compared to what Leviathan has.
Yeah, I don't really know what the Nautilus is supposed to be doing here. Like, you don't really want to be hooking Devast or Bucky, because they don't care or will happily be on your front line. Even Enga is going to come pre-built with the Seraphs, and Rod of Ages had a lot of health pool to work with. Ezreal can buffer a Z out of it, and Rakan is just so hard to knock down that she never should be hit by a hook at any point, right? The ult potentially can be a following lockdown, something like Ezreal, but I don't know. I feel like you should have just taken Ashe Seraphine. I don't really get it, but there you go. We'll see what Redbird can do. We saw the Nautilus is currently 0-3 in this split of CBLOL, not having a whole lot of success this champion right now in a very Enchanter-dominated meta. But let's see if Redbird can find something else to do with it. Into the Ezreal Rakan. Of course, the Ezreal Rakan is a very, very resilient lane. It's very hard to put your hands on either of them, not necessarily dominating in a 2v2 generally. But we'll see if the hands can check that one out. Of course, Ezreal is one of those picks that, with enough skill shots landed, with enough skill under your belt, you can win most situations.
Yeah, and also particularly for the Ezreal, like you're mentioning, skill shots do matter a lot. But then also the composition that Leviathan went for has a lot of ways to lock down people, so that hitting those skill shots is going to be easier for the Ezreal. So there's a good way that Snaker has his job cut for himself in terms of what he needs to do, and the rest of the team can just set up for success. Another important thing as well to consider for this Loud composition is that apart from the Ashe and the Syndra, everyone else is short range. And that's one of the best things for the Ryze to play with. So they need to be really careful about how they want to commit or how they want to play, because there's good ways for the side of Leviathan to just run around the Renekton and the Lee Sin, and if the Ashe and the Syndra cannot really join a fight or not really find angles to be worth for a fight, if you just kill the Lee Sin and the Renekton really quickly, there's barely anything that you have to worry about as Leviathan has. 4-man in bait here, trying to set up onto maybe something inside of the jungle.
Yeah, Enga is going to keep an eye on that drop award to see if Loud want to stick around, and it's just going to be a trade division in that bot side, red side jungle. But interesting that I think whoever was doing the graphic ops assumed that Loud were going to win that last game, because they'd already put Kaze and Weiser up on the in-rift graphic in the sky. I think they were as surprised as we were to see Leviathan win that game, and forgot to go back and fix the graphics. So yeah, happens to the best of us. But Leviathan are still here, everybody. So you got to get your graphics right. And in this third game, Leviathan might have a chance to take that first win. We saw them able to scrap it out, go toe-to-toe with Leviathan in those team fight setups, and actually come out the victors here as Redbird with the first hook onto top plot. Bull getting some damage down with the Ranger's Volley. Traded back by Snaker with the Mystic Shot, so even across the board.
Yeah, at the end of the day, good counter damage there by Snaker at the very least to be able to force a little bit onto the Ashe. The initial part of this lane was going to be like that, especially after you know that top lane is starting with the Q. That means that he more than likely is going to be taking less of an approach towards engaging and more so towards surviving early on. And this lane particularly gives you the chance of like later on being able to just abandon the Ezreal and then move around as much as possible as top lane with the Sahin so that you can set up a two-man squad ganking as much as possible and then also get the potential for teleport with the Unsealed Spellbook. As Youngjae's coming down here, gonna get spotted by that ward, so they will know 100% what is happening down here. And Sahin is also coming down here, so maybe gives them a little bit of a chance to actually contest this. Will not get spotted.
Pull this Grump away. Bookie is going to come around the corner and know what's going on here. Toplop's going to rotate over.
Oh, he gets it.
Comes through Bookie, walks away with it, and Youngjae has to ward jump and flash away to safety. Redbird threatening the hook once again, finds the Rakan, but this isn't a great position for Loud. Envy's trying to rotate down.
Oh, Redbird,
Rise as well. Redbird opted into this play and served himself up on a platter. First blood for Snaker.
Yeah, first blood there for Snaker. Really, really good what they are able to accomplish there. And what was looking like an initial play for Loud to try and get something in their favor gets countered immediately. They lose the Grom, they lose the first blood, and this opens up the space now for Leviathan to have a great continuation of the game, particularly because they now don't realistically need to do anything. Leviathan is in a spot where they can just let the game kind of go naturally as it should, and if they reach the late game in the same way that right now is happening, they have an advantage just based off some of their champions. Listen and Renekton will fall off massively compared to the Sion and the Sahin, and that value is going to stack up over time. So already starting off like this, really, really important for Buki.
Yeah, it's a great start for Leviathan. I think that's all 3 games that the Leviathan bot lane has come away with the first kills in that matchup. Not necessarily what we'd expect from Snaker and Toplop, to be honest. They have struggled a lot in the 2v2. Now, Bull and Redbird traditionally have not been our strongest 2v2s either. It's more been about the team fighting later where they shine. But this is certainly good news for Leviathan that they're able to find these advantages when they're offered to them. And Toplop and Redbird now trading vision over at that bot side river. The mid lane becoming a bit of a focus. Both supports, both junglers all around here. Enga's ghosting in, try and root up Envy. They'll get the pullback. But a flash from Syndra keeps them alive and keeps them safe.
Yeah, and the flash from the Syndra is so far away from where Redbird and Youngjae was that it opens up space for Leviathan to just disengage without having to worry. So already making plays happen all around the map, and this is something we talked about as well. When you can leave your lane like this, like Toplop is doing right now, when the Ezreal doesn't really fear about having to go against the Ashe because of the range, or doesn't really fear about having to deal with the Nautilus Ashe because of the Arcane Shift, you know that you can play around with this Rakan much easier, and it opens up space for your team to find those sort of plays all around the map. Really good start overall by Leviathan. They can try and go for a repeat gank eventually onto the Syndra, especially knowing that you can just flash WE on the Rise, and that way you just set up for another play.
Yeah, for sure. You might actually make that play. Enga with control of the mid lane for now. Envy gonna happily cede the position. For Leviathan, with that first blood picked up already, we know they have Devas is going to be an absorption matchup in topside. The Scion going into the Renekton not expected to get the lead as a hook does land onto Snaker, but Toplop comes through. The Garand entrance onto Bull. Barrier burned by the Ashe as well, and Snaker holds onto his.
Yeah, start having a little bit of a way to try and blow something out of them. They will spot here Buki, so they know that there's already anything that they can try and force onto this position. But it more so than trying to force a play, it's the fact that there's nothing that they can do to respond as Loud. Like, the only thing they can try and hope for is waiting for Youngjae to try and come back down here or set up something and then force a play. As I think Toplop is making it too obvious. It's very difficult to actually know if Buki was still here, but I think it was a little bit too obvious at that point.
Yeah, when the Rakan is just strolling into melee range, 1v2, does look a little bit suspicious. Buki gonna start up the Dragon instead. Enga with the ult to rotate down if he needs to. Envy, remember, no flash, so could get caught out in this play. Youngjae and Buki both out level 6. Leviathan currently 3 versus 4. The Rise Realm Warp comes into the middle and Redbird's the focus. Flashes away from the top flop counter engagement. Bull's now isolated. And Leviathan turn and pounce on the Loud AD carry. And there's the flashless Envy. Nowhere left to go. Bookie with 2 more kills picked up.
And I think maybe last game did tilt a little bit of Loud off, because this is a position where you don't typically see Loud make some sort of this sort of mistakes. Like, there can be difficulties in terms of how they play early stages or things like that. But getting picked off like this really early on, where you lose multiple members and you're getting outplayed in some of these instances, it's weird to see coming in from Loud. And Leviathan, going off of the confidence of winning the previous game, they are starting to stack up really well. And it's Loud that wants to force this play, but the problem is that forcing it like this, it's very difficult for them to actually pull it off, because they don't have the advantage, they don't have the numbers in the right place, and then they have members that are not realistically in the right point to actually force something to happen. And it feels like it's way too much overcommitment for just a Dragon.
Yeah, the Loud were really fiending for that play, and it doesn't seem like they're in a good position to take it. Redbird particularly has been a bit bloodthirsty this game, walked himself into 2 bad spots now, and Leviathan have been all too happy to punish. You can see Devast happily trading away with Shino, stacking up that grasp, as Scions love to do. He's going to be down in CS, but that's not really an issue. Snaker E'd forward for this, missed the true shot barrage, got Ash arrowed as well, as there's a kick back onto Enga, who's trying to ghost to safety. Bookie's coming through to support him.
Wait, the Snaker won?
The Snaker gets the 1v1 onto Bull, and now Bookie with a grim deliverance onto Envy. Shino's rotated down. Devast a little behind the curve right here, but Shino realistically not going to kill anybody. The passive's been stacked up as a hand. He can play with his own HP bar. Devast now arriving without the unstoppable onslaught. Lucky for Loud, but they really tried to force the play and could not find kills anywhere, as Snaker 1v1's Bull in the bot side.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that happened, because it was looking like Snaker was getting committed. He actually used his flash as well in the process, and I'm not sure what went wrong for Bull there to actually end up dying there. But in the mid lane, nothing ends up going on, nobody dies. Top left takes a little bit of damage at the end there, but nobody really ends up getting killed in that spot. And it actually ends up being a 4v3 because Sion arrived way too late, but it's not like it really matters. The Renekton committed ultimate, and now he's actually at a disadvantage in terms of how he plays the lane, because without the ultimate, you don't have enough pressure onto the Sion anymore to actually get the kill. You can fight against him, and you can put a little bit of pressure in terms of what you get from the CS, but you don't really get any chance of killing him. And we can see the bot lane play here. Snaker missing ultimate, hitting a few of the skill shots, but not actually finding a lot. He actually arcane shifts forward once again for the Ash Arrow, or actually flashes in for the Ash Arrow, but the barrier div is the one that matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, we've all been there. We've all tried to all in the enemy KD carry and solo queue and forgotten their barrier, but unfortunately, Bull thinks he can take that one, ends up losing out big as the Baron picked up the Dragon picked up by Bookie as well in the interim. So we can see leads across the board for Leviathan. Only top lane for Shino is holding on to 500 gold advantage through that CS, but as we said, it doesn't really matter. The Scion does not care about being ahead in CS. He does not care. He does not have to worry about the TP advantage there. So it is going to be a very comfortable position for Leviathan coming through this part of the lane. Over 1.5k gold lead. In fact, this is the best performance they've had all series.
Yeah, this is the best spot that they've gotten in this sort of situation. And even then, even in each game, they have gotten the first dragon all of the time. This one happened the same way. But this is the one that has the right amount of advantage.
Flash ult for the solo kill. Fair play to Loud's top laner. Trying to put some wins on the board and get the vibes back under control. Will get the solo kill.
Yeah, and just as he gets ultimate back, that's the important difference there. And that's why the kill pressure that you get with the ultimate is so crucial there. A little bit of disrespect coming in by Devast. Oh, Ash Arrow
connects straight on.
They have too many members.
That squishy character for Bookie. He's got a Grim Deliverance in, but no pass available just yet. Redbird only fights knock onto top flop. Knockup comes through. It's a big depth charge. Leviathan still healthy enough though. Enga blocks the Q from Lee Sin. Both teams walk away, no kills. Still Redbird fishing for hooks, but top flop will dodge out of the way.
So a couple of members getting quite low, but nobody actually dying. But then going back to the top lane play, I think that's the thing that we need to focus on the most, because it really could be the difference maker. It's not a big enough lead that you can actually use it to turn around the game, but the one member that can kill the squishes, that can kill the Astro, that can kill the Rise, is this Renekton, because he can have the point and click CC onto onto one of them, lock them down long enough that they can get the kill, or at the very least allow the team to get the kill and then try and move on to the rest of the members. It's still a difficult game because controlling the Renekton is not going to be impossible this sort of game, thanks to having point and click CC. Oh, Snaker, he should be fine.
He's comfortable enough for now. He's actually getting a bit of DPS back onto the Loud bot side as Top Plop's coming around the corner to offer him any needed support. So, Leviathan, only with this top lane Renekton to worry about for the time being. The rest of the map going pretty swimmingly. And Young Jay on the Lee Sin not having too much of an impact so far. Coming out of base right now as Bull doesn't quite get knocked by Top Plop. True Shot Barrage only clipped onto Nautilus, dragged back, but lovely buffer on the hook. Gets Redbird to safety once again. Leviathan can't find an angle.
Oh wait, they find the Ezreal. He doesn't have mana.
And again, he's completely and now Young Jay's had time to get into this play. Bull, though, without the summoners, needs to get to safety. Redbird flashes, but still goes down. Young Jay arrives, barely not in time to keep Redbird going.
Oh, wait, Young Jay flashed in.
Kick back into turret. Bucky got the passive. Young Jay completely sold out his AD carry. And the Grim Deliverance comes in. The passive keeps Bucky alive. It's a disaster for Loud.
Yeah, I think he was trying to time it so that he could get the kill before the passive pop, but I think there was just a slight timing difference there. Perfect for the jungler from Leviathan. Young Jay trying to make the play happen. And this is the issue with things like the Lee Sin. Your margin of error is very small. And when you start going down on that margin of error, you very, very, very rarely have enough opportunities to actually turn around this game. And in that play, he actually ends up killing Bull in the process. Bull is 0-3-0 to the 3-0-3 of Ezreal right now. So much difference between both AD carries in terms of the damage. And this was one of those opportunities that maybe could have worked out. The initial engage, trying to force a lot onto Redbird, the prompt from Redbird to be able to run away from the engage, and then finding Snaker here where he barely had any mana, I think just enough to work in shift away. But at that point, you're committing too much. You actually are waiting for Junji to arrive, but he's very far away. And yeah, the difference on the passive is 1 or 2 auto attacks.
And you can see him, it's ticking up and up and up, and he goes to get that last bit of damage.
I think
he
it
only
took way
gets
too long.
At the exact moment.
Yeah, so
kick back, yeah.
I think Youngjae wanted to flash in and kick, but he took 1 second more to kick before the passive was stacked. If he flashed, kicked immediately, that would have been enough difference. But that gave him the angle to get 1 more auto for the passive.
Snaker now pressuring the 1v2, top up around the corner. The confidence is oozing off the Leviathan bot laner.
Yep.
Does lose the shift to get backwards out of that hook range, but Leviathan are kind of running out of control for Loud right now. Only 13.5 minutes in, the Ezreal ult clips Bull this time. He has to back away, and Redbird is just going to get shredded. 3v1. Snaker with the 4th kill. Enga's arrived in, gets Bull to flash away. He just got the summoner back, but now here comes Younger. Here comes Envy. Can they find a little bit more? Shino is here. The one winning lane has arrived. But Devas is TPing in to keep the numbers in their favor. And Envy with nowhere left to go. Leviathan push Loud back again. And we're diving Bull under the remnants of bot tower. It's going from bad to worse for our CBLOL Cup champions.
This is complete and utter disaster for Loud. It's a clear difference to the first game when you think about it. Everything that could go wrong for Loud is going completely wrong. Even Bull just staying down there for longer. He actually escaped, but he decided to go back in because the members were trying to come back. And that they just paid the price with their lives. Sinnoh may be getting this turret in answer, but realistically, this is not going to be enough. Everyone on the side of Leviathan is just simply farther ahead than their counterparts, and Sinnoh being farther ahead than Zion is completely meaningless. Oh, wait. Enga?
Into Enga, who got summoners to try and get away, and Shino's there to follow up.
He doesn't have flash.
In. Lovely kickback. That's a good pick for Loud. They needed to get something on the board. Yep. Devast ults in, but cannot change this play.
Yeah, important that they find something, finally giving a little bit of a lead apart from Sinnoh to somebody else. And then MB now has a little bit of an advantage thanks to staying on the lane compared to what happened to Enga. That being said, I still think there's still not enough of a lead that you can actually, or of an advantage on the Renekton, that you can actually make this game work out for your team, because he just gets controlled very easily. But you have to take the right spots out of this sort of things happening, and you have to hope that the Renekton maybe can kill the Ezreal and the Ryze in a team fight. If not, the game becomes very difficult.
Certainly does. Leviathan, 3,000 gold in the lead, 2 dragons to their name, only an Ocean Rift this game, so not necessarily the strongest option they could have hoped for. But Loud's only real success, they've got a turret, they've got 3 grubs, and they have a lead on Shino. His mid game is going to be strong. He's approaching a 2-item spike. But right now, we can see that Devast is already starting really not to care about that as the Scion is scaling up the HP department, and Bull is just nowhere to be found in this game. Fires out an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but easily shifted away from by Snaker, who's back into the play. He did lose his flash in that trade, but he doesn't go down, and if you're not finding kills for Loud right now, you're not happy.
Snaker is so confident that he even just can shift forward onto Redbird's face, knowing that nothing was going to happen to him. That's how confident Snaker feels right now. They are even getting the Rip Herald for free, nothing gonna go against them in this process. And with the Rip Herald, they can try and thread mid lane turret, top lane turret, open up the space on the map a little bit more, and then turn that into even more gold for the side of Leviathan. They are at a point of the game that rushing things is fine for them because they do have the tools to be able to rush it, but even if they don't rush things, they are still in a much better spot as Zeno and Devas still fighting as usual, but there's nothing really to take out of this one. And then what you can accomplish on the side of Loud realistically is trying to play for MB to try and reach a much stronger point where he can one-shot a couple of the other members. So he knows that Rice is there. That's fine.
Close one. Yeah, good use of the sweeper to check that brush. Spots Rise waiting in the wings and will not give up his small gold advantage just yet. But Leviathan reassigning the lanes, going to send Devas down to match up against Envy. And we just have not seen hide nor hair of Envy or Bull in this game. This has been a pretty rough day for Bull across the board. He was getting some great mid-game trades with the Corki, but ultimately ends up making a critical mistake at the end, and the game ends off the back of it. And as Snaker, it's not been clean from him either, I'll be honest, but it really depends on how well Leviathan has been able to protect and enable him, right? If they're able to stop him getting caught out, to respond quickly when Loud try to make a play onto Snaker, they give him room to survive that engage, he's able to get the damage down. If he goes down before Lev can save him, that's when Leviathan have been suffering. And this game on the Ezreal, 5-0-3, 3k ahead, they've been on the right side of that balance.
Yeah, this time around, it's been working much better for Snaker, and it's kind of like the story for Leviathan. It feels like most of their games do get based off of what happens with their bot side. Not necessarily saying that if they win the game, because obviously they are 0-4, but it feels like the win conditions that go through their bot lane usually work out better than whatever else they try and accomplish on the other side of the map. And I think that sort of play style, as long as they can try and play more effectively through it, they can find more avenues to try and win the game, as they are fighting over Zeno. Buki is coming here, but I'm not sure if they are going to be able to lock them down before Buki arrives. Yeah, very difficult to find the Renekton in that spot.
Yeah, Youngjae couldn't quite connect the resonating strike there, or the sonic wave I should say, to get into that play. Toplop did commit his quickness though to make sure that fizzled. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow sailed past as well, so both teams trying to commit what they could, but nobody finds a kill. Does give Envy a little bit of time to farm up on that bot side, trying to get to that second item. He is going the Burst Syndra build as Snaker is working on this mid lane turret, but we seem to have moved a little bit beyond the Blackfire Torch Cosmic Drive Syndra era, which I'm personally happy for. It did feel pretty lame, I'll be honest, just kind of very boring to play out. I mean, it's just feels like you're not kind of playing for the big Syndra, like, one-shots that make her interesting to me, but ultimately you are getting more cooldown reduction, you're able to be more useful, certainly, I think, with that build. But right now, he is instead going for the burst option. A lot of tanky members on Leviathan, I will say, probably wouldn't have been the worst Blackfire Torch game, to be honest.
Yeah, I think probably against the Scion, the much better choice would have been that. That being said, I think that it's an adaptation out of MB, where he realized that this game was going to be played off of how quick can you kill a Snaker and Enga on the other side. That's realistically.
It's actually Bucky as well, right? You want to kill him with the passive procs and I guess the burst. Oh, he's going to go straight forward. We're committing the Herald into this play.
They can actually kill here. Look at Renekton.
Everyone's TP'd in. Shino is a bit isolated, and Leviathan once again turning on him. Devast is not under real threat right here. Toplop looks for a follow-up engage, but a lovely knockback from Envy. Can't quite keep them out, but Shino, he hits the backline.
Snaker.
Somebody help this Snaker out. He's been taken down. Youngjae finds the critical pick. Bucky looks for the passive, doesn't quite get it done. Envy knocks him down, and Devast now left alive. Enga cannot walk back into this play. It's a 2v4, and Loud managed to get onto the critical important targets, and they'll take their first win of the game.
Yeah, I need to see how this teamfight happens, because I don't know how Leviathan committed such a big mistake in this teamfight. Oh, yeah, quick flasher, really good. But you can just see how bad of a teamfight it was for Leviathan and how big of a mistake they made for it, where Bull didn't even use Ash Arrow at any point. And it's the thing is here, you controlled most of it, but then you completely left open the angle for Sinnoh. They are working too hard to go forward, leaving the space for Sinnoh and Youngjae to reach the backline. And we talked about this. That's the only way for Loud to actually win a team fight is for them to go completely idiotic on a fight and then leave open the space for Snaker and Enga to die. And that's exactly what happened. I'm not even sure why Leviathan thought that they needed to go so far forward where Snaker could be left open, and particularly Sinnoh walked. He didn't even flash. He walked forward and he found the angle to go onto Snaker. That's a big mistake by Leviathan.
Well, they're going for a second play right now. Devis just ulting through the CC options as Snaker's ult comes across. Enga has ulted himself right into the jaws of the beast, though. And Shino picks up another kill for a killing spree. Toplop tries to escape, but the red hook comes out. Youngjae snipes the Rakan with a Q. And a killing spree for Envy. It's all falling apart for Leviathan. Back-to-back nightmare team fights bring Loud right back into the series.
I'm not even sure what is going on. I'm not even sure how that I'm not even sure what is happening in this game anymore, because that should never happen. What is Enga doing? What is his attempt there? What does he want to accomplish going in like that? Leviathan has a front-to-back composition, and they are praying flanks against a team composition that has flank angles as their name inscribed in them. I'm not even sure what happened to Leviathan after the 20-minute mark. They are just throwing the game in a really weird manner, and you can see the team fight. They are walking with the Sion in front. That's how you play this fight, because if Sion walks forward, nobody can really do anything at that point. It's all on what Youngjae can find, and he committed the kick, so there's no way for him to go into the backline. But Enga goes in with his ultimate. He was all on the bot side, namely, but he goes in with the ultimate in a really weird spot, doesn't even walk through the jungle, and then everyone just gets killed because everyone is finding the right angle there. Only positive here by Leviathan is the fact that they killed Youngjae. That means that Dragon becomes very difficult to actually take, but right now it feels like there's no way to actually put a stop to this, and all the work that Leviathan did early on gets completely denied.
Oh, once again, we go for a repeat of the play. This time they found Redbird, and they're going to find the pick. They had Enga with them at this run around. The Dragon's still live, so Loud with a 4v5 to play. They don't have Redbird to try and lock down any of those targets. Shino is on the flank, but the blast cone's been removed. Leviathan trying to muscle their way into the river. Potentially scared of a Youngjae dive, of a Shino flank. The Loud Bull arrow still potentially on the board as Bookie starts up the Drake. Snaker doing what DPS he can. Enga getting that damage down as well. Shino's ulted. He's walking around the side, but Leviathan, they need to try and watch out for this guy. Devis holding him, but in goes Youngjae. The arrow crashes onto Enga,
dead.
And there's the stun from Envy as well. Snaker barely breathing, but he's just about alive. Out comes the ult. It's going to do big damage to Syndra. Bookie's looking for an angle. Out comes the swipe fight, and it's Dragon for Leviathan. They're 3 Drakes deep. Devis holding the front line with Toplop as well. Loud just cannot get their hands onto them. Without Redbird, they're struggling to push these kills over the line.
They may lose the turret here in the mid lane, but you can see what an actual normal team fight is for Leviathan. Shino almost died there. They don't kill him just because nobody was actually focusing, or the members weren't focusing wholeheartedly onto Shino, but they get so much value off of just having Devis standing in front of everyone, barely accomplishing anything on the damage that they had on the side, and then if you're able to just hold it long enough, you can win a team fight very comfortably. They get finally the soul point in favor of Leviathan, and they are one dragon away of having the Ocean Soul. Ocean Soul this game may not be the biggest value in terms of like trying to win team fights, but it does mean that you're gonna have more opportunity to last longer in fights, and the word of attrition that the S roll does give you because of the poke is gonna be much better. Now the turret probably will die. They will get a couple of gold out of this. I don't think you kill Devis even with ultimate.
I wouldn't have thought so. The Black Cleaver is there, but the Sion does have ult if he needs it. He's going to get the knock-up. He might actually use the ult to keep Shino under tower right now. Snaker's rotating over, commits the ultimate onslaught, misses it though, and a flash is burnt out of Shino. So, to be honest, both those key buttons have been taken away from the Loud top lane. Yeah, worth it, absolutely.
Yeah, that works for them. Sion dying, you still can get the passive, and Sion is not like you really care if he dies or not. But that does mean that at the very least, you take away the flash from Sinnoh. And the flash from Sinnoh is really crucial. Oh, he may die here, actually.
Oh, great pull back there. No ult, no flash. Bookie's going to stick to him, and this Renekton is unlikely to escape. A flash is committed at least. He still goes down, and that sideway pressure is gone.
That's a shutdown as well.
Nevis is TPing in. It looks like Lev might want to make a fast play onto this top side without the threat of Shino in the backline. If they can find anybody, they'll probably just pull the trigger.
Maybe they were thinking that if they could get a kill onto any other member, they can look into the Baron buff, because it is completely open. There's no teleport on Xeno, and there's no way to actually reach this Baron buff without already being there. So there's a perfect chance for them to actually commit for a play. It looks like they are trying to wait. Oh, he pulls Youngjae over.
Oh, he's been brought in. That's lovely play from top. What they catch
that
the
worked
jungler, and Bookie
amazing.
gets the kill. They even hold the Baron, so they do not force the reset. Loud with no reasonable way in here. Top block beautifully manages that engage.
That was such a big bait onto Youngjae in that spot, and that means that Baron buff, now for Leviathan, they have 5 members strong Baron buff. Without Xeno in that fight, there was no way for them to actually commit to put a stop to it, because once again, Xeno is the only member that you realistically can play off of at this point of the game, with all the lead that went onto the other members, and the fact that Youngjae gets pulled onto the side just was the nail for being able to obtain this Baron buff. Now, Baron to try and break the base before the next dragon is going to be crucial, but more importantly than breaking the base, it's getting control over the map. If you can lock down all the entrances over to this dragon, you don't give any opportunity for the members of Loud to have a free entrance onto Drake, and you have complete vision to what you want to play. Getting that soul is going to be really, really easy for Leviathan, and then trying to finish out the game accordingly as well.
Leviathan holding on to a marginal gold lead. 1,000 is the lead at 27 minutes into the game. They have Ocean Soul Point. They have Baron on them for 2 minutes to try and get this game back under control. It was looking like they were done and dusted. 2-1 victory before a couple of terrible team fights let Loud back in the door. And now this is all about the Leviathan resilience. This is Loud's playground, this point of the game. When Leviathan are starting to trip, that's when Loud like to punish. But they still have an advantage. They still have control, and they're splitting the map pretty well right now.
I would argue this really goes to show the difference in composition as well, because even with such a big mistake, a couple of mistakes in mid lane, it wasn't enough to really go over the mountain that is the comp diff, in my opinion. Like, having something like the Renekton and Lee Sin that are so dependent on winning early stages of the game, and then even with a couple of teamfight wins, not enough to actually turn around the game, it really goes to show how bad of a composition at the end Loud had, but they cannot really fight around it. And I would argue, if they just changed the Nautilus for a Seraphine, this probably could have looked like a very, very different game. I'm still salty about that to a certain degree, but it's that the Nautilus is out of the meta for a reason. Is that he doesn't provide much of what you're looking for compared to what the Seraphine gives you at these stages.
Yeah, there are so many points where Redbird has to put himself in danger to even be attempted useful, and Seraphine can be so much more non-committal. Just throw a double beat drop, maybe even threaten an encore if you know that Youngjae's going to go in, right? It's just so much easier and safer to play it out, as Redbird has not been able to get as much done, whereas Toplop has had a much better game. He's made one bad judgment call in that mid lane fight where Shino got onto the backside, but besides that, his Rakan and generally speaking, his support play today, I think, has been very, very solid. So Leviathan's bot lane can be pretty happy either way, but they'd love to actually get the win. As the dragon now being started up, it's Ocean Soul Point. Snaker dodges the enchanted crystal arrow. Shino's already ulted. Toplop's on the flank right now. He's going to get turned on by Renekton. He's going to stop him up the quickness. The knockup's there, looking for the Renekton.
They get
the first kill onto Rakan. Youngjae swaps places with Bookie, and the dragon is picked up by Loud. They denied the soul. Leviathan, they don't want to give this up for free though. Bull has been caught. Realm Warp not taken. Bookie hunting for Youngjae, chasing him down into the jungle. The full health Envy makes that a pretty risky prospect, but Leviathan, they bottle the fight.
Yeah, even with all the control that they had, they still couldn't find the right angle there, and I think a lot of that comes from the fact that there was a little bit of disjointment between members on the side of Loud. Some were focusing Xeno, some were focusing on the other members. Enga's trying to run away before Xeno collapses here. He shouldn't die at all. There's no real reason for him to end up dying. Devos took a lot of damage in the process, but he didn't really fall close enough to actually dying at that point. But Youngjae was just pretty comfortable in how he was trying to move around the fight, because he was skirting between getting onto the dragon and then also just forcing onto Buki so that he couldn't get the free smite. And at a point where they were focusing too much onto Xeno, they weren't able to actually close down the kills. You can see how Xeno puts away Enga, forces him out of the play, and Toplop is in a really weird angle where he can try and commit, but because he gets insta CC locked, he cannot do anything anymore at that point. Buki tries and follows for the fight, but he's at a point where he leaves the dragon open, and Youngjae is able to collect it very easily. And even though they do get the kill on Bull, the remaining members are actually pretty comfortable. I feel like if they had just a tiny bit more vision, they could have killed Zeno as well at the end, but able to escape very comfortably. Still, even with losing that dragon, there's still very difficult. It's still a very difficult point for Loud to actually find the game back at this point. At this point, with how everything is going, and it feels like it's just a matter of time before they will end up losing. That being said, as long as the Nexus is not destroyed, they still will have a chance. Zeno can find a Snaker and kill him quickly if they get a chance for that as well.
Absolutely. Leviathan do still need to hold their nerve. Envy is 14 stacks deep on a Medjai's with 3 other items. He is now very much in one-shotting territory for most of the Leviathan members he finds, if he manages to get the full combo off. He's trying to hold down, knows that the Medjai's is the only way for him to dig himself out of the hole that he was in this game, and it's working pretty well for them so far. Leviathan still in control of the wave, still generally in control of the map. They're decking out that top side jungle on Loud side in red vision so that they can be ready to potentially set up for a Baron, perhaps 45 seconds until that respawns. Right now, it looks like Leviathan might need that buff to actually get these pushes in. Bull and Envy doing a great job at clearing the waves.
Yeah, the wave clear actually from the side of Loud is not really bad because of how much damage the Syndra does have front-loaded to try and clear some of these waves. So like you're mentioning, it feels like they need an extra oomph to be able to push on a couple of these waves much more comfortably. And then also, just to bring out the point, I was forgetting actually about the Syndra to a certain degree because of how non-existent it felt she was. But like you're mentioning, one good fight where you stun Snaker or Enga, and DR can delete them from the game as well. It's not anymore depending on just Zeno. If you can get a good angle, MB can also win you a fight. But the problem is that you do need to move closer to be able. Oh wait.
Snaker's ulted, he's hooked as well. Bull's knocking him down with the damage. Bookie tries
to keep him alive.
Enga's knocked down Young Jay. And once again, the fight, the series, it all tilts on whether Leviathan can keep Snaker alive. And this time they come in the clutch. Snaker stays pumping out the damage. Loud splits across the play. They lose 4. And Envy is the last one alive.
Yeah, and that was the thing we were talking about. If you can lock down Snaker, MB can try and kill them, but MB was too far away. He's dead now, and that's gonna be it. That's gonna be games. That's gonna be Leviathan having hope for the last 2 weeks.
Oh my goodness gracious. The CBLOL Cup champions tumble down to a 1-2 loss against Leviathan. The first wins of the split. If I'm not mistaken, the first game wins at all today with this 2-1 over Loud. Snaker top lot, the bot lane finally stepping up right there. And you can see the relief in Snaker's face. It's been a long time coming, but they finally got those games on the board.
Yeah, this is the first 2 games they won, actually. I was looking at the standings. They were 0-8 before now.
Yeah.
0-4 in series. And now finally getting 2 wins back-to-back because they won 2nd and 3rd game consistently. I think there's still way too much work that Leviathan needs, because realistically, they could have won the first game to a certain degree, but they were committing a lot of mistakes. Second game, it was much more back and forth, and there were a lot that they could have done, but they won it at the end of the day with a really good fight. The third one, I think, is the one that they need to look at the most, because they were winning so handily and then almost threw that away. Like, that was really scary because it was almost like Leviathan wanted to lose this game at points, but then they turned it around really effectively. And I think that their drafts for how they wanted to play the games were going according to what they wanted to go for. But it's a good step forward. Like, you need to get the first victory first and foremost, and then try and see how you can set up for success later on. And it starts with 1.
Yeah, absolutely. The first step is that that first movement towards a potential comeback. The playoffs dream technically still alive.
Yep.
A lot still has to go right for them for that to be possible. But with Loud looking as shaky as they are, going into the strength of schedule they have left, Leviathan does have some tricky matches to play out, but it's not done yet. They still have a chance to push this forward, and the progress is starting to show for Leviathan. Better late than never. We'll see what they can offer more for us as this season continues. But yeah, I don't know, man. For Loud, they can probably still squeak into playoffs realistically.
Yeah.
But we're right back where we started at the start of the CBLOL Cup. You know, we've gone all the way to the championship and back in less than half a year.
Yeah, and it's a weird thing for Loud because I feel like they are a team that can be really strong and can show up when it matters. But the problem is that they also are having way too many issues in certain instances. Like, the disjointment in some fights that they have shown today, for example, is really weird to see from a team that was so high up when it came to the CBLOL Cup, right? And then when they were looking for certain plays, particularly, I feel like Redbird and Youngja particularly had a lot of the disconnect in terms of how they wanted to go for certain fights. Like it felt like Youngja wanted to go in, Redbird maybe not, and then when they committed, they had to pull back or commit once again because they were already too far in. It was like things were not connecting according to what we already saw from Loud way before. And now at this point of the season, you're kind of thinking if maybe the team is just having doubts about each other at points that they shouldn't.
Yeah, it feels like we're going backwards, not forwards for a lot of these guys.
Yeah.
I think Envy is still trying his damnedest. I think he's still doing a lot of good work. But he is, as we said, a very veteran player. I think he just comes in. He was brought in the last minute in the cup, right, to just do a job, and he's just doing that job. Yeah. But yeah, if we don't have Redbird and Youngja in the same page, I think Bull was very, very shaky today. He's like started the CBLOL Cup as more of a reliable win condition with an okay lane, and now the lane's getting worse. The team fighting's getting worse. We're making a lot of mid-game mistakes. We're getting caught out. We're losing 2v2 to Staker and Top Lop. Like, it's just not going in the right direction for this guy. Ever since First Stand, I think, kind of the start of First Stand, it's been a bit of a struggle for Bull. So it's not looking great for Loud, and they're gonna have to turn it back around pretty quickly if we're gonna see them make any kind of dent in the Split 1 playoffs.
Well, the good thing for them is that luckily their next matchup, well, not for them, for them in terms of Leviathan, is that the next matchup from Leviathan is BKS. So if BKS wins, which is something that almost everyone expects, or that should be the outcome, right, between Leviathan and BKS, that should deal with the Leviathan play of hope, I think, because in game difference, Loud should be ahead, right? Just quickly looking here, they are 5-4. Leviathan is 2-9 right now. So if they don't win that game and they win against Spain 2-0, for example, at most they can reach 4-0 for 8. If they get 2-0'd by Kira. I'm trying to make quick numbers here.
They could get to 5, and then they'd have the head-to-head if Loud lost everything else. So as long as they win the series, either series, or both series, as long as they win it with whatever score, and Loud don't win another game, then they can still head-to-head over Loud. But it's, the VKS as well, relying on this VKS team, it certainly feels better, but relying on them to be one thing over another at any given time is kind of a gamble. We all thought Leviathan beating VKS was a bit crazy in the CBLOL Cup, and they pulled that off. But VKS, they also have Law of X's in their favor. They've got Seo having left Leviathan, so there's a bit of voodoo on their side as well. Like, it's I don't know, man. We're full CBLOL anything can happen mode right now. The only thing that we can believe in is Red Canids right now.
Yeah,
and
it feels like they're
up next. They're up next. So we're going to go to a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with Red versus VKS. Let's see what VKS shows up, and let's see if Red can keep us believing in the laws of constancy and physics and the universe generally. So we'll see you back here in a few minutes for the second series.
to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make...
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for our second series of the day. Red Canids versus Vivo Cade Stars. Now, Red Canids currently are only 4-0 team. They have not lost a game in the CBLOL in Split 1. VKS are 3-1, technically, but they don't really feel that close, I'll be honest. They have certainly had a bit of a rockier path to get there.
Yeah, it feels like a bit more of a clear example of what you expect from your number one team, quote unquote, right? The 4-0 Red Canids roster, and not only 4-0, 8-0 in individual games, right? They have not lost one single game so far, and that really goes to show the dominance that we've seen from Red Canids so far, especially in matchups that people were not having a lot of expectations, namely maybe the one against Loud, because when you look at the rest of the schedule from Red, they've been going against more of the lower tier, quote unquote, teams. Then the remaining schedule for them is the one that will be the hardest, since they are going against right now BKS, then we'll go against Lost, and then the last game of the split should be against Furia. But realistically, they just look really strong. Even like, without going against the stronger teams, you see how they play the game, and they have way too many things that stand out with how they are playing them, particularly Steps.
Yeah, this standout, I think, is the right way to describe it. Steps has kind of exploded onto the scene in jungle and has been carrying games left and right, has stepped more back into a sort of Aegis-like position on the Red roster, into how influential he is over the games, but he's not confusing the games as much as Aegis often did, right? That the Aegis Titan era was a bit of a shocker at times for Red. It was very hard to predict what they're going to do, but Steps, he is aggressive, yes. He is carry-centric, yes, but he's making good decisions. He's playing with the team well. They're backing him up well. It seems like they're clicking really well and all forming an orderly queue behind Steps and Kaze to kind of lead them into the victories, with the addition of Morteus in bot side, with the bringing up of Zints in the top side. It's all kind of fitting together very well for Red.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that I always try and bring up when I try to see like teams that are beginning to like ramp up into being a dominant force or trying to be like the top teams. How strong their mid jungle duo is. That's really one of the most defining things for me, because when you look at the world stage, right? The teams that are the strongest always have a mid jungle duo that you know that can carry you out in certain situations of the game. And it feels like both Steps and Kaze are stacking up to become that. Like, they have been really strong. They have been really confident in a lot of the plays that they want to pull off. And this is where the real step will start stacking, when you go against the stronger, like, jungler mid lane duo that we have in the CBLOL. Particularly, I want to see them against Furia, because I feel like that's one of the strongest jungle mid duos we have here. But in this game particularly, that's where I think we'll see them the most, and that's where I want to see Steps step up. Because if they just shut down Vivo, even if Vivo hasn't been like the most consistent team, right? But if they just shut down Vivo, to me that's a statement to say we're not just here for show, we're actually here to win everything.
Yeah, as their strength of schedule ramps up, they haven't played against Fury yet. They're playing against VKS today. They do still have some big names to try and show and convince us that these rookies in the top side are ready to go, right? So this is definitely going to be an interesting one to see if that energy, if that momentum is ever going to run out for them, as they do have a strong opponent in VKS. And for VKS's side, we're still waiting to see it click. We're talking about mid-jungle duos. Desamas and Miryu should be like top 2 mid-jungle duos, right? On paper, right? These guys are legendary. Desamas is one of our, if not, was pre-Tattoo, was kind of our dominant jungler. Miryu is best in the league when he joined, kind of going through the success style and then on BTS, and so we're still waiting, I think, to get back to what he should be there. There's still a lot of work being done, I think, to get this new version of BTS together, with Teo, with Wiser, and if it actually hits their potential, they're absolutely title contenders again. But for now, we're still waiting to see that work being completed, as we are into the draft once again. Quite a split focus here. Ashe being banned, a couple junglers in Nocturne and J4, a chunk of mid laners, or just a couple of mid laners, I suppose, and top laners, Rumble, Rise, and Aurora. And then the Pantheon first pick comes down for Desamas.
Yeah, and one of those things that you really need to start seeing more of the Samus, is trying to get him into comfort. I think the Pantheon makes a lot of sense in that sense. And Pantheon was banned away, if I'm not wrong, for the whole previous series. So now for the first time today, we're going to get a chance to actually see the Pantheon played here. And that's why I also think we probably are going to get something like the Xin Zhao or the Bai getting picked here, just because jungle priority will be really important. The Jarvan is taken away, and the Xin Zhao feels like the next big choice to actually go into the Pantheon. Although, like, looking at the stats, 3 and 11 probably not the best thing. I think it was 3 and 11, or was it 3 and 1? I'm actually not sure if that was an L. But like, Xin Zhao has been looking iffy in some games. I still know that he can be really strong, but he has been looking iffy in certain games. Now, Steps is one of those junglers that I can confidently say he probably can play it out really nicely. And now the Ezreal as well to pair it up here. I like it because it does allow Morteos to play a more safer carry without having to focus on different things, and gives Frosty the liberty to play around the map with Steps.
Yeah, for sure. I think enabling Frosty to potentially, he can, because the Karma is up as well right now, so he could just go for a massive strong 2v2 with the Ezreal. He could go for a more of a roaming Bard, right? The Frosty Bard unbanned is the best Bard in the league, absolutely. Even last split, he was earning bans on this pick even before it rose to the level of prominence it's now at. So I think there's a lot of options for Frosty to take. This Ezreal does give them plenty of choice. Seo opts for the Sivert. We've seen how the 2v2 strength can actually be pretty strong in Sivert's hands in that earlier series today, and obviously gives them the late game scaling. And Seo has been a very, very strong, arguably the strongest part of this new VKS has been Seo, swapping over from Leviathan last split and has settled into this environment very, very well.
Yeah, and he's consistent. Oh, that's a Yuumi.
Okay.
Okay, so I think the bot lane pairing here is fine. I think the idea is pretty clear. And like you pointed out, they're playing for their strongest member. If you pick a Yuumi, it's so that your AD carry can just win you team fights later on. They are playing Yuumi Sivir. This is a late game sort of duo that you want to see spiking up really effectively late game. The problem is that if you get collapsed on really early on, you just lose out the game because the Yuumi value goes way lower. That being said, I'm excited to see how this goes through, how Kaiwi will go with the Yuumi here, and then also just quickly, the Gnar gets picked, pretty good blind pick, and I think since having a blind pick here does give them a little bit more room to get Kaze a counter pick, which is always great to have in your mid lane. If your mid lane gets the counter pick here, particularly against Mirror, which hasn't had the most outstanding performance so far, you can try and get more the ball rolling, and that way allow for Steps and Kaze to just take over the game.
Yeah, Mirror definitely does. He feels vulnerable right now to Kaze, who is absolutely still playing a blinder right now. Kaze has become a very effective, mature mid laner in a very short amount of time. And for VKS, the Sivir Yuumi, it worked once before. It did look kind of unbeatable when they played it, to be fair. Like, they were just kind of untouchable in that lane, and we'll see if they can achieve the same thing. So we'll see if Frosty wants to try and crack it at all, if he's going to take something to try and lane against it, or if he is just going to be full roaming, and Morteus is going to be cleaning up the waves as they come in, while Frosty tries to affect the rest of the map. Second round of bans coming through, the Anivia being denied to kind of remove it as a lane option there, though of course Kaze could also turn his hand to it in the mid lane, and it's top lane focus for Red. They've already locked in the Gnar, they've tried to take away those two worst matchups, the Kennen and the Jace.
I will say though, the Anivia is one of the smartest bans here, because not only does it really mess up with the bot lane matchup, you can get really a lot down with the wall, but then also you have to consider Yuumi will be 2-in-1 practically, right? So if you block one champion, you can block two for the price of one, and you can enable your team to get a lot more value out of that. The Anivia here makes a lot of sense as a ban away, taking it away from the bot lane particularly, and then the Alistar, I think the idea is similar, right? If you get on top of one of the champions, you can get two actually because the Yuumi being there as well. But realistically, I would love to see the Karma, which they are hovering. I think makes a lot of sense for the poke value, the shielding value, the movement speed that you get as well. And then laning phase, in laning phase, it gives you way more priority because you can just auto-push lanes really easily. And the Yuumi doesn't really have a lot of answers into it.
I don't think this is real. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't think that's real either. So we are Ezreal Karma down there, right? So they're going for a very strong 2v2. Of course, the Karma is probably the highest priority support on the patch right now. It's incredibly strong, and especially with the Xin Zhao as well, right? Steps is going to have a great bit of buffing and support that Frosty can offer to him later on, as the Ambessa comes down for VKS. So does have some kind of all-in potential into Zintz's Gnar, especially if you can get him to waste the hop, potentially work around that Gnar bar. The Ambessa has some threat and can get into that backline. to threaten potentially Morteus or whatever Kaze ends up with. To be honest, it feels like we're probably going to end up with a Kaze Victor or something like that. If unless the Ari maybe is left open, they could just go for full sort of mid-game dive and pick potential, but we'll see what the choice is going to be as the blind Twisted Fate comes through for Miria. So he's kind of sacking the lane 1v1 in favor of the map roaming.
Yeah, interesting that they opt into Twisted Fate blind pick here particularly. I was thinking if Mel maybe was available, but if it was the Eri, but into a Twisted Fate, I'm not sure how the matchup usually goes. But the Orianna would make a lot of sense. Easy push you have in the mid lane, you have a great ball delivery system with Xin Zhao as well as with the Gnar really comfortably, and then also it just gives you a lot of power in the mid lane to just control how the Twisted Fate will try and move. Because even if you try to out push the Orianna, the more levels she gets, the easier it is for her to actually just consistently push you out of lane, or at the very least match your push. So it makes it difficult for the Twisted Fate to be able to push the lane into the Orianna. The only problem that I may see is that if you get stunned by the gold card, you get stunned by the Pantheon follow-up. Like the way to stun this Orianna is very easily, and if you get stunned in lane, you probably will end up dying. That being said, it's not impossible to just survive the lane pretty comfortably as Orianna, and then don't have to worry much about the Twisted Fate Pantheon. But the duo can work out if you move around the map, like you were mentioning. If they are able to just push the wave, then use Destiny's Gate with the Pantheon ultimate, you can reach every point of the map pretty comfortably, and you can actually turn a 2v1 situation or a 3v2 situation into a 4v3.
Yeah, the global potential, the global pick potential is huge for VKS, and for a team that oh, there we go, that's cute, look at that, Talkers and CL giving a little hug for the camera as well. Two of our most effective prolific coaches right now working in the CBLOL, certainly still on good terms, we love to see it. But I think for VKS, with a team that is supposed to have good macro, right, when they're on form, they look like one of the most controlled, one of the most considered, thoughtful teams that we have in the CBLOL. This is like the influence of CL and the large coaching staff that he brought in with him for BKS. But when they're not on form, to me, they feel like utterly directionless, like they don't know what play to make. They have no idea what to do, and they just do nothing, and nothing happens, right? And in the CBLOL, you're going to get bowled over if you don't have a plan, if you don't have any action to take. So they have Pantheon Twisted Fate. They better be doing stuff like all game, I swear, man.
Yeah.
We better be seeing roams, global picks, ults into lanes. We better be seeing stuff happening from BKS, because if they can't make picks and make action happen with these champions, I don't know what they can do.
Yeah, realistically, you have to look for the Twisted Fate and the Pantheon to allow for the team to get a lead, because realistically, a lot of this game will go through the Sivir and the Yuumi getting to that late game and being able to carry. There's no real big tanks, so the Sivir value here spikes up really nicely, especially with the Ricochet that you can get in almost any team fight. And then what they're going to be able to accomplish in that late game is all of the back or of the Pantheon and the Twisted Fate. And you really need to see the Samus just trying to be as sticky as possible onto some of these lanes. Particularly, I would argue mid lane. If you just kill Kaze on repeat, Twisted Fate gets the value to being able to do the same on the other lanes. But Kaze needs to die early on so that he doesn't really have any sort of value in general.
Yeah, and with the Orianna for Kaze, surprisingly we've seen two Oriannas today, having not seen any for kind of the first 4 weeks of the competition, and we saw how effective it was in the lane, at least, in the earlier series. The Orianna trading is very, very strong, and Misfortune, Twisted Fate is solid at pushing the lane, right? But generally speaking, we'd expect Kaze, I think, to have the run of the 1v1. His damage check is just a lot higher. It's going to have to be risky, pushing into the Samus, potentially the mid-jungle duo pairing up to depressurize that mid lane. We'll see how Red handles that one. As here we go, Seo and Kaiwin with the Sivir Yuumi. They're just shoving the lane under tower, and oh my goodness, Morteus is getting shredded by the level 2 advantage.
Yeah, early good advantage. They find the early push thanks to how the Sivir works, and that way you can get that early trade onto Morteus. Now, the lane becomes a little bit better the longer you can play it with the Karma, because you can just throw poke out and poke out and poke out consistently, but this is the sort of thing you want to have to try and get a little bit of early control, and that way also provide for the Pantheon to get a freer time into going into the lanes, try and get more power, and then also just try and bully more the Xin Zhao if he gets the chance for that. Now, mid lane is just getting consistently pushed around, nothing much out of the ordinary, but this is kind of the thing that you expect to see. And also, both junglers were on bot side. So if there's a fight happening, we have to see them between each support, mid laner, trying to go for a fight with them.
Yeah, for sure. Especially, I'm wanting to see, given how much the expectations I have with Desamas are very high in this game, with Pantheon and a TF to back it up, I want to see them doing a lot more. And for Steps, the Xin Zhao is the first champion we saw this guy debut on. He had a massive start, and we're yet to see that true kind of shocker game from him. He's had at least one game where he didn't necessarily go 5-0 in solo carry. It was a Zahen game. He still played it very well. It did not seem to stop him, but we haven't had a game where he's been fully shut down. And against these more experienced junglers like Desamas, like Tatu in the future, that's where I'm going to be looking to see, the true level, the true quality of Steps as to where he aligns in our jungle tier list, as it were.
Yeah, like you can win against the lower tier junglers, quote unquote, and obviously not much try and go against them, but it's really against the top tier ones where you really have your decision making put to the test and you really need to show up. And I think Steps has to do it today against the Samus. I'm pretty sure he will be able to show up because I feel like he has been playing really, really great so far. He has been one of the most surprising things to come out of this Red Kinect's roster. And then if he can just show up here, I'm really excited for the future of this team, as since also having a good time against Weiser. I think, if I'm not wrong, last week or 2 weeks ago, he was having a great game, solo killing multiple times during laner. And he has been also one player that I don't think a lot of people had a lot of hope for them, and he has been stepping up in ways that we weren't expecting much.
Yeah, absolutely. I think since, given in the wake of Shino stepping up from CD, as Weiser's trading aggressively still, but this is very risky with the passive stacked up. He's giving him a little bit of space. The hop comes through. Does he have a boomerang? One auto boomerang will do it. It's not quite enough to flash. He gets there. Zints with the first blood, and he lives on barely a sliver. Oh my goodness, you mentioned the solo kills, and here we go with another one.
I'm glad we were talking about Sins just on time so that he can get the solo kill, because yeah, 100% play that off greatly there. Now just run away and don't die so that we can look even better. But like really, really good solo kill he gets there. Pressing the issue as much as possible. I was thinking maybe he was going to commit the flash at that point. There's no flash on the Ambessa, so there should be no way that she can actually kill the Gnar here, especially with Mega Gnar coming in soon. He just wants to get the extra experience here, and that way back, even in a spot where it's not much of a problem there. But important solo kill to get in this position, because what this also means is that you open up all the space on the bot side. If your top lane is winning by himself, you actually don't need to commit anything anymore on the top side, as CEO is getting baited a little bit too much here going forward.
At least the flash. Steps comes in easy. The side, the wind becomes lightning, won't land, can't get the knock up. And Kaiwing will manage that out pretty well. So Seo loses the flash. Kaiwing will summon us down. Leaves them a little vulnerable. We've seen this. Ooh, looks like this 2v2 is definitely swung in the favor of Red as of late. They managed to get the CS advantage back, and they were getting pushed around in the first couple of levels, but the Ezreal Karma is a truly, dominant 2v2 in its own right against basically everybody, and we have seen that once they get some levels in the abilities, we're starting to see that that pendulum swing back.
Yeah, trying to make it work their way. I like the fact that Steps did try to commit to that play when they were trying to get baited. Unlucky that he doesn't get the W on the slow so that he could get the more of the value out of that. But he did blow the flash from CEO, and that can mean a repeat gank later on, right? You want to see this sort of plays where, yes, you didn't get the first attempt at killing them, but a first flash down means that you can try and go for repeat. And that's something that we haven't yet seen the Samis try and attempt to go for. We haven't seen the Samis try to go for any other lane, try and go and have an impact and blow a flash at the very least.
Yeah, he now has level 6, he's got the Grand Starfall, he's ready to go, as it were. Everything's online, and with how strong the red lanes are, right, all three of the lanes have priority for red. They're going to be pushing up, you'd expect, so that leaves them theoretically vulnerable to that Pantheon, and we need to see BKS start to get some points on the board. We need to see these ultimates being used. Miryu, once he gets a back off, he's going to have the Destiny to use as well, so that combination is going to be ready to go. And yeah, let's see what BKS can show us, because Red are right now just happy enough to bully them across the map, as they are wont to do. Red's laning has always been phenomenal, and they are using it to their advantage again today.
Yeah, it's on what you can accomplish out of that early advantage that you can find, and certainly Red have been one of those teams that can play the lanes effectively so that they can stack up on leads. But even if they don't find them, they are still a smart team to play around them as much as possible. As Weiser is getting attacked on here, actually going quite low. He may even die here with the ultimate from the Gnar.
Yeah, it's going to summon towards Zints with a second kill. What's going on, man? I feel like even Shino doesn't solo kill this much. Zintz is on a rampage. He's dismantling our best top laners one by one.
Yeah, it feels like he's just getting more confident with each passing week, and I like the fact that we're seeing this from Red, the fact that they can carry their confidence on previous games onto this ones, understanding that they don't need to fear anyone, and he's really not fearing Weiser at all. He's getting the advantage, he's getting the kills, and he's really turning this game around, or not turning it around, but actually making the game go way more in favor of Red at this point. Because once again, the more leads you have on one side of the map that has barely any jungle intervention, that means that the other side of the map you can just play jungler normally, and there's barely anything you need to do. Like, this is a game where Steps doesn't need to do much, and he will still be able to find some value because of what Sins is able to do in the top side.
Yeah, he's got all the map control he needs. You're absolutely right. No pressure on him to make things happen as Weiser continues to suffer. And with the first couple of lackluster weeks from Zintz, he looked like the only member that was just fine as opposed to great. But now he is absolutely settled in. Maybe it was just a bit of nerves on his debut in CBLOL, right? His T1 T1 moment has developed now into a very, very powerful threat. The Gnar, particularly for him, has been putting up huge numbers, great performances the 2 times we've seen it so far. He's 1,000 gold up pre-9 minutes, so it looks like he's going to be another devilish threat for BKS to deal with in these team fights. And like the 5v5 for Red is where the threat is. As here comes the play, they've got the stun with Yuumi and Pantheon onto this Orianna. Frosty Shield cannot keep them alive. If anything, he's about to go down himself, has to flash away.
Yeah, perfect combo there. At the very least, salvaging some of the situation, as we see Sins still putting as much pressure as possible there. And because of that, actually makes it difficult to go for the Herald in this situation, or actually for the Grob, sorry, in this situation. But with the kill, at the very least, finally we see them trying to have an impact with the sort of play that you know you can go for. When in click CC, easy to get onto the Orianna. She does have teleport, so she can come back into this spot. I don't think the Samis wants to commit knowing that the Orianna is going to come back, but still, great play they are able to find, great counter punch at the very least, and they do have a lead, not very big, but they do have a small lead on each side.
Yeah, for sure. So good start for VKS. They managed to get the play off the ground, right? They got a kill into Kaze, absolutely love that, and they knew not to fight for the grubs, as Morteus actually is getting TP'd on. Does he know, chat? I don't think he does, or is he just trying to wait to see where Miryu goes? The gold card's going to come around the corner, he cleanses it, flashes it, tries to get back to the safety of the turret. Seo is diving him deep though, Miryu's holding the turret, it takes a long time, and the Yuumi cannot keep him alive. VKS take too long, and they'll trade the 1-for-1, and it took them 3 members and summoners to get it off the ground.
Frosty was looking to maybe get the trade, but with the Yuumi there is very difficult to actually end up happening. But with the time that Miryu is spending down there on the bot side, Weiser, last second ulti,
no Mega Gnar, but Steps might be able to just force this through. Weiser's dropping low, the flash from Xinjiao gets him to safety. A killing spree now locked up for the Gnar.
And you know that Pantheon is not close by at all. He's actually hovering for the mid lane, so the space for trying to counter that kill doesn't come through. They find a counter kill on the bot side, really good that they are able to get that kill onto the Sivir anyway at the end of the day. And then on the top lane, once again, Weiser just suffering so much from the pressure that this Mininar is able to accomplish, and then also Steps finally coming in. But it's all just a play that it takes multiple steps to happen, but it's really well managed, because the play on the bot side requires the Twisted Fate to go down there. That takes way too many resources out of the play, and that means Pantheon has to hover mid lane so that they don't lose much more. But with Pantheon hovering mid lane, you know that top lane is completely free, so you can go for that dive without suffering. Oh, Ezreal is dead.
No summoners this time. Didn't expect the repeat straight away, perhaps, and Morteus this time will be knocked down. That's a clean kill for Seo, second on the board for this Sivir. VKS do really need to start building that win condition up to match what's happening in the top side, because Zintz is continuing to pressure. The VKS mid-game team fighting is going to be absolutely phenomenal with their comp.
This game is going to be what Zintz is able to accomplish before the Sivir Yuumi becomes a real problem. Because so far, 2-on-1 start for Seo is great, but we have to see how much of that does actually turn into a big enough lead that you can try and win the game through that. And also, we need to consider that we have barely seen Kaze actually being a factor, and an Orianna ultimate can always just win you a fight out of nowhere. So it's going to be interesting seeing how the rest of the game progresses. At the very least, BKS not staying behind at all and just letting Weiser's death go unwasted. They are trying to play for the rest of the map.
Steps working on that second Drake of the game. In the meantime, the Samus stealing away the Xin Zhao's red buff on top side. Gold still dead even across the board pretty much. And Red and BKS both still eyeing each other across the map right now. We've seen a couple of plays successfully from BKS to keep them in this game, but the rest of the map is still more or less even. BKS have managed to find a couple of plays, but the gold leads are negligible. And then his top side for Zinz is completely exploded in the favor of Red. Wiser barely holding onto his plates right now. And there hasn't been any effort from BKS to try and deal with this, right? They've still been focusing on building up Seo, so Wiser is gonna be miles behind the curve in these later fights. Once he gets the first and second item on board, he's still gonna be a threat. He's still gonna be something to look out for, but it is gonna be a while before we get there.
Yeah, the good thing about playing Ambessa is always that you can just get one good ultimate into one of the carries on the backline, and if you can set up for your team, you can get a good enough win that it doesn't really matter. But obviously, losing out so much on the side lane push does mean that, at the very least for side lane pressure, the Nara is going to be able to be a big problem. Like, he can actually just begin impacting lanes, not have to worry much about just trying to push with somebody trying to collapse on him, and that way just try and get a lead off of that. Now, Sivir and Yuumi did move towards the mid lane, maybe trying to set up for a potential fight at some objective, but it looks like they are going to move back. No, actually, they went back mid lane, so they are going to stay over there, instead just leave Miru in the bot lane so that he can play with the Destiny's Gate a little bit more aggressive towards that mid side.
Picking up plates on the bot side is Miryu, playing a very serviceable TF game so far. We have been waiting to see this Miryu impact come back on the map. It's not the usual kind of a Kali-style team fight carrying right now, but it's very important on the map for keeping BKS in this game one right now, and actually starting to build up a little bit of a lead of their own. So Red, with a little bit more pressure on them, they can't necessarily just sit back and do nothing at this point. They are now having plays made on them. They're no longer just accruing a lead, so we'll need to see what the plan is going to be. That's pretty big damage coming out from Morteus and Frosty onto Seo.
Oh, Miru.
The steps looking, the ult gets caught onto Miru right now. He's got the flash, has to burn it. Goes from the summoner as well. In comes the Samus.
Great ulti there.
Seo has been chased by Frosty. TP's everyone.
Oh, TP there.
A piece of this play. Sits with the Megadon, catches onto the Sivir.
He's so big.
That's the perfect target, and Wiser's got to skedaddle out of there. Lovely maneuver by the red top laner. Once again is the difference maker.
Sins is making it his issue this game. He knows that he has a lead, and he's coming in on the side, finding the right angle, perfect flash onto both members, and that nets up a victory there. Important victory, because it's not only the flash they get off of the Twisted Fate, it's not only the ultimate that they burn from the Pantheon here. Morteus is taking a lot of damage, but it's fine. But it's also the kills that they get onto both Seo and Kaiwing, and that's the thing. Even though the Sivir is far ahead, and the Yuumi is a really good enabling support, you're 2-in-1. That means that if you catch one up, the other one dies in the process as well. There's no way for the Yuumi to be salvaged in that play, and that turns into an even bigger gold lead at this point. But I love the play by Sins, really great angle, and really nice goal by Red overall. It's just really fun to see them just finding those plays all around the map.
I'll be honest, TDS, I thought we were pretty much a safe lock for most impactful top laner of the day from that first series, from that Shino game, but since is coming up behind him in the rearview mirror. He is trying to, as you say, make it his issue to become the win condition himself for Red right now. He's still pressuring into Wiser. That Herald is ready and waiting to be taken, but oh my goodness, how is Wiser supposed to play this right now?
Like, even in Mininar, which is one of the points where you can actually try and be a little bit of an issue as the Mbessa, you just simply can't find an angle. Since is playing it really effectively as, Twisted Fate ultimate comes through. He's trying to escape here, I think, and the ultimate does not come through. He may die.
Not going to use it. Can Steps get into range? Flashes for Wind becomes lightning. In comes the charge. He's stunned up. The tower is still alive right now. Kaze looks for last bit of damage. Flashes
just
for
enough.
it. Finds the kill. And Xin Zhao will skip away alive. Red pushing it to the limit, but they still get the kill. Here's the counterplay for BKS onto Zinz. Ults are committed. Wiser goes in. Still Meganar right now. Flashes, but in comes the kill. Desamus with the Comet Spear. And finally, they put the brakes on this Nar.
Yeah, finally at the last second, they are able to find another play to, at the very least, counter what is happening on the other side of the map. Good play there by the Samis. Good answer, and getting a shotdown, if I'm not wrong, onto this Nar. Really, really important. And this is the sort of thing that you're expecting to see from top teams, right? You get one play on one side of the map, but the other side of the map gets answered by the other jungler. They are not allowing one team to just go away with an advantage. They're trying to go tit for tat and put a lot of pressure on each each side. I'm really happy that we're getting this sort of game, and also that the semis is not really allowing Steps to just get the hang out of the game with how he has done in all of the previous games. He's actually just finding the right angles to make something happen for his team.
Yeah, it's not necessarily as crazy high tempo as sort of Tattoo Pantheon games, but it is very well considered. It's doing exactly what he needs to do. He's finding the picks he needs to find to keep his team in the game. He's making plays that he needs to make. So very strong performance so far from the Samus. Miryu as well. They've been linking up and keeping BKS in the game. So far, I am seeing what I wanted to see from BKS, but they are still coming out of this laning phase at a disadvantage.
Weiser, no.
Small goal disadvantage, and Weiser has to flash, does get rooted, but will keep himself alive. But objective-wise, Red has been running the map. BKS are going to pick up the Herald, but it's gold deficit and objective deficit for BKS coming out of the laning phase. They're going to now have to go into the skirmishy team fighty area of the game, into Red with a Gnar, with an Orianna, with Ezreal Karma. The comp for Red, I think, is only going to get happier as we get into that stage.
Yeah, at this point, with how the map is getting open and played around, I think Red for the timing is going to be much happier with what they are attempting to go. The Herald is something that can, at the very least, close out on some of the deficits that they have with turrets that potentially can go down, particularly mid lane. With that Rift Herald, you can take it down. But with the Soul being one of the threats as well at this point, it's 4 minutes now for the Soul to come through. And Cloud Soul is one of those Souls that, depending on the composition and on the game, you really want to try and get. And this one particularly, we're trying to reach the backline, trying to get on top of the Sivir that has movement speed, asteroids with the Yuumi and her ultimate are going to be really important. And getting that sort of Soul to try and reach that backline is going to be really big, especially for Sins and for Steps. So really good draw that they are able to get. And then also just forcing onto the fact that they don't have to worry about the other objective as much as possible.
Red trying to take control of this bot river right now. Aaron, up in 40 seconds. Still a while to go before Red can play for potential Cloud Soul. As VKS still continuing to have a lot more purchase across the map right now, except for Weiser, who is still being bullied by Zinz. Seo and Kaiwing are getting to the point with 2 items on the Sivir where they can do what they want to. Miryu's managing to push in Kaze across the map, so VKS certainly with a lot more purchase to use right now. And the Seo Sivir win condition is building up as we go. You can see the gold chart. Back and forth so far this game. No one able to find a truly significant lead thus far. And this is more or less what we would hope for. We'll see if Red can hold up under some of the first real pressure they've been put under this split.
And those Sivir ricochets are becoming really meaningful, the more opportunities they get to actually stack up on that damage. And yeah, CO has to be the win condition that the side of BKS plays for. The only worry I have with this, and the only thing that I can see BKS being worried about, it's something similar to what happened with I'm forgetting their name, I'm really sorry, the Kisanti on the first game. All the gold is getting concentrated on the Sivir, realistically. Yes, there may be a gold lead like for each of the players, but realistically speaking, the gold lead needs to be concentrated on the Sivir. But that also means that if the Sivir dies, there's nobody realistically that you can depend on to win you a team fight. So if they are able to find CO at any point in the fight, you have to be really careful about how the rest of the fight goes for BKS, because they may not have enough damage for them. Oh, Samus.
Committed onto the Samus. They're trying to commit for him. Out comes the final chapter. It's going to make this dive pretty tricky. Miryu's coming to the backline. Kaze struggling, has the Protobot out.
Oh, perfect angle there.
Clips him with a public execution, gets into the backline, steps into the game, and Steps himself is way too deep.
Dead.
Tries to flash away, but Miryu is there to catch him with the Samus ulting in for good measure. Big plays
maybe Baron
by
just like that.
Red reached far too deep for that.
Yeah, and this is one of those times where Red's overcommitment or attempt at going for an aggressive play makes them lose out a fight. The idea is not necessarily bad, but I think that their decision there either has to be kill Pantheon quick enough that it doesn't matter, or try and go for something else. And the problem is that they committed the Shockwave when Pantheon had the E available. He just soaks all of the damage, there's nothing else to try and follow up there. And then also, since didn't have Mega Gnar available for teleport there. So if it turns into a full-blown fight, which it happened, it ends up being like that. And I think this is one of those times where Red tried to overreach, tried to read the situation very badly, and it turns into an awful play now because they lose the Baron buff. But you can see they commit too heavily onto a Pantheon, they don't have the right spot. Miryu makes Cassie take too much damage there, and then the angle for the ultimate there by the Ambessa is perfect. Even though Weiser has had an awful game so far, he still gets the perfect opportunity there to actually get value out of his ultimate, and he actually gets a lot of gold back out of those previous 2 plays, as they are trying to look maybe for a fight here again.
Flash is burned by the TF. Isengard comes up for steps. Zint's looking to hunt for more, but he doesn't have the Mega. And you mentioned that a lot of the gold was concentrated onto Sayo before for VKS. Red, on the other side, has a lot of it on this Gnar. Zintz just was not present at that last fight, right? He's TP'd late after Weiser, wasn't anywhere near Mega, couldn't really use that value. You really felt the lack of that power for Red, as now he's here, he's got the Gnar bar stacking up, and Dragon Soul is up in 10 seconds. Now they're peeling back away to maybe get the waves in control. Are they just seeding it?
I don't think they can fight it at this point, just because the position for some of the members is not the best, and it doesn't feel like they are strong enough just yet. This Orianna build feels like they don't deal actual damage now that I look at it. Kase opting into a more maybe safe build, to put it quote-unquote, but that does mean that you're actually going to be lacking a lot of burst damage that you may have used to try and kill Sayo.
Yeah, what the Proto Belt's actually doing for him necessarily, you know, it's a bit of M-Pen, it's a little dash, right, which it's nice to have, but ultimately it does feel like a lot of mid laners are perhaps overvaluing the value of the little dash, and we're maybe just reading Chovy's build history a little bit too closely, but we'll see if he's able to make value out of it, as VKS now, wearing Baron with a Yuumi Sivir, mind you, are shoving up pretty comfortably, and Red still trying to threaten where they can, but they kind of just have to hold the L for a bit.
Yeah, it's trying to hold on for the Baron push to go through. Mainly here for Red is not losing a big enough lead that you cannot fight it back. But this is probably one of the biggest deficits that we've seen Red at this point in the game so far this split. Like, it's one of the first times that you actually see them not only fall really far behind, but not have a clear answer to something that the enemy team will try and pull for. That being said, as long as the Baron buff doesn't open up the base, it's not the end of the world. Like, it's not something impossible to try and fight back, as long as they don't lose something like an inhibitor or the base gets completely broken up.
Red trying to keep control of this mid wave right now. The Baron ticking away, almost done, so they shouldn't be losing any more turrets off the back of it. They've actually got 5 stacked in the mid lane right now, and are maybe looking for an angle to start a fight, as Miri is still pushing up this top side. Kaze is going to have to go and get that back under control, and it really feels like VKS are now the ones calling the shots, controlling the pace across the map, not allowing Red to get into a position for one of those team fights they want to have.
It feels like they are not getting a lot of angles for them to try and be pulled up, and obviously a lot of this does come through from the fact that BKS, having the control that they have, they are not really leaving any open space. Having the global ultimates does benefit them enough that they can try and respond to a lot of the plays that Red want to pull up, and it seems like unless they find an angle where they can try and burst CO as quickly as possible, it's not as easy for Red to really start some of these fights, especially with the engage potential, right? It's really dependent on either the Xinjiao going in or the Gnar finding an angle to go Mega Gnar and finding the wall like it happened earlier in the game. It really depends on some of these things to go through. They still should have a lot of damage coming in with champions. Oh wait, like this.
Rusty has to flash away. Nice stolen summoner. Does get both VKS mid and jungle ultimates out there. Will not be available if Red can find a window for a play. Zinz is almost mega, but there's a lot of vision down there on that bot side for VKS. They know exactly where he's coming from.
Yeah, they know where this Gnar can try and appear from, and they also know that even if they try and come for there, not having that flash on the Karma means that if she overcommits, she's an easy target to try and go for. This does open up a little bit of a window, because without those 2 global ultimates, you can try and maybe force a numbers advantage situation in one point of the map. Not as consistent as they probably would have liked to have before, but at the very least it does give you a slight angle for it. The problem now is that Sivir is reaching 3rd item. I think after this wave she gets 3rd item, so it's a point where you are worried about the Sivir just becoming too much of an issue to also try and deal with it. Ezreal does hit 3rd item as well, but it's not comparable.
It feels like Red have just not been able to pressure Sayo at all. They've had 4 summoners up for a long time, and when you have a Yuumi heal plus actual heal barrier and flash, it's just really hard. And the spell shield and the speed boost from the ult, like actually killing this Sivir is very difficult to do from start, you know. So Red are going to have a tall task on their hands if they want to deal with it. And the Serpent's Fang is certainly good to again shred through their shields, right? We've said this, we saw it earlier in the day, but ultimately it is going to slow down Ezreal's kind of scaling just a little bit for that value. and Red do have a tall task in front of them. It kind of feels like it needs to be a big Meganar Orianna ult combo to swing this game back in their favor. There's a Baron up in 30 seconds to force a team fight over, and there's another Soul fight in a minute. They seeded the last dragon without contest. Surely they will have something more to say about this one.
They're trying to look aggressively here for the Twisted Fate, but props to Mira as well, by the way. He has been playing a really smart game as far as where he's positioning and where he's trying to step up. He doesn't overcommit in certain points in lane, which means that he's not getting collapsed on pretty easily. And that also turns into being able to start setting up for the rest of the team, as Sam is trying to look here for the Frosty. Frosty doesn't have flash, remember.
It's already down, and Seo picks up that kill. Red looking to see if they can again find something on the back end, but there's just no angle for them. Zint's caught up by Mirio Desames, gatekeeping him out, and Frosty just goes down.
Yeah, having the point-and-click duo of the Pantheon W with the Twisted Fate gold card is so effective to lock down targets. And what before didn't look like it was going to turn into much more advantage, it's actually turning out much more effectively here. They find a little bit of a slow, but it shouldn't turn into anything. They are looking for this Orianna, and she may die here.
She is very deep in the topside jungle. Is crashing that top wave, but has given themselves up. Here come the global plays that you cannot lose sight of.
Yeah, and the thing is that Red is now on the back foot with every play. Like, it feels like they want to go for something, but they understand 100% that they cannot go for something, and at the same time are not respecting the potential that BKS has. It seems that Miru and Desames are just reading the situation much better, and like we were mentioning before, this is one of these first big tests as far as mid-jungle duos go, and it looks like so far Steps and Kaze are failing it. Kaze, I would argue, building the worst items possible to try and play Orianna in this sort of game. You don't need survivability, you need to kill people, and realistically, he's failing at both. And then Steps is not really finding the right opportunities to actually play this game. Desames feels like it's one step ahead of him, funnily enough, and just finding the right plays in a better manner than him.
Red, it's been a long time since we saw them have any kind of impetus and ideas in this game. It feels like BKS has just been running the show for a long time, and it feels inevitable as the game scales away. It gets more and more into Seo's house, and despite the fact that the mid-jungle duo is not necessarily scaling teamfight, it's all about that pick control. You just need to keep this Sivir alive, and she's gonna do the work for you. You can see the amount of respect that Red have to give Seo, who is just strolling into their side of the jungle.
Yeah, she can just walk forward, and that doesn't even mean that you can try and force onto her. Like there's no way to actually burst out the Sivir at this point, because the burst damage is non-existent. It was going to be the Orianna, but with this build, she's just simply going to lack that quite a bit. And then the other members are not in the right spot to actually try and follow up there. Also, having the global value is always going to be great there. But yeah, you can just see there, Protobell to try and escape a gold card, and then even then you can still die after that.
Mid lane has been solidly the dominion of Seo for the last few minutes, still keeping control of it, and Red, it feels like we're just receiving waves, we're just farming up and getting items on the board. I guess it's fine, but for VKS, they are the ones with the choice of play right now. They're going to pick up this top turret, they're slowly chipping away at the map, and they're trying to catch Seo on the rotation. They've got on top of him, there's the knock-up, he's dropping
There's no damage.
Low. Frosty and Steps very low in turn, though. The Ezreal ult does not connect. Seo steps away, and the Yumi's going to heal him up.
All the damage was on Morteos there, but because Morteos is the only one dealing damage in that spot, I don't know how that failed. Morteos is the only one dealing damage in that spot. That means that there's barely any way to follow up. Orianna there wasn't even close by, so it's difficult to see. Oh, wait, Wiser, actually.
Zint's about to get ult, but Desames with the ult to rotate through, and Seo's coming out of base. Zint's couldn't get the job done. And now he's just going to try and waste time. Gets onto Wiser, but the killing spree will be locked up, and Red again lose out on the play.
Yeah, that's just a play that Red is behind at that point. They cannot kill Seo, they cannot kill anyone, and in the process, Sins gets picked up on the side. They didn't even use a Twisted Fate ultimate, they just used... Oh, wait.
Yes, has been snapped up past the flash.
In the back.
Trying to get out of there now. In comes Wiser on the flank, going to slow them down, and the rest of BKS charging through the Baron pit, looking for more. Gold card lands onto Kaze, Desames to follow it up. The CC
not
is
even
solid.
Shockwave used.
Morteus has been pushed onto the wrong side of the map. BKS can do no wrong in this game. Post 15 minutes, it feels like Red can't contest them anywhere.
Yeah, no, this game is getting completely outplayed by BKS. They just went smarter into how they played this game, and Red kind of choking in a really weird manner overall, as Miro gets engaged on here, but there's not enough damage to actually get the kill, and now Steps is dead.
He is. He's just going to get caught out again. The
Well,
Crescent Guard buys him
actually,
some time.
he missed.
Wiser
Yep.
low, but Kai Wing will keep him
Oh,
topped
no.
up. There's a TP in from Zinz, and this is just going from bad to worse. Has to flash away. A bit of a panic call from Red. We're feeding more and more gold into BKS, and all of a sudden, Cade are 9,000 gold in the lead. They've got a Baron to take if they want. They've stopped the Dragon stacking, and Red just feel like they've run out of time.
Yeah, it should be over pretty soon. Like, they will get the skill, they will get the Baron, they will close out the game, and the responses need to be for next game, it feels like, for Red, because they don't have the right answers at this point. We do need to see what happens next game with BKS, though, when you take away the global ultimates from both Miru and the Samis impacting the way that they did. What happens with the game in that sense? Because this, so far, I feel like a lot of the game just was controlled by that, and if you take that away, what can BKS do? But at the very least for now, the game perfectly managed by both of them. They pulled off the plays that they needed to, and they completely shut down Steps and Kazi. They're already winning the first matchup between the two of them at this point.
Yeah, for sure. Very, very important to see from BKS. We can see a replay of this fight. It's as soon as they're on the back foot, it just feels like Red can't ever get back into position to try and get any team fights, right? There's already no Gnar, so how are we supposed to get the Gnar Orianna combo or anything further?
Yeah. It's just a combo that is non-existent, or feels non-existent at this point. Same for the Orianna Xinjiao. Like, I don't think we have seen even Kazi use ultimate in the last minutes, if I'm honest.
I don't think so. Yeah, there's just no opportunity that he's found for it. He's now gone into the Void Staff and is trying to finish a Rabadon's, but it does feel like he slowed himself down a lot with the Protobelt. Couldn't find any damage, couldn't find any impactful shockwaves. There's no angles to be seen there as well. And Red now, with the VKS Baron waves crashing into their base. Zinz gets onto Seo, but easily cleanses away from it, repositions, and the Gnar just gets taken to pieces. Steps looks for a second engage, but Wiser is threatening the backline as well. He's pulling the focus of Red. Kaze has to reposition.
He hasn't used Shockwave.
The Samus now back into the base. Morteus cannot be saved by the turrets. And this Sivir is just uncontestable right now. The Samus is ulting onto the fountain. VKS are about to wrap this game up.
So I need to know if Kaza's ultimate is just for decoration or if it actually has a button that he can press, because no, not used at all at any point there. Dies without using the ultimate, and BKS just run the show for this first game. After the first 15 minutes, complete and utter dominance. Nothing that Red tried and do was done right, and it was answered perfectly by BKS. Really well read game, really well done. I think the draft for this first game worked out really well because both Miru and Samis were able to play around the all global ultimates perfectly and didn't allow for a lot of the plays that Red was trying to look for to actually work out. I will say a lot of mistakes by Red as well, particularly, I think maybe I'm inching too much on this, but Orianna was useless. Her build was useless, her ultimates were non-existent, and her existence was pretty much just a robot that, like, you know those robots that you can buy from Temu that are there on your desktop that just like wave at you or just appear at you? That was Orianna this game, essentially. Like barely anything that you could mention about. And then you lose out on a lot of situations because Seo isn't left untouched. There's nothing to actually burst out the Sivir. And Pantheon and Twisted Fate were able to play all around the map, shutting down Zinz multiple times.
Yeah, bit of a shocker there. After such a strong, this usual kind of red lane dominance early on, everything was going right for them. Zinz was solo killing Wiser on repeat. They had the lead to play with, but once those playmaking opportunities came in, as you said, it really just turned into VKS. Red never managed to find the play that they wanted, and yeah, the Orianna was absolutely whiffed completely in that mid game. Just went nowhere. And sadly, by the time she'd realized that needed a Rabadon's probably, game was already over. So unfortunate to see. VKS taking the first game here against Red. Perhaps our top one team is about to be top one no more. We'll go to a break. Stick around, everybody, to see how the series continues. And we are back, everybody. VKS taking the first win of the day over Red Canids. Our lossless first team leader is now had their first game handed to them. VKS, if they win this, they will take over that position at the top of the table.
Yep.
The same series score and a head-to-head record. So VKS, the improvement is showing, right? We've seen CL on socials kind of time and again as the split has continued saying, don't worry, we're working on it. Trust the process, right? We're building, we're improving, and we are really starting to see that now.
Yeah, and it's important that with the process there is some results as well, because if not, you become Arsenal and bad things happen. But I think that they have shown good improvement as well here in the process, and they can culminate that by winning not only today, but also setting themselves up back again into that top spot that they are looking for, so that they can be one of the dominant force over at the CBLOL. I think so far, really good showing for today. Certainly, I think covering a little bit of the fear that they had beforehand and some of the weaknesses that they had in other plays. And also importantly, I think the smart game plan that they had for the first game. Because for as much as I think it was really focused towards the Sivir, and I think a lot of the game inched on the Sivir being in a spot where she could carry, they played really well with the global ultimates. They played really smartly around the Twisted Fate and the Pantheon. They find the right place, and they shot down a lot of the ideas that they had on the side of Red Canids. And then on the Red Canids side, first game loss, this is a point where we need to see how they actually respond, because this is unknown territory for them. They had not lost a game yet all split long. This is the first time they are on the back foot with the backs against the wall. And if they can turn this around, that also is a good showcase of their mentality and their mindset going against these tough oppositions.
Yeah, for sure, right? Last split, we saw Red, for a lot of the split, they again looked like the best team. They were top of the regular season standings for part of it. They looked like the main threat going into playoffs. And yet, when things started to go wrong, when it started to fall apart against Loud, it all went apart very quickly, right? It all crumbled very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And ended up kind of going to America's Cup, not performing as well as we'd like. And then the roster was changed significantly, right? Curse was out. FMB is now out. So Red are not afraid of making changes, but they are quite momentum based, it seems like, over the course of a split. And when they run out of steam, is this going to become more of a problem, more of a mountain in the molehill, where necessarily all they've done is lost the game to a definitely good team in VKS? So how will Red Canids respond to this? Let's find out.
It's one of those things where you want to see if this is a team that is really emotionally based, or if they are actually going to learn from those mistakes that they have done beforehand. As far as with this game drafts that already started, focus towards the jungle with both the Jarvan and the Nocturne Band away, Rise as well taking a little bit of focus towards Frosty's part as well, just in case, and then the Rumble as well taking away just in case for the potential play all around. This opens up for Ashe surfing once again. We have to see if this time around we actually are going to see it from either of these teams, but there's still a couple of pairings that they can go for, as by potentially getting picked here, and the point and click ultimate still being of value here for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Dasama is still going to have that playmaking potential. No questions here. I'm happy to see that as Red. So we had Steps as well on the Xin Zhao. He was fine. I think he was kind of doing his job, but it wasn't a particularly flashy performance. I wonder if we're going to see him go back to the Aatrox or something a little bit more kind of carry-oriented to give him more agency to play in this game. And well, there you go, locked it in. Yep, that's the flowchart successfully achieved. So now I guess I'm expecting to see another enchanter for Frosty to keep buffing him up. And we'll see what the rest of the team is going to be put together. But I think, Steps is going to step back into the forefront again for this one.
Yeah, opting into the Aatrox to have that carry performance. And we have to see how both the jungler and the mid laner this time around are going to play for Red, because that was a big deficit that they had in the previous game. The mid-jungle duo felt like they didn't do much to try and fight against what Miro and the Semis were trying to do. And this time around, they need to show up once again, as the Ashe does get picked here. She gets picked before even the surfing comes through. The issue with this, if they don't go surfing or if they go surfing, is that it opens up for a Caitlyn pick and then one of the champions to follow up with the Caitlyn as well. There's a few options that they can try and go for on the side of PKS that can answer this Ashe.
Yeah, we saw that split Ashe Seraphine before, where the Seraphine was left by the wayside. The Nautilus ended up coming out for Redbird to pair with the Ashe in that instance. Let's see what VKS is going to try and take. They're going to go for the Jace, in fact. Was banned in the second rotation before, and Weiser, of course, one of our Jace players in the top side. I believe Miryu could could also turn his hand to it in the mid lane, though generally we are only seeing it in the top lane right now. And for Zinz, that does mean, you know, regardless of what you pick, it's very hard to find a counter to Jace in the top lane, as it were.
Yeah, I feel like usually it's more so holding champions, like someone that can just hold on for long enough. Instead of something that can actually just outright win against the Jace. And for the Ahri to close out here, pretty straightforward idea. They want to play with the Ahri Bai duo that almost always works out really well. If you get one down, the other one just follows up perfectly on you. They close out with the Surfing as well, so the Ashe Surfing duo that works out really nicely as well comes through here. The only thing that I'm scared about this Ashe Surfing duo here is the Bai Ahri being able to just follow up on one of those targets. They don't have a lot of ability, so if you press the R with the Bai, it's very easy for the Ahri to follow up and get on top of one of them. But if the game goes to a point where they can just play off of the distance, then it's going to be a little bit difficult for them as well, as the remaining bans are going to come through with the Nautilus getting banned away, and I think focus towards the bot side is where Red are going to go through.
It does kind of feel like we're going to line up the same kind of comp disparity as last time, where VKS is going to have picks through mid jungle, and then Red is going to be front to back team fighting, right? Ultimately, VKS was able to use their pick potential to pick apart the Red composition and never let them get the team fight they wanted very effectively in game one. And it feels like that same thing is going to be asked of them here. We can see VKS stripping away the tanks from the top side, right? So Zinz can't just pick a frontliner and play engage, play peel as easily. They're going to take those offers them. I wonder if we're just going to see a Cassante ban as well here, just to remove that option for him. And then Red's taken away the engage support, trying to remove that pick potential even more. It's actually a Yorick ban, which is pretty interesting, potentially trying to avoid a split push option for Red in that second rotation, but let's see what Zinz is going to take. And, well, I guess with the Cassante unbanned, it's the next tank on the list. You know, maybe Ornn would have been a choice as well, but Cassante is the one he goes for.
I think the Yorick is an interesting ban here, because I think that there's a point where you can actually fight against the Yorick really effective, or the Jace really effectively with some of the ghouls as well. And then if you lock him down in your prison, there's a chance that you can make a gank happen with it. So it's kind of an interesting idea, but the Cassante feels like the next big thing. Really good tank to try and hold on for as much as possible, and then trying to see what BKS goes into here. The Nami is still available. You could technically go Nami Caitlyn. Yunara Lulu also still available for the buffing up. It's a little bit different compared to what you do with the Yumi, when you just get popped up and someone is on top of you consistently all the time. The Lulu and the Yunara are two separate entities, and that means that you can kill one or the other. But if they opt into the Tahm Kench, this does give them a little bit more survivability just off of the fact that it's a tank. But it's more atypical to see.
Yeah, well, if they go for the Rakan, that's definitely not a common pairing, I think, for the Yunara. Sometimes we see them with the Engage, and we're just going to flip back to the Lulu, so that's fine. I think VKS have literally done the exact same thing, right? They've just gone down the list. Okay, we need mid-jungle playmaking pick comp, and we need scaling bot laner for Seo, who can carry the team fights later on. The only major difference is the Jace, just because it is such a singular pick, right? With the poke elements, that as opposed to an Ambessa, which is, there's still a bit of dive that Jace can do, but ultimately you can't live. If you dive like into the back of a team fight like this, you're probably not coming out the other side, but it does have poke elements instead. So I think VKS is going to play this basically the same way, and Red also have monstrous front to back team fight. It's different pieces, but the strategy matchup feels the same to me.
Yeah, this is going to be a change up in some ways, I would argue, for Red, and for BK it feels like pretty much the same, but a change up in some ways for Red, in the sense that it's going to be Zinz on a little bit more of a quieter champion in the form of the Cassante. He's just going to be the heavier tank. The bot lane probably going to have a little bit more power to themselves to try and control, and then the mid lane jungle duo, I think this time is going to be way more aggressive. One of the things that happens with the Orianna Xin Zhao is that you depend a lot on what the Xin Zhao wants to do, and then the Orianna follows up, right? With the Sylas Aatrox, whoever wants to pull the trigger can pull the trigger. Like, legitimately, one of them can say go, and you go, and you can actually commit there. Same can be said for Ahri Bai, so we can see a lot of fighting actually happening between both mid-jungle duos, but based on the previous game, I feel like the Ahri Bai fits more into the idea that Bibo had for their game, where for the side of Red, there's a different adaptation and a much more aggressive one at that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Red have gone into the comfort picks as well. The Kaze Silas has been terrorizing this league for ever since Kaze stepped into the CBLOL. The Steps Aatrox has been a huge carry element for them. Ashe Seraphine in the bot lane, like, it's power picks kind of all the way down, with Zinz on the neutralizing Cassante in the top side. So I think Red have pulled out all the stops here to try and equalize this series. They recognize how they were outplayed and outperformed in game number 1 by VKS, and they have tried to pull all of their best tricks to get us back in here. And for VKS, let's see if they can recreate it, right? They've had good games and bad games so far. The inconsistency has been the main point about them. Game 1 was great. Can they actually turn that into 2 in a row, though?
Yeah, they need to close out the series. Winning 1 is great, but you need to actually close out the whole series, because if not, you just give an angle for the other team to answer back. If not, ask aloud what happened in the previous series. So now for BKS, they need to try and find the right groove and get this game going in their favor as much as possible. As we see the start of the game, pretty normal. There was a slight attempt at trying to go inside of the jungle to try and maybe pick someone up, but nothing out of the ordinary. And then both junglers starting on opposite side of the map, same idea of stealing the Raptors from each other.
Yes, they're both going to take that robbery coming through. I wonder if we're going to see a split map on the side of this, or if they'll both just invade through, and how that's going to resolve. If either jungler's going to try and go for the 3 camp and scrap it out. Obviously, we see Miryu is going to have the priority in this early game, being ranged into melee, and the Ahri, of course, from minute go, is very, very strong in that trading regard. So we'll see how this junglers get affected potentially by these matchups. And it's not all red winning lanes like last time, right? Last time it felt like 3 red winning lanes that VKS were able to counteract through the mid game. Now, Wiser, I'd expect to be winning top lane. Miryu, at least early on, is going to win, but I think that probably evens out later. And then Red only really has that bot lane as a consistent, like, this is our lane to play through.
Yeah, realistically, the way that you force it out as much as possible is that this bot lane will be able to net you a lead that is good enough that you can try and play around it, as Miryu gets locked in. Oh, the Ignite down.
Something that is there. Kaze struggling. Steps is going to step forward, gets 2 knockups there, and Samus is going to have to try and fight this one out. Kaze could look for a re-engage when the Kingmaker cooldown is back, as Miryu threatens to charm. Lands it onto Steps. He might have to lose the flash.
Too late.
Samus steps up with the first blood. And there's the VKS mid-jungle duo that we've been waiting for.
Yeah, but that's a big mistake out of Steps. He's the one that ends up losing out this fight, because he's the one that doesn't respect the charm timing, as well as not respecting the angle from potentially getting attacked on there. Kaze takes a little bit more damage in that position. He's not gonna die, but still, that's a big, big mistake coming in from the jungler. The one that has been the most hyped up member from this roster so far is the one that commits the mistake there, and really good play by the semis and Mirror understanding they are still the stronger duo, at least for a while. Later on, that's gonna change. But for now, they are the stronger one, and they take the advantage like they needed to. They did blow the flash from CO down there on the bot side, so maybe an opportunity for Steps to maybe look for that play down there on the bot side.
Critical success for VKS in the mid jungle. That's the way they wanted to start off this game too. We did see in bot lane that Seos lost the flash to a Frosty beat drop, so the Ashe Seraphine is starting to put some pressure down, but as we can see top lane, that pressure is being matched up by Wiser. He was demolished by Zinz in the 1v1 last game, but the matchup is certainly a different story here.
Yeah, it could change quite a bit, especially with how the first game went, and now trying to see how it goes through here. But now that they are trying to set up, wait, Zio is getting attacked in here. He still doesn't have flash. Yeah.
It's gonna be slowed out. Kaiwing's there. The beat drop lands. Ashe Seraphine combo hitting true. He's very low, but not low enough. Kaiwing's there to keep him supported up, and Seo's gonna have to pull the recall.
It's not enough damage. You actually lose the flash as the Seraphine, but with the wave state as it is right now, the Yunara is gonna lose out on quite a few minions, and they can try and put pressure onto this Lulu as well. There's a good amount of difference that you can try and create here, especially if there's not enough attention coming down to the bot side. So not necessarily the worst of trades possible. It's not good, don't get me wrong. You did lose your flash and your barrier for nothing, essentially. But you can try and set that up for success later on if Red is able to manage it out accordingly.
Samus heading back through the mid lane. Kaze still pushing up on Kaze.
No.
Not the right chime to go in, my friend. Flashes away. Unfortunate timing there with the Vi happening to be walking through that lane. Kaze loses another summoner. BKS really happy with how this mid lane is going. All they need to do is keep some stability elsewhere, and they're going to have a wonderful drive to play through in that mid game.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of nervousness in some of these plays happening for the side of Red, and they are paying a little bit of the price with some of their summoners going down. They are down in gold as well right now. Not the worst difference, but they are certainly down a bit thanks to what happened in the mid lane. And then now trying to see how they can try and find some sort of advantage. Steps is going to get spotted here. I don't think the Samus is going to get spotted though. Oh, Zio.
For the CC, Kaze has the stolen ultimate threatening in the mid lane. Miryu's got to respect the Sylas still. As Seo and Kaiwing were able to escape from that threat in the bot lane. Desamus now returning to mid lane to see what he can do. It's getting a bit tense around this mid-stage GDS, but BKS, they're 1,000 gold up. All of this mess has come out in their favor.
Yeah, at the end, though, BKS doesn't end up losing anything meaningful just because of how some of these fights were going. And then even though they were first, or the buy was first to move into the Dragon, they don't actually get enough control to be able to force the Dragon there because of what was happening. So first Steph is able to actually move first here and will be able to get this Dragon in their favor. The buy should be on their other side of the map. Not right now, but she should be going there. Actually, she's not going over there. Maybe she will try and contest the Dragon here.
Step's going to be happy enough with this. Going to work on this Hextech uncontested thus far. We're approaching level 6 for both of these junglers, but critically for Desamus, more importantly, we're looking for that Viari combo to come online. Steps with the Worldmaker will start to become that real team fight threat. Red using that bot priority and still pick up the Hextech without much issue. So we head back to this mid lane, and we see it's all returned to parity. So Red stabilized just a little bit, but they do still have these differences in the top side to work through.
Yeah, still something that they have to deal with because the lead is still in favor of BKS. But for how the game started, the way that they've been able to balance it out, it's quite good for Red. And then looking at where they can try and get more advantages. If they can try and put a little bit more pressure over on the bot side, Morpheus, currently 12 CS ahead of the Yunara, can try and start stacking up, and especially as soon as they reach level 6 with the ultimate setup that you have with the Seraphine and the Ashe, you can try and get a little bit more damage onto them as much as possible. As the Steps will hit level 6 here, will he try to fight against the Samus?
See what he can do. Samus not going to get the steal away this time and doesn't want to go toe-to-toe with an Aatrox with ultimate. That's kind of fair enough. But Miryu, of course, still has that eternal priority in mid lane. He's going to be able to move quickly to these plays. The ult just about coming back off cooldown now as well. Bot lane still pushing in for Red, taking chunks out of that gold lead as this game ticks on. And I'm wondering where Desamus is going to kind of use that effort if we're going to keep trying to push for Kaze, because now that Kaze's 7 as well, he's going to start building some HP, and it's going to be hard to actually burst him with the combo. Steps feeling confident enough to look for a steal himself, but Desamus picks up the red, and Vault Breaker's over the wall to safety.
Yeah, it feels like just a step away or a step too late to be able to actually get the red buff still in that spot and not able to actually commit onto the Samus. But this time around, trying to be a little bit more proactive in trying to cancel out on what the Samus is trying to do, able to put a little bit of pressure onto the Vi, and especially with his ultimate already available, the Aatrox becomes a much stronger force to try and deal with, so it gives Steps a better opportunity to actually try and deal with this Vi inside of the jungle. Also, a little bit more attention towards the mid lane could end up happening here by Steps, especially with some of these trading patterns that we've seen on both sides.
Miryu and Kaze still trading blows fairly evenly. Steps and Desamus still keeping an eye on that mid lane. It's such a critical focus right now as the lane continues to see who's going to be able to push forward with the momentum into that mid game. Mateus now still keeping a firm grip on this bot side as well. Seo and Kaiwing having to give the respect. The Sivir Yuumi did give them a bit more resilience, and we know Yunara Lulu is going to scale up and be very effective. We saw how well Snaker did with it earlier in the CVs in the series previous. And now Red are still comfortable here. And we've gone into a lull right now. No one's kind of given an opportunity. No one's opened a door and made a bit of a risky play. Despite the fact the ults are ready, no one's going to overforce just now. And we might even be waiting a couple of minutes for the next dragon before someone steps themselves into a place of danger.
Yeah, it feels like maybe they're respecting each other a little bit too much, and that's why it feels like there's a more difference in it. Although they are looking for CO, he does have a way to escape there.
Dodged. Didn't have a cleanse available, but just dodged it out. The heal used by Frosty. Miryu threatening. Doesn't land the charm this time, and Steps will walk out of there. So again, play comes to nothing.
It's heal for Barrier, essentially. Barrier out of CO, heal from Frosty. The Samus was on the top side, so there was no way for them to actually be able to collapse into that play. But he's now getting attacked on here by Kase. He knows that the Vi is close by. I think we should have tried and stopped. Oh, ulti.
We're committing over the wall for this one. Steps can slide into the pit. The damage is massive, and that mid-jungle duo comes up huge for Red Canids.
Yes, if you have a point-and-click ultimate, I can have it as well, as what Kase says there.
Yeah.
Gets the lockdown, and also the movement speed from the ultimate by Steps is able to put them in the right spot at the right time. Getting the grubs this time around, as well as getting also the dragon in the process. Really good objective obtention by the side of Red. And now looking potentially into the top lane as well. Weiser is trying to do damage, but even with Weiser doing damage here, he cannot go for the kill onto Sins because of where Steps is currently at. Still, good advantage they are able to get back onto the side of Red, and also putting a little bit of pressure on what now the Samus is able to do, because he lost Flash in the process.
Yeah, it's tough, right? It limits that Vi's potential for just a little bit of gold into Kaze's pocket, despite the fact that, you know, Miryu has been pressuring him, but it takes a chunk out of that gold lead, pushes, kind of resets the progress that Miryu has been able to make over Red Canids mid laner thus far, and these comfort picks are certainly serving them pretty well right now. The bot lane duo is going great. Steps and Kaze are able to contest the kind of classic mid-jungle duo of Vi and Ahri, and Zinz is so far stable up in that top side. He's gotten through those tough early couple of levels, and he's now maintained a small deficit, but it's consistent. It's not growing at this point.
Yeah, it's something that it's not overly going the other way. Now also with the control that they are getting here, Kaiwing needs to be careful. He may actually get collapsed in here by the Aatrox. Not enough damage to actually get the kill, but a lot of damage to force out the flash and the heal. Yeah. This does mean Dragon, I think.
Yeah, the Aatrox doing a whole heap of damage with the Sunder Sky right there. Pushes Kaiwing out of the play. And the priority for bot lane, once again, likely to convert into that objective. Steps is going to get started. Kaze is actually even to get the first move from mid lane right now. The Samus is pulling through that middle lane as well. Sylas actually might be under attack. Do they know that the Vi is there? Spirit Rush has taken a couple charges. Use cease and desist. Kaze fighting back under the turret, threatening as Sylas can. Dives back in like a crazy man. What? Miryu getting chunked down. Kaze, Sylas going crazy. But he cannot quite make the monster outplay work.
Okay, I almost exploded there. That almost worked out. It was just jumping from one side to the other, waiting to see if maybe Kase gets the kill or not. It almost works out. The fact that it almost could have been a kill, it's surprising to say the least, as they are forcing here. I don't think they kill CO, but a lot of damage.
He's got to abandon the tower probably, and this CS lead is now 30 plus for Red Canids. The Unara Lulu still suffering, but yeah, Kaze, Kaiwing's got no flash. He has to use the ult on himself as Frosty nipped round the tower to catch him sleeping. Oh my word. Red continuing to push through the spot side. They're going to crack the first turret off this.
And this is why you play Ashe with Seraphine, by the way. Like, it's way too oppressive when you can actually get down a lot of their abilities and the control that they provide. They are denying this Unara for as much as possible. And Kase, by the way, is not stopping. He doesn't fear the Ahri, even though he died a couple of times, or actually one time. It doesn't really matter. He's not fearing at all that, as, ooh, that was really unlucky. They were looking to try and get that on the side of the Steps.
Does he have enough damage?
Ooh,
he follows
nice.
with the flash. Beautiful placement by the Aatrox, and even though they don't get the perfect start, they do get the outcome they want. Weiser goes down.
Yeah, but there's the change around, or the change up that we were talking about from the previous game, as we see the play here by Kase. It almost works out with the Vi and all, but he has way too many dashes. He has way too many ways to reset his passive consistently and do so much damage. Even here, when he goes back, he has the King's Lair as well. He almost gets enough damage with the King's Lair plus a Q to actually get the kill there, but it was difficult for it to work out, as Miru gets attacked on there, is not going to die, but Kaiwing may actually die here.
He's got a flash.
Yeah,
he's going to get chopped down. Steps picks it up, and Morteus Frosty walk into the mid lane and immediately start clapping people up and down that lane as well. Red getting rolling here. Now 2.5k in the lead, 2 dragons, 3 grubs. It has been all red all day in this game too.
Yeah, and just to follow up on the point a little bit here, to mention what...
The arrow.
Ooh, nice.
Good night.
Okay, work. Perfect work. They're actually getting the kill there. Steps getting collapsed on here, but I'm not sure if they actually kill Steps here because Seraphine is coming in.
Yeah, Frosty's coming up the river, steps by in time. Kaze threatening around the river as well. Steps has to wait for that E cooldown. He's going to get over the wall. The Super Blast Cone gets them out of dodge, and Desamis will not be able to find them.
Able to escape very comfortably there in that position, and trying to bring up a point that we were talking about from the previous game. The difference from having global ultimates that can impact every point of the map to not having that sort of impact anymore. And that's the difference that we wanted to see from Miru and Desamis going into this game, where you don't have the tools to just instantly appear in a fight on the other side of the map. What can you actually do to fight back, right? And that's exactly what has been a big problem for this game. Apart from the fact that CEO and Kaiwing are getting dumpstered in bot lane so far, they don't have the same level of impact as they did with the Sivir. And I think a lot of that has to do also with Sivir out to clearing waves, essentially. This time around, not getting the same sort of value. But then the Sam is not being able to just press R and get to a fight. And same thing for Miru, is making the fights for Red, the ones that they often like to take, be much easier to take in their favor.
Yeah, Red are feeling so comfortable in this game. Last time it felt like the laning was good, but as soon as they had to step out of that arena, they weren't comfortable with it. But now, again, the laning is still solid. It feels like they're able to scrap a lot more, and BKS are being... They're much further behind than they were in game one, I guess, is the summary here. And we're going into that Vi Ahri mid game no longer with as good of a platform. Now, it's still very, very strong. If Red get complacent, if they don't respect the Vi Ahri mid game with a couple item spikes, that is going to be... They're going to lose control of the lead, right? They will lose the mid game as they lost their lead in game one, but they have a better platform to build on right here. And Red, I think, are feeling the pressure in a good way, right? It seems to be drawing a bit more out of them in game two.
Yeah, you can still be impacted in a manner that you don't want to if you're not careful enough. And especially if you lose out on mid-game fights, you lose out on the objective pressure, you lose out on the Herald, for example, and also on trying to take down turrets. And one thing that we barely have seen at all is turret taking right now. Only one turret has fallen down so far, where there's still so much standing gold in the map as... Ooh, forcing onto Miru, he's trying to run away.
Steps trying to get into range, Frosty as well, but good dodges by Miru, doesn't get clipped by the important CC options, and will get away. Ults simply traded.
Yeah, enough dashes to try and escape over there, able to run away effectively. This also opens up a little bit more space as CEO. They're trying to set up on CEO, but it's very difficult with the way that he's positioning very well. But this does open up the space to try and control this river, and this means that for the time being, Red will have an easy opening or an easy angle to try and go for the soul point.
Mid lane contested by these bot duos right now. Again, both junglers in the area, but the Herald's going to be started up by Desamist. But there's a Drake that Red will happily trade for, a Chemtech Soul potentially on the cards with Aatrox, Cassante, and Silas. I don't know. Maybe if they could somehow slip an Olaf in there as well, you'd have a better Chemtech Soul game. But they have an absolute field there if they can lock that Soul down.
Yeah, it's going to be great if you're, like you're mentioning, as the Silas, the Cassante, to just be able to have that Soul on your backpack and just be able to go in as much as you want. I do think the trade here for the side of BKS, it's not necessarily a bad one if they are able to magnify the amount of gold that they get through this play. For example, if they can throw the Herald in the mid lane and give a lot of gold for this Yunara, that can turn into something more valuable than the Dragon itself, as, ooh, great ulti there by Miru.
Pulls the ult off him. Yeah, absolutely. Lovely Ash Arrow just takes that away. Miru loses that potential escape option as Frosty's around the corner. Kaze wants to get stuck in. He's stolen the cease and desist, but why is this around the corner? This is a 3v2, guys. Can
He's still alive.
Frosty's doing a lot of work. Steps as right
the
with the
re-engage.
World-Ender. And now it's going wrong for BKS, but Kaze's going deep. He's gone too deep. Wiser finds the kill. He's going to be traded. Zinz picks up the credit as everyone else has arrived late to the party. He's not at a great spot. Morteus doesn't have the Ash Arrow, but he has got the slows locking down. If Frosty could look for a beat drop, they could extend this, but Seo's just fast enough. Kaiwing, they turn on the Lulu, has to flash away, and a Super Blast Code to safety. BKS barely escape, and they make it the 1-for-1.
Hey, that worked much better for BKS than it could have been. That could have been complete and utter disaster. They get Kaze down, though, in the process. Weiser also dies, which is not a good news for them if they want to try and put more pressure. But this does mean that they can try and take down mid lane turret. This opens up the space that we were talking about, giving extra gold for the Yunara, and at the very least, having some way for your Yunara to be an impactful champion for the later fights. As we see the replay here, they thought that they were able to actually force onto Mir Miru here. I don't think it's a bad idea, but with one less member, that probably works out better for Red. Still, Steps arriving back, trying to burst out before Kaze dies in the process. He actually, I think, gets connected by a turret shot because of the pushback from Weiser. So at the end, working out that went that way, but they do get answered back in the process, and that means that it's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's well played by Weiser to get him into the tower range just to make that the 1-for-1. But ultimately, BKS, it's a consolation prize, still 3k down. And they are still looking down the barrel of a potential Chemtech Soul in just under 3 minutes. And Red just seem, all of their kind of individual members can go toe-to-toe, right? The Cassante, the Aatrox, the Silas, they're all great individual team fighters. They have a lot of agency themselves. They can all kind of manage 1v2s pretty well. And then the Ashe Seraphine is such a good supporting element to that all of the Red members are empowered to do their best this game, right? They're not relying on each other really in any way, and I think that is allowing them to play their best. The Red players are so strong individually, and this kind of comp, I think, allows them all to show that.
Yeah, it's a sort of composition that gives you leeway to do what you want as each individual champion. Maybe except Frosty, because Seraphine, but like, apart from that, everyone has agency to actually commit to plays that they want to go for, right? Even Sins that is playing for this Cassante, on the back of them.
We're going deep for this one, but Kaze's there ready and waiting, climbing on the threat, no flash. Remember, the Encore comes over the top, someone finished the tower, he's getting a lot of shots right now. Kaze's already gone down.
They're not committing.
And now Steps is stepping in, they're going to get onto this Kaiwing, the kill's going to go down. Morteus has been picked off, Miryu hunting for more, Zintz and Steps now can look for Miryu, who's dashing back to get to the safety. Samus is ready to re-engage.
Steps heals too much.
Here. He's got the shields, he's got the CC.
Steps is too strong.
Is just uncontestable right now. He's absolutely too strong, CDS. Nobody can end this Aatrox right now. BKS Miryu, the only one left.
Oh, and he may die here as well in the process. Miru, he does have he doesn't. No, he just gets dunked on his face trying to run away. And that fight actually was one of the few fights where BKS could have actually won the game through that fight. When we get the replay, we can see, but it was a fight that was interestingly attempted by Red in the sense that it was Sins coming in on the back, trying to get the setup so that they can engage on. But the problem for Red, realistically, is this. They are committing onto Kaiwing, but then a few members are actually Morteus is hitting the turret, trying to take it down as soon as possible. And because of that, damage is not attempted at the right targets at the same time. Morteus gets collapsed on and gets killed immediately, and it looked like maybe there was a slight angle where they could try and win it. But CO dies, the Weiser dies as well in the process, Lulu gets exploded, and then Steps, even though there's no AD carry and no Kaze, Steps is a monster on him by himself. So as long as he can heal consistently with H-Auto, he can just get the teamfight win there at the end, as they are trying to force another fight here, it looks.
Close fought thing by Red and VKS. H-Star's not going to go quietly despite the issues they've had in this second game. And remember, if Red win this one, there's another decider to come afterwards. The engage is a little rough from each side. Zed's holding it down. Steps is looking for the engage on the backline. As
Samus is by himself.
10 miles deep, and the team cannot support him. They've been effectively cut off from their jungler just before the Chemtech Soul spawns.
Yeah, that was an angle that was looking like maybe, oh wait, Miru.
Okay, I guess we're a Cassante moment, and we're just diving this guy. Can we do anything about it? He can flash away. Zintz has overstepped it. And he goes down. Okay, well, fair enough.
That wasn't needed, Sins. That was 100% unneeded. But yeah, at the end, they do get the kill into the Cassante. That being said, it's Soul for the side of Red. This is going to be really good for Kaze and for Sins in the future fights. And we're beginning to see that now at this point in the game, even though the Samus is able to get to the backline, if he's by himself, he's not going to accomplish anything. And even if he reaches the backline, the healing and the damage from Morteus are enough to be able to run down the Vi before she actually gets anything done. And then Cassante is very tanky as well in the process. Yunara is barely doing damage to them. Oh, Weiser.
Spotted. There's a stolen Vi ultimate. You ain't getting out of this one, Jace. There's just no way.
Is he?
Surely Kaze's going to hunt him down. He had to go pretty deep for it, though. Now, he does have the Chemtech Soul. Is it enough to get out of this 1v3? I don't think so. Kaze is at least going to lead them on a merry chase through the base and waste a bit of their time. He does. If he can get to the super juicy fruit, he's going to get a bit of strength, but another Miryu charm lands. Kaze still goes down. So good job for Weiser for making them work that hard for it. He does make it the 1v1. But ultimately, I think after this game, I'll be honest, CDS, I think Talkers is probably going to be knocking some heads of Kaze and Zintz and be like, guys, you need to chill out a bit. We're in such a strong position this game. Even if they win or lose, I think he's going to be like, you guys need to just you need to relax. Like, let's
wait,
be
Steps
serious
needs to
here.
relax as well.
Steps maybe needs to relax, or he needs to get stuck in. Frosty needs to come in and help the boy out, flashing into the pit. They're committing very hard for this.
Steps will die.
Out of the Ash Arrow.
Oh, the heal
over the wall, and there's the heal.
No way.
Frosty, the great escape completed. And VKS throw everything at him, but they can't get him down.
That was flash and ulti committed by the Samis, and that still was not enough to actually get the kill onto Steps. The idea is not bad. I think it's the right play to try and commit onto Steps there, because if they killed Steps, they can rush Baron. They can try and go for Baron in that spot, and they would be forcing also Red to walk into them in a position that is not the best. But with what they did there, it's very difficult to actually answer back, and now with Steps staying alive, with them still having the control, and with them having more gold for this future fight, they will have enough control to be able to just try and control the area of the Elder Dragon. And if it comes to a play where it's Elder or Baron, I think Red has everything to be able to get that for themselves.
And FK Krisu in the chat, absolutely right. That's the difference of a Chemtech soul right there. Steps was
actually
barely alive. And the extra damage reduction and healing certainly goes a long way there, as Kaze still threatening onto Miryu. A 1v1 is still fine for him. If we could do less of the 1v3s from Kaze, perhaps we will start to have a little bit more success. He's the only guy not ahead of his lane opponent in this game because of the attempted heroics that we've seen more than once from on this Sylas. Now he is still going to be a major threat. Steps just stepping up into this topside jungle, and nobody can really stop him. Charm lands, but no follow-up to be had.
Yeah, realistically, he doesn't care because he knows that he has the support as well as the extra help from everyone around them. I will say, though, for Kaze, this game is much better for him to do that because he's not playing Orianna. He doesn't need to be the carry that needs to be safe in the back and not suffer a stupid death. He can actually go in and commit because even if he dies, as long as he gets on top of a carry or if he deals damage, that's going to be meaningful. Like, his role here is to just be a player that disrupts everything in the fight. Whereas the Orianna, you do need to be more smart and intelligent about how you position and try and play it out.
Yeah, it's a little bit trickier to play out for sure. Kaze, he's got like a lot of mechanic skill expression here, but he can't go as deep as he wants. He has the stolen Mirror ultimate right now. VKS are marking him through that top jungle. Seo caught up by Steps right now. The Ash Hour forces a flash. He didn't have the cleanse anymore from the last play. That Unara is now under threat. Kaze uses some HP to get some jungle positioning, but Red still maintaining a tight-fisted hold of this top side. The Baron is now a potential threat right here. VKS, they cannot let that pit go dark and ignore Red for too long.
Yeah, the thing is that now, the longer that it takes, Elder is going to appear. Oh, the Samis went in. They know about this. The Sam is going to be able to run away. Not much attention there because everyone was trying to reorganize on the side of Red, but that could have been a little bit scarier. Still, trying to look for this on the side plays by the Sam is trying to find an angle when he can 100% get onto the Ashe or to the Seraphine and then someone follow up on them has to be the sort of play that they are looking for, because if he commits headfirst to some of these plays, he will probably die immediately. Like that, if he just goes in when everyone is looking at him and he just gets committed on, he probably dies. But if he finds the off angle on the side with Miru following up, that can be the game-winning play for the side of BKS.
Still options to play for K to try and close this out 2-0. Red have slapped back very hard in this series, not wanting to be knocked off their top position just so easily. Now they have a Baron to potentially set up for. Elder in a minute. You mentioned the tough decisions that are going to have to be made as we get to that point. The team fights certainly should favor Red at this point. The 28 minutes on the clock, Chemtech ready to go. All of the agency from that top side and Ashe Seraphine in the back. The Vi Ahri pick potential just has not been able to control the game for BKS in the same way they could with the Pantheon combo last time, as VKS is going to look, they're going to find Steps. Do they have enough to burst down this?
Oh, the ult is perfect, though.
Seraphine ultimate. It's massive.
The Samus is about to die.
The Samus left alone once again. There's just no follow-up. They all
and Kaze has the ulti.
Stifled. Kaze with the Spirit Rush, he can chase out anyone he wants. Zint on the front line, flashing and looking for Seo. There's no flash on this Unara.
Oh, he gets into Seo.
Caught out by the abscond of Duck.
Seo's dead.
And everyone from Red will
Everyone is dead.
in for the kills. It's the dream team fight for the Canids. They have minions and they're going to go for the win.
Yeah, they know that they had the advantage at that point. damn B Dragon, damn B Baron, it doesn't really matter. They forced the fight in the right place, and it was actually the Samis forcing the fight. They saw Steps in that spot, but they weren't able to overly commit onto him, and at the end, it's Red that has the better advantage. They have the better positioning, and the Seraphine ultimate connecting onto 3 members works out for them at the end, and they are able to turn around the game, or turn around the series, get the game back, and get us to a 3rd game for today. This is what I expect between the 1st and 2nd team, by the way, but much better game from Redkin. It's all around.
Yeah, I'm glad we didn't just have a collapse right here, that it wasn't just a schedule issue, that Red absolutely do have the source to knock out VKS if they get a draft like that, a situation like that. And again, I think it took a lot of Red's massive power plays. It took a lot of their kind of key aces to make that work. The Aatrox, the Silas, the Ashe Seraphine, and they looked really, really strong. They looked like on a different level that game, and VKS just could not make headway in the game in the same way that they could. 3rd game, deep in the draft with those power picks off the table, that's where we're really going to see what can be done here, and VKS might be able to show us a little bit more, can still take that top spot from Red today if they manage to get the win. But for now, we'll go to a quick break. This is our first 6-game day of the split, everybody. Both series go in the distance. We'll be back in just a moment to go through the final game of Red Canids versus Vivo K-Stars. Welcome back, everybody. We're finally here at the end of the day. Last game on the docket. Decider between Red Canids and VKS. Winner stays at the top of the table. We are into the draft TDS. What are we looking for? What are we thinking about for both of these teams going into this last pick and ban?
It's gonna be difficult to know exactly what they will be trying to go for here. I think particularly the same recipe has to stay there. Strong mid-jungle duel so that you can fight through it. Give Cassidy tools to actually commit to some of these plays. Because he's one player that you want to give him tools to be the one initiating and trying to start it out. Now, they commit this time around on the side of BKS for the Renekton. Early Renekton pick blindly against Sins. Not necessarily a bad choice if you want to try and play for the early to mid game aggressively with the Samis trying to go there as much as possible. Same for Mirror. But it's an interesting choice, to say the least, as far as what they can try and go for, especially because Caitlyn, it's still available, and Caitlyn Nami is a really strong duo that you can go for, and winning bot lane worked really great for Red. As
Okay, now we've not seen this from from Steps yet, I should say. We haven't seen too much variety out of him. He's had a lot of success on his usual picks. The Aatrox went crazy last game, but we've not seen his Lee Sin yet, and that does not have the same 1v9 potential, right? It doesn't necessarily carry team fights through damage and through frontlining, but it is a playmaker, absolutely. I think blinding Weiser into Zinz is pretty risky, given how game 1 went. That was pretty tough for him, and I was about to say, the Aurora, I think, is an option that can kind of make this Renekton's life a bit hellish up there. Obviously, Kaze can still flex it, but I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, to see Zinz turning his hand to it this game.
Yeah, it would be fine if they opt into the Aurora up there in the top side. Now, with the Lee Sin, it does mean that they probably want to try and have an accelerated game, so you want to have a strong mid lane partner that you can play around with as much as possible with this Lee Sin as well. The Aurora doesn't necessarily fall off in that regard, and I think you can play the 1-2 really effectively, as the Kalista getting covered. If it's Kalista, it's probably going to be then a Renata. Yep. Kalista Renata going to come through down there for Zio and Kaiwing. And bot lane duos have also been really impactful in this series for how much control they provide for your team. If you get a winning matchup early on, where you can just dominate the early stages and then you can push and allow for your jungler to have an easier time controlling that bot side, it has worked really great for both teams in terms of what they can try and accomplish. Now, what else will they try and go for on the side of Red to try and contest that? It seems like the Nico gonna be the option for support. There's still a few options available in AD carry. I think the Caitlyn still could come through here effectively with the trap setup that you can go for with the Nico. But if not, do you have to go for something that can set up with the Nico as well? Could be a Misfortune angle if they don't get it banned. Or a Jhin.
Yeah, Jhin I think I might see as a little easier to try and kind of speed your way out of a potential force from the Kalista, but we'll see. I think TS definitely has a Jhin in the back pocket somewhere, and has been known to play MF too. So options on the table for Red. We don't have any frontline yet, I will say, and we might just be walking into a Zinz Scion. Instead of necessarily playing for a counter through Aurora, they might put the Aurora into Kaze's hands and then get Zinz a frontliner. And I mean, you don't necessarily want to leave yourself at the mercy of a diving Renekton. There's obviously plenty of options for BKS to still look for like a J4 or something that can really threaten the backline continually through this second rotation. Nefiri banned away by Red, so they're trying to get rid of some divers, and it looks like BKS are trying to get rid of some classic Nico pairings.
Yeah, with the barriers out, the classic option out of the way, you know that these bans make a lot of sense to come through. The Nefiri banned all series long is something that I've been finding interesting coming in from the side of Red. Even though I think that there's slight angles that can work out for it, I'm not sure if it would be something that I would see consistently here as. Yeah, Kali getting banned away, I think it's more so something surprising to me for Kaze, because you can still flex the Aurora top lane and then take the Akali into the mid lane. Only thing is that you do lose a little bit of early game pressure that can impact that sort of matchup, but it does mean that probably Zakali was going to try and be something that Kaze does not want to deal with as much as possible if he wants to try and control the mid lane for as much as they can play. And then for the remaining ban, I wouldn't be surprised if I see something like the Misfortune banned away, although if you want to take away something like the Kai'Sa, it makes sense as well, just because of the backline access that you would get with both the Lee Sin and the Aurora trying to go into that position. So now it's just remaining to see what else will Morteos try and take here.
I think it might be the Caitlyn at this point, you know. I guess MF, I feel risky MF going into Kalista ult to knock you out and then the Renekton, yeah, so it's going to be the Caitlyn instead.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
And 8-1 this pick right now so far in Split 1. That is a very successful run of games for the Caitlyn right here, and with the Nico, we'll see what Red can do. Morteus and Frosty's 2v2 certainly has looked strong out the gate, and they've been more or less ahead of Seo and Kaiwing both games so far today. And just leaves us with the confirmation of what the mid and top laners are going to be for Red, depending on where this Aurora goes. VKS now locking in their own jungle and mid duo that has been so important for them in the past, and they actually go back to the Dasamis Maokai, the first of Split 1. We don't see this very often, but historically it's been a pick that Dasamis uses very well.
Yeah, and it does have great value here because with the point-and-click CC, you can lock the Lee Sin without really having to do much. Same for the ultimate value that you get. Trying to go into certain places, especially following up onto the Renekton, and then having this Galio that looks to be a champion that will try and follow onto the Renekton or onto the Maokai could be great. Although they are still deciding it's going to be the Zoe instead, so having the poke potential there. I would have liked the Galio better, to be honest, because this composition is already set up to go in close quarters, and the Zoe is the only one that would like to play from a safe distance instead compared to the rest of the members. But the Zoe does provide great poke, great control with the sleepy bubbles, and then trying to give you a little bit more space if it's possible. The Sion, though, not a bad pick, gives you a great tanky front line, can soak up a lot of the poke from the Zoe as well as a lot of the damage from the Kalista, and it opens up space so that the trap setup from the Caitlyn as well as the team fight setup that you're looking for with the Aurora and the Nico can work out great.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred the Galio as well, to be honest. I think it would let Weiser and Seo play a little bit more on the edge, lets them to go a little deeper, right, knowing there's a Galio ult to protect them, plus the bailout from Kaiwing. And yeah, you're absolutely right. It keeps them a bit more cohesive, all looking for the dive. They do have some solid pick potential with the Zoe and the Maokai potentially as well. Their CC chain from long range is pretty nifty now. So the EKS with still some playmaking tools, and it seems like maybe they've just gone for that instead, which again served them very well in game 1, but game 2 they just were not able to find their footing in the same way. And Red, once again, I think I'll definitely favor them in the 5v5. They've got Zints on the Sion, they've got a Nico Caitlyn with CC and damage options, they've got bursts from the Aurora, and I think for Red, it really is going to come down to what Steps can do, right? Lee Sin is such a volatile jungler. When your Lee Sin is ahead and he's playing well, he can completely 1v9, he looks unbeatable, but he can also be utterly mega giga useless if we just don't find the right angles, if we're not able to navigate the fights properly. So this one's going to be pretty heavily on Steps for me, I think, depending on what he can do. Otherwise, Red might be somewhat without a jungler. And for VKS, let's see if they can go back to that macro success that they had in the game 1.
Yeah, we even have a proof of what happened with Lee Sin in the previous series, right? Youngjae didn't find a lot of the angles that he was looking for as Lee Sin, barely got any value, and then got completely dumpstered after certain points of the game. Even after looking like maybe they were coming back, it still was completely useless. So that's something that you have to live with the Lee Sin. It's either you destroy everyone or you get destroyed by everyone. No way between, realistically. And hopefully Steps can step up to the play with this Lee Sin and show up with another champion, because I think this is the first Lee Sin for him so far, or is it the second?
Just the first. We haven't seen much champ diversity from Steps overall. It's been kind of Xin Zhao, Aatrox, Zehen, maybe Jarvan. Yeah, so it's just kind of not a whole lot of depth that we've seen from him right there. It's pretty similar to Youngjae, right? It's actually quite a similar pool to Youngjae's. But Steps, I think, has found more consistent success with it, and Red, obviously, certainly with Loud languishing down and losing to Leviathan today, and Red fighting for the top of the table with VKS right now. The stories of them are a little different. But stylistically, I think they offer quite similar things. So we'll see what Steps can do early on. Dasamis as well does have an option to be a very potent counter ganker, right? The grasping roots, the Maokai W and ult and E can make Lee Sin's job very hard, trying to get into that backline to threaten and trying to get into gank setup. So let's see how well Dasamis can track our volatile new jungler in Steps.
Yeah, how much he can begin impacting, and he's already over on the bot side. Actually, both junglers starting on opposite sides once again means that we probably are gonna see them try and come down here to the bot side as soon as they can. Early level 2 seems to be something that the bot lane from BKS is trying to achieve, but it doesn't look like they are gonna get it just yet, or at the very least not on a point where they can try and force. And Lee Sin is already trying to step up for the play before or around the time that they achieved that. As level 2 also hit here by Weiser, they're doing a lot of damage between each other, between the top laners and the bot lanes, and it's just a waiting game to see who gets the most value out of each other.
Yeah, and we can see it's unlikely that either of these top laners will actually go down. They've both got shielding and healing to offer for themselves. Once they get a certain amount of time gone by, Zinz will just stop dying at some point, right?
Yeah.
And I think that the 1v1 has definitely been going Zinz's way. Now, Sion is one of these champions where you can kind of low-key outplay and steal some kills in the early game as a tank before you then just become unkillable. So Weiser is going to have to be careful, especially with risking any potential dives or any risky trades later on dropping too low. So we'll see what Zinz can do in this matchup as we check in on Miryu and Kaze. They're trading pretty heavily. Kaze, with this Aurora now, he has a lot of burst potential. Doesn't have as much kind of 1v9 style as the Sylas, so it's kind of a halfway house between the Orianna and the Sylas, and we'll see what he can do into Miryu's Zoe. And I will say, this has definitely been a better day for Miryu, right? We've been pretty uninspired by Miryu so far this split, but today he has been making good solo plays. He's been playing well with the Samus. It has looked like a much more of a return to Miryu of splits past.
Yeah, very good execution so far by him. He also is taking Ignite into this matchup. He actually used it just for poke value a little bit before. But certainly today, at the very least, we've seen more of the Miryu that is willing to go for plays, getting good advantages, trying to be aggressive but not overly aggressive. I don't think he spotted them. But I don't think either of them... Oh, wait, they found it.
Oh, we catches him with the ward. That's unfortunate. Loses the flash and the back timing there. Bit of a nightmare for the Zoe.
He doesn't have teleport.
With the teleport, he's already back here. Yeah.
And there's another chance here. He's actually going to spot the Samus here, but he doesn't know. Actually, he doesn't get connected by the bubble. That could have been the difference between life and death. Yeah. Important that spot.
I wonder if he knew it was the Samus, or if he just assumed it was Zoe. I'm not sure, but it was certainly a bold cue. But it's working out for them so far as they're looking to catch
no
Miryu.
flash.
No flash. They've got the bubble onto Aurora. He's going to get pulled up by the Samus. He doesn't want to take tower aggro right now. He's not in a good spot. Kaze suffering a little bit. Repositions. Ingo steps to threaten, and the Samus has to back away. Kaze dropping lower and lower. Miryu is very low on mana, and this is a tense little potential dive here. But Red and BKS both walk away alive.
A kind of weird situation, and then the bot side, Kaiwing is about to die as well. This could have been another chance for Steps to actually find an angle to go down there. But this is the right moves, or the sort of moves that you want to see from your Lee Sin early on. Try and go for plays, try and attack as much as possible, try and collapse onto members that are looking like they are not getting a lot of control, and then use that to your advantage. The dive was not necessarily a bad idea, but then Maokai was obviously in the right spot at the right time, and then I think that there was a little bit of like indecision in between on how they wanted to commit to the play, because Kaze did have flash, and I think that if they just wanted to go for the kill, they just committed wholeheartedly, they probably could have gotten the kill with a flash from Kaze.
Yeah, they're hesitating just a moment too long. It ends up becoming a bit sweaty for them. They do end up getting away with it though, and Red are building up a nice little passive lead for themselves. We saw the aftermath of what must have been a very good 2v2 for Morteus and Frosty, pushing Seo and Kaiwing well off the tower and opening up a CS lead for themselves. More or less matched and mirrored by Weiser, opening up a small lead. Cull in inventory as well, trying to stack up that gold as fast as possible over Zinz. So all in all, the map's still fairly even. No first kill just yet, but you know, Kalista and Renata, you really want to be getting some pace going through these guys. You don't want to be going slowly into the mid game. You want to get some gold here. Caitlyn now has a much easier mid game time with the changes in itemization. You don't necessarily have that sort of 2-item slump that we're used to seeing on this champ anymore. But Kalista still falls off like crazy when you get later into the game.
Yeah, the difference does feel noticeable at some point. That's why I think Seo and Kaiwing, when they reach that first item mark, they need to have some sort of advantage that they can try and play for, be it a dragon advantage or something else that they can try and play for. Because if not, they are not going to be able to fight it out as effectively against the Caitlyn and the Nico. Now, the dragon has been an objective that Steps has controlled for all the game, pretty much, for all the series, pretty much. He has gotten first Drake, I think, in every game so far. And certainly, he even gets the Rupture here. That's unlucky for this Samus. He even gets level 6 off of that, so control for Lee Sin is even higher at that point. But the dragons need to go the side of BKS, because if not, you may lose out on a lot of control on the map.
Yes, you do not want to give those objectives away, absolutely not. Red did a lot of work with the Chemtech Soul they snapped up in game number 2. They were really focused on using that priority to control the objective here. Kaiwing and Miryu apparently trying to get a little bit of control of that River Vision. Steps, though, is heading down into the area. Miryu still doesn't have the flash. The Zoe is in a bit of a bad spot. Zinz is getting chunked out by Weiser right now.
They find Miryu.
Both sides of the map are going a little bit wrong. Miryu doesn't end up taking too much damage and does escape back to safety.
Yeah, able to run away, nothing much out of the ordinary in that play. They do force out the side of BKS on that spot. That means that they have complete control over the Dragon. The Renekton was trying to go for the soul kill angle onto Sin. Sin's not actually suffering with his life in that spot. Means that there's not much that you actually have to worry about. And this also opens up the space to just get the control for the Dragon, get the control over the turrets, keep on getting more value out of your bot lane like we're seeing right now. And the pushing power that the Caitlyn and the Nico have is really bothersome to try and deal with. Even if it's not necessarily turning into a big health feed, you can still just reach the turret and be able to do whatever you want.
It's a tough one for VKS. First rate goes down, and we're not necessarily seeing the early game success that I'm sure they would have loved to see right now. Red building up a 600 lead plus the Chemtech Dragon. And with certainly the better late game to build into, I would wager, across pretty much across the board. Except for maybe the jungle position, I suppose. But Seo, without much mana here, cannot really contest Morteus. And, you know, we haven't seen the result fully yet, but Morteus is holding up very well into Seo. The Law of X is holding true so far. A guy that was built up and
close.
Brought into the spotlight by K-Stars last year, but then kind of unsummarily dropped at the end of last split. Certainly not what we would have expected from someone that CL was touting as the main carry for BKS from long before they promoted him. But alas, that is how the cards fell. Morteus seems happy enough on red now.
Yep, it's a weird difference that we weren't expecting to actually go through like that, but it's the sort of thing that happens in some of these teams when the vibes or the way that you want to mesh with your team doesn't go through. It really can make it difficult for you to want to stay in a team and want to keep a player in a team as well. It feels like so far at the very least, for the side of Red, this change-up has been working massively, having Morteus on your side. He feels like it seems like he's more comfortable in the way that he's been setting up for Red. And then for BKS, it looks like they are trying to set up a new team environment. And at the very least for now, it's looking good enough that they can manage it out. We have to wait and see if this can set itself up to be a great success. But it feels much better for Red than it looks to be for BKS, as they are getting the other objective here for steps, taking the Grops on this side of the map, and he's completely by himself. The Maokai is over on the bot side. They are trying to maybe force a play onto the Caitlyn, but I'm not sure if it's gonna work out massively, especially now that Frosty spotted them.
Yeah, they're going to catch him rotating through right here. Morteus and Frosty going to back away, going to give him the space and the respect that they deserve. Of course, it's a lot of respect, to be fair. Full HP bars, both summoners for Morteus and Frosty, but they do back all the way out. They give away a couple of plates to Seo and Kaiwing, but not wanting to introduce any unnecessary volatility, perhaps, when they know the rest of the map in the game is going pretty much to plan for them at this point. Step's going to head into that topside jungle, steal away some camps himself. He is miles ahead on CS, it must be said, as Weiser has popped the Dominus and goes aggressive onto Zinz, gets him down to half HP, and backs away.
Yeah, able to use the ultimate, just push away so that any sort of a gank attempt or anything like that doesn't happen. They can still try and set up for the Renekton, though. As soon as the ultimate goes down, you do have a slight angle where you can actually go through, and I think that's the plan here for the side of Red. They're waiting for Weiser to use the Q and the dash, and now he's actually going to be suffering a little bit more. He actually doesn't have enough angles to try and escape. This could be a perfect opportunity.
Yeah, no real way out. Easy as that. It's beautifully played by Red Canids. Steps picks up the first blood. Again, a late first blood. TDS 10 minutes in. Certainly not the kind of messy, scrappy early game that we've seen a lot of our teams go into, as now Miri's looking for it. Frosty does catch up on the front onto Kaiwing.
Great kill there.
They'll trade supports right now. Morteus cleanses the ignite, but in comes Kaze to try and turn this into a 2v2. He's got enough damage. He'll get it over the line, but ultimately it's an even fight.
Yeah, good TP timing there. It's a 1-for-2 at the actually 2-for-2 at the end of the day, because they do trade support, and then AD carry and mid laner. But Kaze getting a kill there, not a bad thing at the end of the day. Yes, the Caitlyn does die, and you don't want to suffer any sort of power drop there, but you want to have some sort of impact for this Aurora, and the higher the gold value for her is, the better it is in general. Great ultimate timing. The Renata is not able to get the revive in that process, and then Miru does give up some opportunity there to actually die in that situation. But at the end of the day, Kaze with a great teleport timing, great opportunity, and Red overall responding much better. Gets first blood in the top side, gets a kill on the bot side, and then able to have a little bit more control over the map.
Yeah, look at the plates in mid lane as well. Kaze is going to head right back to that success. 500 gold up for him. Steps is 1,000 gold in the lead. The rest of the map more or less on parity. So Red continue their calm and collected success in this early game, and VKS are the ones kind of scrabbling, looking for plays, looking for ways to build a bit of a lead, to get themselves some sort of platform to launch a mid game from. As Red are just standing, daring them to do anything right now. They're the ones with a Caitlyn and a Sion scaling up into this late game. Morteus is going to get chunked out by Miryu on the Zoe. Full respect to that one, but he's going to slap into steps. This is not ideal for a flashless Zoe. The kickback is there, connects the resonating strike, does get the bubble onto Aurora. But Steps is going to get into the turret in time to finish it off. The roots coming in from Dasamis take a lot of tower shots onto Steps' back, but it's not enough to kill him. A last Q and he will drop him low. He's dashing over to Kaze. Kaiwing looking to see what he can do. He does have a flash. He's going to look for the handshake. Gets the summoner out of Lee Sin. This guy's
still does have a flash.
Oh, Sion coming in right here. Kaiwing just used his flash. Kaze's ready and waiting with the burst, but he maybe doesn't have the cooldowns ready. And Seo's going to push them back. So ultimately, Steps gets in for the kill to Zoe and gets away alive.
Yeah, I don't think they had enough damage there at that point. Kaze doesn't feel comfortable enough to try and force something in that position, and I think it's fine. They get the kill on the Zoe. Steps able to escape there without really having to commit anything. And with the space that is opened up by Kaiwing and Seo moving towards the mid lane, then the Caitlyn is able to just get a free farm down there. Now you can see the play here. I think the kick was attempted to be a little bit more towards the side so that it would be easier for Kaze to actually arrive there, but it's a pretty comfortable solo kill for Steps in that spot. He doesn't even get tagged completely by the turret at the end when he tried to move around, and that's why at the end he doesn't end up dying. He did take a lot of damage. The Maokai was actually dealing a lot, but the flash in by both of them actually doesn't matter because of the flash from Steps, and able to escape pretty comfortably there. As we go back to live, Dragon is up. They can try and go for this Dragon now that Steps is back into the map.
Yeah, he's feeling pretty strong. Sunder Sky already ready to go. Kaiwing's still going to be flashless. Seo as well, actually. No summoners available from that bot side just to heal. So they are going to be at risk if they look to play for this. Frosty doesn't have a flash himself, but he's got the Pot Blossom ready to go, and Kaze has already got the first move. Miryu a little behind the curve right now. Red clearly trying to set up and get comfortable in it. Morteus, Caitlyn traps have gone down to Samus, aggressed on by Steps. The ace in the hole comes out too, drops him down to half. Steps is going very deep for this. Kaiwing uses the ultimate. Seo drags him back. The there. Steps going low. Seo's still barely alive. Kaze repositions, but doesn't have the damage for it. Has come through. Zinz is looking to get into position, but he's not got the best spot to play from right now. Weiser is in with Dominus. For more targets, Kaze's had to flee, and Red a little bit too deep, a little bit too fast-paced for Steps right there. They couldn't get everyone in position.
Yeah, too much attempt in that position to try and get a kill. I think for Steps, the idea is not necessarily the worst, although if you want to go for that, Aurora has to be ready in position. And another thing is that Caitlyn hasn't completed her first item yet. She just now backed and got the first item into her pockets, so now she can actually fight accordingly. But if you're going to force that, you need to have your first items completed in almost all the members. Steps was feeling like he was way more immortal than he probably was at that point. And the kick, even though it looked fancy, I think he was always looking to try and get the kill quickly onto Kaiwing so that the revive was not going to come through. So really nicely played, really nicely done by the side of PKS. And it goes to show how easy the Lee Sin is able to be controlled if you have the point and click CC from the Maokai.
Yeah, for sure. If Steps does overstep his bounds, he is going to get punished heavily. We saw that on display right there. Cuts the red gold lead in a third right now, down to only 500, but Kaiwing caught again. Steps chasing him down. Kaze this time is ready to go. And surely, eventually, this Renata is going to be knocked over and just barely slipping away again. Kaiwing, barely breathing, but still limps out of that play. It is going to give Red room to start the Herald, though.
Yeah, they don't get the kill, but they, at the very least, get the control over to try and get the Rift Herald. And in the process, they are trying... Oh, Mirror is actually taking a lot of damage. He may die here.
He's got chunked out. Frosty's around the corner to see what he can do. Dasamis is ready and waiting to help if he needs to. Zinz getting peppered by the spears from Seo. Not really at risk of dying, as we can see. And Miryu escapes too, so both times VKS, they slip away alive, but the Herald is taken by Red.
Yeah, they're able to get the Herald, which is the bigger objective. Obviously, getting the kills would have been great, but at the end of the day, they are able to turn that into something they can try and use to open up the map a little bit more. Get a one turret down, get a big objective in their favor, and that way give more space for the Caitlyn. Because one of the biggest things that you worry about with the Caitlyn is that if she gets pushed too much into her own side of the map, her traps become a little bit meaningless. Like the control that she can provide doesn't really matter if you just get consistently pushed into your base. Even in base defense situations where her traps are really good, you want to be able to proactively use the killing and not have to react to plays that are forced onto her. So this would be the most ideal situation for Red, to push into the side of BKS, get a turret quickly, and that way force a play in their favor.
Miryu doing what he can against Zinz, who is at least mostly armor, so does take a little bit of damage from the Paddle Star, but again, no real kill threat. We haven't seen the Scion unlocked onto the map fully just yet. We've seen a little bit of the hint of what Weiser can do in the back line, but wasn't able to find a kill. Out comes the Herald. We're going to crack this mid lane Alto once and for all. Red Canids will hear no bones about it. Out comes the first turret. Bit of gold to get Red back on top. As now we're committing the ultimate to Miryu, who uses the ultimate to reposition, but still gets knocked up. This is huge Scion burst right now. The Ignite comes down, and Miryu will skip to safety with that extra speed boost. They're looking for the dive, charges on the
perfect time.
Slams the hammer down, and the ultimate from Zoe cannot get her out of that one.
Frosty
under pressure in the mid lane. Drops the defensive ultimate as Kaiwin goes in to knock them up. Surely Sayo's going to find this kill. He is. Cleanses out from the CC. Morteus going low. Kaze arrives. Morteus cleanses through the Maokai ultimate as Sayo dives over the wall. This time Kaiwin's going to get picked up.
The
and they're chasing onto the Kalista. Double for Caitlyn. Steps and Kaze hunting for the Samus. He should be able to get to safety. My word, Reds were not taking no for an answer in that mid lane.
Yeah, they wanted to get the kill, and they decided that they were going to get the kill. Even though it was looking a little bit dicey with the way that it started, Frosty was the one that died at the start of it. They are able to collapse once again really effectively, and ideally it's because of the amount of things that were used to actually kill Frosty in that play. When we get the replay, you can see that the ultimate by the Renata is used to also get on top of the Nico, but then I'm pretty sure they used the Maokai ultimate as well in the process. 3 ultimates were used to try and stay on top of the Nico, as we see the replay on the solo kill. Perfect timing, by the way, on Sin's Qs both times. This time to wait it out, and then here as well, just on the last second, waiting it out on the as long as possible, and then flashing out. And then here you can see the engage they are forcing on. Frosty gets engaged on, flashed away. 2 ultimates used to actually get on top of them, and then Maokai ultimate, I think, also comes out here on the wrong direction. If it was waited on for Steps to come in through or trying to play something else, that probably would have been much better to try and set up. But Steps has nothing else to worry about here. No more Maokai W, no more ultimate, and he can just play freely on the remainder of the fight. Really well done by Red, and waiting on the right timings to win it out.
Steps doing exactly what he needs to do on this Lee Sin. Stacking up CS as high as he can. Almost 2,000 lead over to Samus. He's getting stuck in the play. Sometimes a little too stuck in, we can say that. But he is, using the Lee Sin to the absolute most of its capability. Using the mobility, getting that burst down. And pushing the pace for Red in this early game. They are now 2.5k up. And they're about to crack a second turret in bot lane. Unless Miryu can stop Kaze right here. But VKS, we now have to turn back to them and go, okay, what's the answer? What's the solution here? Because Red are just slowly increasing their lead. They are absolutely the ones with the scaling advantage. And VKS, we're going to need to see a solution. Otherwise, this is going to go the same way as game 2.
They have to commit to a running fight. They have to actually just go all in, the 4 of them, without the Soy realistically, and try and hope for the Soy to be able to close out on some kills, get really good poke, and then the other 4 members that will rush in, try and get maximum value out of them. They have Maokai ultimate, they have Renata ultimate, they have even the Kalista just in case they want to overcommit. It's actually the Scion that goes in.
Catches onto the jungler. The Samus is not getting much distance. Put him there. The Renata ultimate buys them some time. Steps is in the back looking for a flank.
Oh wait, Sint is dead.
Sint has already gone down. The Frosty ultimate goes nowhere. It's a little messy for Red. Weiser now trying to slow them down, but Miryu's been caught. Steps gets 1, gets 2. Kaze and Morteus stepping up to see if they can find something. A VKS that looked a little playable for a second there, but Red still come out on top.
Yeah, for as much as they are able to burn the Scion at that point, I thought he was going to last a little bit longer. They still cannot win the remainder of the fight because a lot of their team fight is committing on one member and then being able to run the rest down. If you see here, the commitment is from Sint, trying to rush in, maybe set up for Steps to come in on the back. The ultimates by Maokai and the Renata are great to separate some of the targets, but then Morteus on the side, even Frosty failing one ultimate doesn't really matter because Kaze has a great ultimate angle, able to escape away, and then Steps is able to just get into a spot where he can actually manage the fight by just being a clean-up Lee Sin instead of an initiator in initiating Lee Sin. Now, that fight probably looks different if the Nico ultimate connects. But even without that, the fight was much better for Red.
Yeah, that Nico ultimate was going absolutely nowhere. Maybe he just forgot he didn't have flash or got hung up on some sort of CC or something, but ultimately that certainly would have changed the tide of it. And Steps basically played Neferi in that fight. He's just going for assassinations, and the rest of it just works out as intended. So Red extending the lead. They're now back in the lead in Drakes as well. Cloud Rift for us in game 3. Still 2 that Red will need to lock down a soul. As Wiser is going to catch Morteus there. Lovely little flank found by him. They get the flashes traded. Cleanse out from Caitlyn. Does he have a 90 caliber net? He puts down a trap, but it's not enough. Wiser with a great position pick right there, and Morteus loses both summoners and his life.
Yeah, pretty sure he used the 90 caliber net to just try and run away as well, but he used it at the start of it, so when he flashed and cleansed, at that point he was already down. Really good pick they are able to find Morteus. Big mistake where he was walking on, and realistically no need to be that far up when you know that your team is not nearby. As Steps trying to play a trap here for the Zoe, but everyone was waiting on the side to try and help her out just in case.
Wiser's going to have to pick up that bot lane wave. Does have the TP to rotate to a play if needed, and ultimately VKS, they are 2.5k down, but that is basically just the entire jungle diff, right? Mid and top are both a K in each other's favor, and then Morteus has a small lead over Morteus still. He's 4-1-1. He's 2 items deep. He's gotten the key combination, the Blade of the Ruined King and the Gwyncy's Rage Blade. He's almost completed a Jack Show too. So Seo is almost peaking in power right now as the Kalista. He is very, very powerful in the fights. He's going to be quite resilient as well. He has the Mikhails and a Locket on Kaiwing to keep him alive. There's a bailout. So this is where we need to see the Kalista get the absolute most value. As past this point, it's only going to get more and more Caitlyn favorite.
Yeah, as soon as you finish the third item on the Caitlyn, the IE, then you start stacking up even more. So with your grid, you're gonna get more value out of that. So certainly the Kalista needs to find the right angle for a fight here, particularly BKS. If they can get a good fight where they can take down at the very least 3 members on the side of Red and not lose a lot of members themselves, they can rush Baron with this Kalista at this point of the game. So certainly they need to find a really good angle where they can force a fight and win it out and then turn it into a big objective. But it doesn't look like Red is giving them a lot of angles. The control that they have over the red side jungle, the fact that they can keep moving around the map really quickly thanks to the Listen and the wind and the cloud rifts, makes it very difficult to allow BKS to get an angle to fight it out. And then even if Waster wants to try and force onto Sins, it's a Sion. So it's very difficult to find an angle there. It has to be onto someone like Cassie or Mateos.
As Red happily matching into VKS right now, into a small lull period here, just soaking up the waves. I think they probably know, right? They're thinking, okay, well, Seo is really strong right now. Wiser's 2 items complete. He's really strong right now. Miri's about to hit Shadow Flame. He's going to be pretty strong. Or potentially even, he's just gone Proto Bell, of course. What other item could a mid laner build, I suppose, on this patch? It's just Proto Bell every time. But it feels like the Red know that there's no need for them to pressure it. They're in a comfortable position. They're up in objectives. They just need to keep farming out. If Morteus can get to that Infinity Edge, then maybe we can have a discussion again. And Wiser might be in a bad spot. They go for the committed kick. They think they've got a pick right now. Frosty can lock him down. Synths can follow it up as well. Do they have enough burst to get through this big croc? Yes, they absolutely can. Miriam Desamis cannot save him, and Red will take a pick if it's offered.
Yeah, really good pick there. That being said, they committed everything. Every ultimate was used to kill Wiser in that position. And Dragon is not even up yet. It's 1 minute for it. He will have teleport to come back into the play. The ultimates will be back as well for that fight. But at the very least, getting a little bit of space there, getting the ultimate and the kill down is still really good. I'm not sure if that could turn or that at the very least netted them enough so that the Caitlyn can get IE for this next fight. But if it does, it's actually a really big important team fight win or pick that they get.
Here's the back. What are we going to see?
No,
nothing's come out just yet. Okay, looks like just reset.
Okay, yes, it is.
There it is.
Yeah, that was the Nico, actually.
As Caitlyn coming out. Yeah, okay. I've been bamboozled, but it is now Infinity Edge Caitlyn, Stormrazor RFC. This guy is cooking right here. And Seo does have the Jack Show done. Again, the Kalista is at the peak of her power level. Is it going to be enough? Wiser coming out of the base. Desamis under threat with a nice handshake from Kaiwing. Slows down the red follow-up. Seo's kind of on his own right now. Kaze getting some burst down. Morteus, you can see the confidence in this Caitlyn to step up.
Yeah, and the thing is that it may not be a kill, but it's forcing forcing onto the Kalista already, knowing that she will have to go forward. Losing out a lot of health is really important for how you can set up. They do hit there, they did hit the Caitlyn in that spot, but it's not going to turn into anything big. And now the trap setup can start working out here so that it's very difficult to go in as Maokai ulti.
This steal only finds.
Oh, they got it.
Oh, steal away the Drake from Dasame, slowing down steps. That's a good pickup, and the Lee Sin's kind of low right now. Red, they don't feel good about this. Kaiwing though with the flash ultimate catches all 4 of the members of Red. There's no one who can put their hands on them. They find the sleep onto Kaze, who repositions beautifully using the Aurora ultimate. Clutch mechanics by the Aurora prevents them getting caught out, and Red lose the Dragon, but at least they get out alive.
Yeah, that means that they are now out of a potential fight here just because they do not have the Aurora ultimate, but important Dragon they are able to get. It's not going to be Soul. It was Soul point only for the side of Red, but it's a good fight they are able to get. Crucial for that fight is that Red do not get the right angle or the right trap setup. As you see, Mortheos was just now laying the traps when the team fight started, and then also the Renekton being able to come in from the angle from the bot side meant that if they get collapsed on from that spot, it was going to be much more difficult for Red to be able to fight it out. Good angle that BKS is able to fight, but that was one of the spots that they were going to be the strongest, like you were mentioning, because of where the Kalista currently is at and where the Maokai and the Renekton are as well. Now in the coming fights, when the Caitlyn gets extra items, when the Aurora gets extra items, even when the Sion gets the extra items to survive longer, it's going to become much more difficult to pull that sort of fight off.
Yeah, it's great decisive moment by VKS to not kind of waste time and hesitate and let the traps go down. They pulled the trigger, and that's what they needed to get themselves in position, and they managed to slow Red down just a little more. They've actually got their priority on this mid push as well. They're going to knock out this mid lane outer turret, open up the map for themselves a little bit more. Zinz is answering on bot side, but Miryu on top as well. So both teams are going to be trading objectives across the board, but BKS are going to be coming out ahead.
Yeah, they have the extra turret damage in their favor. I'm not sure if... Oh, no, actually, Mirror is going to be able to get it. I thought the Aurora was closer to that. But still, getting the extra gold from the bot lane one is actually quite good for the side of Red. I don't think Voicer can get the kill here onto the Sion. Zin's actually getting forcing more here.
He's getting chunked out really badly, but Seo's going to reach Zinz, and this Kalista does have some power right now. Kaiwing's caught out, dragged back to safety by the Kalista.
Great keep there.
Goes back in, but is not going to make it. It's a big ultimate, but doesn't connect. Seo's been caught out. He's left alone on the front line. Orteas knocks down Seo. The law of X's comes true again. And Red Canids clutch the fight.
Yeah, and that's 2 kills, 2 big kills that they are able to find. They have an angle here to try and move towards the Baron, and the trap setup by the Caitlyn once again can be very meaningful to just put a full stop onto whatever they try and go here to try and attempt stopping the Baron. But they are already starting it. There's no traps just yet put out, but Aurora does have ultimate. Oh, Miru.
Ryu is going to get the ultimate committed on him. Swap places from Kaze, trying to follow more damage. Hops forward, one last auto and a Q. They can't get it. The burst is there. Killing spree for Kaze. 3-0-4. The Aurora is going a bit nutty right now. Baron for Red Canids, and that could have been the inflection point. That could have been the series ender.
Yeah, really important kill there by Kaze as well, because one of the few things that can mess up whatever objective you're trying to take down is a Zoe. Her on the red side, she gets so much angles to be able to throw the abilities out, to get the bubble, a Sleepy Trouble bubble, the poke. It's very difficult to deal with it, and that's why the kill is really important. As we see the replay here, the angle was looking a little bit weird with where Seo was, but the Nico ultimate is perfect, and then here, Mortheos is over on the side. Seo actually gets stunned twice, and that's why he cannot escape at that point, and Weisers needs to run away at that point. Really good angle they are able to find. It could have gone either way, and the setup was much better for how Red were looking for it. That's why trying to start a fight onto the Sion makes no sense as like this.
Knocked up onto Seo. They're looking for a catch onto him, but the Samus ultimate will slow them
Steps
from
in the
following
back.
up. Wiser with the Dominus on, looking for it. Steps can get a massive kick back. There's the Frosty knockup. Oh, it's perfect from Red. The burst is massive, and BKS are getting monstered.
They don't even kill Mortheos.
Tower. Double for Mortheos. It's a massacre for the Canids.
That's it. I think that should be... Well, there's no minions just yet, but they are coming in on the back. That could be it. Potentially, it's 37 seconds for the member that will spawn the earliest, and it's only the Renata alive, not even ultimate on her favor, so this should be it.
Baron push empowered for Red Canids, and despite game 1 going the way of Evocade, they managed to reassess. They reset themselves.
Oh, they won the last one.
Back heavily in games 2 and 3. Kaiwing gonna deny them that last kill for now. But Red Canids They have not lost. They have now lost their first game, but they have not lost their first series. They retain first in the CBLOL.
Yeah, but I think for Red, this is such an important statement game because we were having big question marks on 3 particular things for them, right? It was, how can they respond when they lose a game? How will they respond in that sort of manner? How will they turn around a difficult situation if they are forced with their backs against the wall? And lost the first game, won the next 2. The next thing was, how can they go against a top team, right? Because so far their calendar was quote-unquote weaker teams. Like, we know that those were teams that in reality, if Red was going to beat them, they were going to beat them 100%. But against the BKSs of the world, the Furias, even the Lost, how will they respond? And so far, already got a victory against one of them in a really good manner. And then the last thing was, how would Steps go against a jungler that should be, quote-unquote, in the top 3 or top 4 jungler conversation, right? How does he respond against a much tougher competition? And he did beat Jungji at the start of it, but nobody had expectations, right? Now that they have expectations and he beats Desames in this manner as well, because he goes in last game, picks Lee Sin, goes in their face all game long and wins it out. Yeah. That's a good shout out for Steps. Everything that we were asking for Red was answered today in a manner.
Yeah, absolutely. They gave us all the answers we needed to feel a little safer, a little more comfortable in our Red belief right now with the changes they've made. They, as we said, they're known for making snap decisions on rosters. They don't hang about, you know? They don't necessarily let things breathe. If they feel a change in the offing, they will just make it. And this was quite a big swing, and it seems to be working excellently for them. You're absolutely right. The resilience is there. The comebacks are there. The a little bit more depth in the draft has now been seen, right? We've seen the Steps Lee Sin come out. Do I necessarily think this is like a consistent Lee Sin pick we're going to see? I don't think we need to necessarily.
I hope not.
No, but he was 2K up on Desames, so go off, King, I suppose is all I can say.
Yeah, the important thing is to see the changes that they needed to happen for them to really come through, and importantly, how are they going to respond to adversity and against tougher competition, and they did that perfectly well. I think there's still a couple of things that they need to improve on, particularly like decision making when not having Kazi on champions like the Aurora or the Sylas, where you do have a little bit less leeway to just go off and go for plays, but that's the sort of thing that you improve on with time, right? But the important part was being able to win this sort of games, and they did that perfectly. I also think they kind of secured first place with this, because they get 5-0 now. Bibo and Furia, the maximum they can do is 5-0, is 5 wins as well. Well, actually, Furia maybe can go over them just because of tiebreaker, right?
If Furia 2-0s and Red loses to Los and then Furia beats Loud and then Red, they will equal their score and head-to-head them. So Furia could still leapfrog them technically, I think.
Los as well, right? Because Los can also have the head-to-head against them in the next matchup.
Yes.
So it depends on that.
And both Los and Furia are kind of... Sometimes they're the GOATs and sometimes they're incredibly suspicious. So if for them to put all that together would be surprising. But, as we always say, stranger things have happened in the CBLOL, that's for sure. Leviathan just beat Loud today, so why not? Why not? With that, I think we're gonna wrap it up. Red are sole leaders. VKS certainly still on the up and up, but there's more work to be done. Thank you very much, Dia, for stepping in for production today. Thank you, TDS, for joining me on this 6-game day. It's been a long one, but the series have been kind of bangers, I won't lie. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. As always, we'll be back here same time, same place next weekend for Week 5, Saturday and Sunday. You can follow us on socials at CBLOL English. You can follow us here on the Twitch at CBLOL_English, or you can join our community Discord to join our fantasy league, talk to us about the league, watch our podcast episodes, just chat to us about everything CBLOL, or to be honest, whatever you want to chat to us about. With that, thank you, everybody, one last time, and we will see you back here on Saturday.